decree, claim, communication, work of art, must be understood at every moment, in every concrete situation, in a new and different way. 1993, 3067. Aristotle teaches that moral judgment comes under no science or professional tradition, and the agents themselves have to consider what is suited to the circumstances on each occasion. 1926a, 77, to which Gadamer adds that human judgment is directed towards the concrete situation and is acquired through living in the community and is determined by its structures and aims. 1993, 21-22. Echoing Aristotle's characterization of the art of rhetoric on the first page of his lectures, Gadamer avers that rhetoric and hermeneutics are both natural talents possessed by everyone, improvable by reflection. 1997, 315, 2006, 51-52, and sovereign over method in their own domain. Determining what is rational in the specific, concrete situation in which you find yourself, which certainly can have many parallels to other situations yet remains the specific situation in which you stand, is something you must do for yourself. What is rational in the sense of the right thing to do in this situation is not prescribed to you in the general orientations you have been given about good and evil, in the same way that the instructions for use that come with a tool tell you how to use it. Rather, you have to determine for yourself what you are going to do. 2001, 79. Philosophical hermeneutics does not simply have deep ties to classical and early modern rhetorical humanism, it is rooted in that soil. When Gadamer says that rhetoric and hermeneutics completely interpenetrate each other, he is talking about a close, genuine, and living collaboration. In what follows I flesh out 5 classical rhetorical principles that anchor Gadamer's vision of hermeneutics as a direct heir to rhetoric. It would be possible to develop this interpenetration in more than one way, but this map will establish the main coordinates accurately. My list retains the Latin version of the terms even where the original Greek is more well known, because I want to underline the primacy of the Latin tradition for Gadamer's assimilation. This linguistic decision bears on the substantive argument my chapter will advance. 5 guiding rhetorical concepts. Verisimile. Gadamer's most frequent shorthand for rhetoric's special virtue is its power of revealing what is true in its immediacy. His teaching here stems directly from Heidegger's interpretation of the Husserlian phenomenon in being and time, 7a der Begriff des Pha Nomens, as that which shows itself in itself, das sich in ihm selbst zeigt, 1962, 51, 2001, 28. Heidegger identifies this middle-voiced process of beings coming to presence as das Scheinen, showing, or das Erscheinen, appearing. For appearing as presencing is, in its origins, a Neoplatonic response to the charge, famously thrown at rhetoric, of mere appearance or semblance, bloßer Erscheinung. By contrast, as the dialectical partner of withdrawal in Heidegger's fundamental ontology, appearing is, with an echo of Christian incarnation doctrine, manifestation, 2001, 30. Gadamer explicitly connects this Heideggerian doctrine of self-presentation to rhetoric. This concept of evidentness belongs to the tradition of rhetoric. The echoes, the verisimilar, the probable, wahrscheinlich true shining, the evident, belong in a series of things that defend their rightness against the truth and certainty of what is proved and known. 1993, 485. The privileged position of this strong. 403. Hermeneutics and rhetoric. 403. Link to rhetoric in the very last and culminating pages of Truth and Method in an inspired peroration that fuses the recuperation of eloquent speech in the Phaedrus with the Platonic metaphysics of the beautiful, Augustine's theory of the inner word, and Hegel's rising to the universal, all of which Gadamer then links back to the rhetorical doctrine of sensus communis that began his magnum opus, is a clear indication of not only the centrality of rhetoric for the program of philosophical hermeneutics, but its profound depth of meaning for Gadamer. 5. Although strongly associated with the canon of style in rhetoric, echoes has a long cultural history in ancient Greek with strong metaphysical resonances in Plato, which is why Gadamer often refers to the concept in its Greek form. The term echoes is historically and culturally rooted in a nexus of connotations around the judgment of, a, what is fitting, b. what seems to be, and c. what is most likely, what Aristotle refers to as that which is for the most part. 6. This extraordinary range of meaning that includes, respectively, an ethical criterion of appropriateness, the weak side of a dualist metaphysics, and a standard of practical judgment, equips the word to range over the treacherous terrain on which philosophy and rhetoric fight for dominance all through the classical period. In Roman rhetoric, verisimile comes to be associated with the stylistic virtue of likeness to truth, but because, for Cicero and Quintilian, there is no gap between truth and eloquence, the metaphysical range embedded in eikos is not lost. The tension between these various connotations of eikos at one end, probability and seeming rather than certainty and truth, and at the other end, what is most seemly and appropriate, faithfully express classical rhetoric's contribution to the hermeneutic problematic. You can see why Gadamer often reaches for the term as a humanist weapon against his methodological nemesis. Rhetoric from oldest tradition has been the only advocate of a claim to truth that defends the probable, the eikos, verisimile, and that which is convincing to the ordinary reason, against the claim of science to accept as true only what can be demonstrated and tested. 1976, 24. 7. In a Heideggerian spirit he rejects utterly the view of eikos as mere appearance, in concert with the perennial charge against rhetoric as superficial ornamentation, the fact that everything we see stands there before us and addresses us directly as it if showed us ourselves. 1998a 1986, 11. When the word stands, it reverberates with all that cannot be said, what Plato calls the weakness of the logoi, but yet invokes and evokes its unsaid. 1993, 485. 8. This capacity of the standing word as resonance chamber works to bring together rather than separate those who come in range of its sound. The more what is desirable is displayed for all in a way that is convincing to all, the more those involved discover themselves in this common reality. 1981, 77. Sprach is a limitless medium that carries everything within it, not only the culture that has been handed down to us through language, but absolutely everything, because everything, in the world and out of it, is included in the realm of understandings and understandability in which we move. 1997, 319, 2006, 62, 67. The convincing power of the word is inherent in the illumination cast by the rhetorical expression itself, and rhetoric becomes indissoluble from knowledge of the true. 1981, 122. To be sure, Gadamer's insistence that rhetoric governs the living word as something which stands before us acts in counter-distinction to the hermeneutic identification of the text's alienation. But and here is the productive side of the tension: the interplay of this rhetorical hermeneutic presence-absence dialectic cuts across the rhetorical assertion as a formal indication, formale Ansicht, Richtungsen, and the hermeneutic challenge to reconcile the standing word with its new contexts. The full richness of the hermeneutic problematic is contained in and circulates around the coming to presence and withdrawing structure of the word that stands there, de. The various contributions of rhetoric to hermeneutics, as we will see, are an elaboration of this structural challenge: the twin character of finitude in deficiency and possibility, the practical sense that turns constraint into a resource of invention. 404. John Arthos. 404. To summarize, verisimile is, in a first approximation, the capacity for the word to reveal what seems true for the most part, and, in a second, the skill of tapping into an incipient sense of the whole that linear rationalism cannot achieve. This Janus-faced identity plays through the entire rhetorical hermeneutic tradition from the Sophists on, because a humanistic rhetoric wants to treat finitude and situational constraints not merely as limits but as the productive resources of invention. Gadamer thinks about finitude in just this way. In fact, in an extraordinary aside, he wonders aloud at a certain point in truth and method whether beauty can be experienced by an infinite mind. 1993, 486. Controversia. It is on account of the weakness of language, Plato wrote in the seventh letter, that we cannot name certain things the beautiful, the just, the good. Moreover, the philosopher falls well short of being able to show what each thing is like, not less than what each thing is. 1997–1966. Plato took special pains to puncture the pretensions of sophists who professed such infinite skills. In his advice to Dion's followers, Plato adds that ideals such as justice and beauty are particularly resistant to the kind of language that is set down in writing, which he refers to as language that is unchangeable. 1997, 1660. Plato was a partisan of dialogue and conversation because that is a form of language that remains open to revision, correction, and development, that is, dialogue, debate, diaeresis, the method of question and answer. At the beginning of the Gorgias, Socrates asks innocuously if Gorgias, instead of reciting a speech from heart, would also be willing to converse dialogestai with those present. Plato 1925, 260. The dialogue that unfolds is riven with disagreement, and, like most Platonic dialogues, unresolved. That is Plato's version of the dyswalogoi, and the one Gadamer subscribes to. The Greek phrase dyswalogoi is, literally, the jangling of words in the clash of opinion. The crude caricature of the dyswalogoi that Plato attributed to the sophists displaying opposite sides of any argument to exhibit the orator's technical skill may or may not have been a fair hit. But once the sophistic practice passed through the alembic of culture to Roman rhetoric, it turned into a variant of Socrates' ideal. Cicero gives it the Latin name controversia, Conley 1994, 37, 46. Its pedagogical purpose was to broaden the student's understanding by breaking parochial habits of mind. Mendelssohn 2011. Gadamer speaks approvingly of Quintilian's famous phrase, thinking in contradictions, in utramque partem disputere, the skill of developing the consequences of opposed assumptions. 1983, 93. The combined Greek and Latin heritage amounts to this: knowledge always means, precisely, considering opposites. Gadamer 1993, 365. The consideration of opposites means to be open-minded, the great imperative of hermeneutic understanding. In this way of thinking, what Quintilian called the multiplex ratio disputandi is a positive principle of democratic reasoning, a view that runs straight up through modern traditional liberal arts education in the pedagogical theory of school debate. Conley 1994, 37. What Gadamer calls the positive ambiguity of the rhetorical ideal is the embrace of the legitimacy of a contingent and indeterminate sense of direction as opposed to the dream of a fixed certainty that removes all doubt. 1993, 20. He acknowledges that the weakness of the logoi refers to the fact that language can never grasp the thing itself with complete certainty, but looks beyond the negative aspect of this indeterminacy. 1983, 104. The ambiguity of language prompts humans to linger in conversation as it is modeled in the Platonic dialogues. There that multiplicity was not of a burdensome ambiguity to be eliminated but an entirety of interrelated aspects of meaning which articulate a field of knowing. The multiple valences of meaning which separate us from one another in speaking about things contain a productive ambiguity. 405. Hermeneutics and Rhetoric. 405. 1983, 111. This social lingering which passes back and forth from one to the other of the conversation partners becomes, in hermeneutic hands, truth as a messy, contingent, and emergent process. 1983, 111. That is why understanding is not merely a reproductive but always a productive activity as well. 1993, 296. What rhetoric understands as a social process within a localized discourse community, hermeneutics plays out over the larger expanse of time and culture. We are a conversation. The open-ended character of controversia is relevant to the ongoing debate about Gadamer's inclination toward the ideal of consensus. Gadamer certainly was, by culture and disposition, strongly oriented toward this ideal. His civic orientation was fundamentally Isocratian in character. But pressing against this inclination was his principled insistence on the ineradicable openness of the question. The understanding that is required of us in the question structure of conversation, is to open up possibilities and keep them open. 1993, 303, 299. Understanding of another viewpoint can be reached without our necessarily having to agree with the other person. 1993, 303. The sophistic inheritance affirms that the world of discourse consists not of a singular, real logos awaiting to be discovered and distinguished from its apparent counterpart, but of dyswalogoi human linguistic creations in unceasing contest with one another. Polakos 1995, 188. Rhetoric as it has evolved in American rhetoric studies favors openness rather than consensus, because civic pluralism is predicated on maintaining a body politic with heterogeneous values and beliefs. Contemporary rhetoric assumes what it calls the barnyard scramble of democratic controversy, the rude interruptions of civic discourse, even the health of tumultuous civic spaces. Farrell 1991. Kenneth Burke famously writes of the wrangle of the marketplace, the flurries and flare-ups of the human barnyard, the give and take, the wavering line of pressure and counter-pressure, the logomachy, the onus of ownership, the war of nerves, the war. Burke 1974, 23. Rhetoric cultivates the side of Gadamer's historical consciousness that works, in his words, by keeping itself open. 1993, 361-62. Imitatio. Rhetoric bequeathed to hermeneutics two richly consequential tools for combating the weakness of the logoi, the first of which took advantage of the reciprocating interaction of tradition and innovation in an ongoing dialectic of convention and invention. Rhetoric in its Roman incarnation perfected a pedagogical technique known as imitatio, a concept with close connections to poetic mimesis and philosophical representation. The Roman cultural elite and Renaissance humanists both had to deal with the long shadow of Greek culture, whose intimidating excellence as exemplar and inspiration hindered the achievement of cultural originality. Seneca, to invoke a famous response to this predicament, developed a sophisticated theory of imitatio that would combat the temptation of simply copying Greek exemplars. The digestive analogy he uses here is an attempt to say how imitatio can hold on to yet transform the original source of inspiration. The food we have eaten, as long as it retains its original quality and floats in our stomachs as an undiluted mass, is a burden, but it passes into tissue and blood only when it has been changed from its original form. So it is with the food which nourishes our higher nature. We should see to it that whatever we have absorbed should not be allowed to remain unchanged, or it will be no part of us. We must digest it, otherwise it will merely enter the memory and not the reasoning power. Let us loyally welcome such foods and make them our own, so that something that is one may be formed. 406. John Arthos. 406. Out of many elements, just as one number is formed of several elements whenever, by our reckoning, lesser sums, each different from the others, are brought together. This is what our mind should do, it should hide away all the materials by which it has been aided, and bring to light only what it has made of them. Even if there shall appear in you a likeness to him who, by reason of your admiration, has left a deep impress upon you, I would have you resemble him as a child resembles his father, and not as a picture resembles its original, for a picture is a lifeless thing. Seneca 1917-25, Letter 84, Paragraphs 7-9. Gadamer acknowledges this sophisticated theory of imitatio as the forerunner to the hermeneutic principle of adaptation. As is frequently the case, this acknowledgement is parenthetical, so scholars have had to work out his meaning. The rhetorician Michael Leff developed Gadamer's clue about imitatio as a kind of proto-hermeneutics that entails a realignment of the relation between interpretation and production. Leff 1997, 199. The emphasis of classical rhetorical paideia, of course, was principally on the production of speech and writing, but production and interpretation, now as then, cannot be isolated from each other. 10. In the standard pedagogical exercise, the Roman schoolboy, a. memorized and recited, declamatio, a famous passage from the stock of great oratory, and then, b. this exemplum became the source material for an extemporaneous speech that fitted the model to a new situation, inventio. 11. Leff explains the theory behind this exercise. Eloquence demanded the capacity to make the appropriate response to concrete situations, and hence propriety, prepon or decorum, in rhetoric, like prudence in ethics, could not be reduced to theoretical rules. Rules were general, but rhetorical cases were particular and could not be resolved simply by theoretical knowledge. Consequently, the preceptive lore of rhetoric did not constitute a theory or method in the modern sense of these terms. Instead, the body of precepts served as an armamentarium of actual rhetorical production. 1997, 2012. We have here embodied in an instructional exercise what hermeneutics would later harvest theoretically, Daughtery 2009, 309. In many ways philosophical hermeneutics can be seen as the development of theoretical awareness for rhetorical praxis. Gadamer saw imitatio as a tool for escaping the categorialist trap, the philosopher's dream of subsuming the particular case under the general principle. Once again, he deploys the humanist rhetorical against its modern improvers. Scopus, Gr. Scopus, L. Another response to the constitutional weakness of the logoi was to confront its basis in the constitutional variability of human circumstances, circumstantia, Flacius 1968, 30, 52, understood in the broadest sense as the varying historical, cultural, and situated locations of finite being, a variability that led Aristotle to elaborate a theory of ethical judgment that could square the particular, tod ti, with the general, kathalu. 12. Ethical judgment finds the mean not by any standard formula but by a familiarity with the circumstances in detail and in full for each particular case. The genius of his metaphorizing of the ethical aim as a scopus, target, is that it harmonized particular and general in its figuration. There is a certain mark to aim at, on which the man who knows the principle involved fixes his gaze and increases or relaxes the tension. 407. Hermeneutics and rhetoric. 407. Accordingly, Aristotle 1926a, 325. The skilled archer, with his eyes on the target, scopus, takes his bearings from the ground on which he stands, the effect of gravity, the wind, the distance to the target, the strength of the bow, the weight of the arrow, etc. 13. The scopus is not just the narrow strategic goal of the deliberator. If it were only that, it would encourage tunnel vision. Scopus is the ability to adjust on shifting ground because one develops a sense for the ongoing collaboration. Gadamer 1997, 53-54. To this end, Gadamer explained scopus as a knowing from a distance that is involved in the recognition of the force of the norm, and of human custom. 1999a, 1089. The peculiar capacity to marry part, target, and whole, circumstance, in an act of judgment is what will later be called ingenium, the ability to see with this kind of stereoscopic vision. Scopus theory was appropriated by the Protestant humanist Philip Melanchthon, 1497–1560, to address the problem of cultural discontinuity that had become so acute for an expanded Bible-reading public. 14. In breaking with the patriarchal systems of scholastic authority, Protestants had to read ancient scriptural authority into their lives. Melanchthon, 1992, saw that guidance for understanding ancient texts made obscure by the distance of time and culture would turn on the comprehension of disparate perspectives in the light of their loci communes. Commonplaces could act as the springboard for understanding across difference, and prudential judgment provided the interpretive leeway to make this leap. Our mental powers and genius should be so trained that whatever subject of inquiry is brought up, we immediately run over all the places and consider from which one's appropriate material can be drawn. Melanchthon 1968, 140. This mediation of interpretive judgment through discursive norms was originally an innovation of the classical rhetorical tradition. Aristotle developed his theory of deliberative rhetoric on the obligation of the orator to construct a message that will find a common place between the disparate interests of the speaker and the audience. In the assembly the judges decide upon their own affairs, so that the only thing necessary is to prove the truth of the statement of one who recommends a measure, but in the law courts this is not sufficient. There it is useful to win over the hearers, for the decisions concerns other interest than those of the judges. 1926b, 9. Aristotle's rhetoric is a manual for finding the available means of persuasion at the point of convergence between the differing manners and customs, institutions, and interests of each. 1926b, 87. This search for available leverage among norms is the mirror side of the hermeneute's responsibility to reconcile different points of view in the moment of reception. Cicero and Quintilian borrowed and expanded Aristotle's appeal to pragmatic leeway, epikeia, for relating normative laws to new circumstances by keeping an eye on the scopus of the speaker. Unsettled by the contingencies of a moral decision, judgment takes into account the context in which a rule is to be applied. Gadamer reaffirms this taking of bearings as the mutual registration of a situational goal and the larger context in which that situation plays a part. Free choice takes its bearings by the order of preferences guiding one's life conduct. 1981, 91. In his version, Gadamer knits together Aristotle's definition of rhetoric, discovering the available means of persuasion, with Aristotle's definition of ethical judgment, finding the sweet spot of multiple interrelating variables, into one formula. Moral knowledge discerns what needs to be done, what a situation requires, and it discerns what is doable on the basis of a conviction that the concrete situation is related to what is considered right and proper in general. 1926a, 29. By blending Aristotle's 408. John Arthos 408. Praxis and Tacton. Gadamer is thinking like Cicero, for whom orator and judge are combined in one person. 15. In early Protestant humanism, the analogy to the archer's taking of bearings is transferred over to the theory of textual interpretation. Melanchthon analogized the variables of judgment in archery, ground, gravity, wind, distance, etc., to the circumstances of either the rhetorical, or the interpretive situation, because in either case his pedagogical charges must ask qui, quid, ubi, quibus auxilius, cur, quomodo, and quando as readers of an ancient text and preachers to a public audience. Melanchthon 1968, 132. 16. The Protestant theologian Matthias Flacius Illyricus, 1520–75, counseled that judgment operates both from the scope of the writing or text and from the entire context. 2011, 118. 17. From one end, the reader must take into account the speaker's or writer's intention, intentio, voluntas, as a key to the language of the message. From the other end, the preacher who is both reader and speaker must try to read together the circumstances in which the text was written with the matter at issue, status or stasis, and the hexis, ansuct, disposition, of the author. Melanchthon 1968, 318. In either case, the mutual adjustment of whole, the speaker's life and character, and part, the shifting particulars of the situation, point to the varying, epistemic, ontological, relations of what an object is and the point of view from which it is seen. Flacius 2011, 106–18. As Luther's school assistant, Melanchthon had the responsibility of training a young lay clerici who would both learn and teach this work of cultural application. To tackle that double duty, Melanchthon drew upon his humanist background, and learning this was his great importance for Gadamer to create a curriculum answering to these twin needs of interpretative exegesis and evangelical preaching. Thus, as Cathy Eden puts it, Melanchthon's widely used rhetorical handbook teaches one set of rules for both practices. 1987, 80. Rhetorical invention, in his subtle work of pedagogical appropriation, teaches the skills of reading well, ars bene legendi, by reverse engineering the skills of speaking well, ars bene dicendi. Thereupon the art comes into existence, which even though it directs the skilled speaker, nevertheless in the beginning is handed on, not in order to make an orator, but in order to help young people in their reading of the classical orations of outstanding speakers, and to make proper judgments in long controversial matters. Melanchthon 1968, 75–18. Giving rhetorical invention these overlapping tasks, grasping the intention of the author, mens autoris, and squaring it with the culture of the reader is thus both a competence in reconciling multiple perspectives, and a competence in application. The translation of scriptural meaning, Melanchthon says, is to determine what the text means in order that we may be able to see in our own affairs what will be most valuable in it, and in another place, to seriously consider what use we may derive from the speech qui nobis ex oratione utilitas expectanda sit, Melanchthon 1968, 96. This double focus is present in Melanchthon's and Flacius's connection of scopus to the loci communes as a scopus totius scripti. 19. That advises an extraordinary, and perhaps not fully conscious, anticipation of the doctrine of Siehepunct that will come to full fruition in Cladnius. Melanchthon's introduction of scopus theory to solve the pedagogical exigence he faced laid the groundwork for the hermeneutic turn. Under his instruction, the rhetorical competencies of reconciliation and application put into conversation the perspectives on both ends of a communication, the writer or speaker in the act of invention, and the reader or listener in the act of interpretation and application. 20. But this reconciliation of disparate perspectives was only implicit in his plain instruction in the arts of speaking and reading. A colleague of Melanchthon. 409. Hermeneutics and Rhetoric. 409. Flacius developed the space for this implicit hermeneutic principle by translating the orator's individual voluntas to the Christian community's spiritus. 21. Gadamer gets at this strangely democratic distribution of the production of social meaning in his description of sermonic rhetoric. Rhetoric means that there is not a fixed textual form that is brought to life, but a speaking voice that addresses itself to a community and that addresses itself to the common situation of each believer, to the preacher himself for his part as well as for the community. Both participate in faith as in doubt. Gadamer 1977, 388, my translation. It was with the 18th-century German theologian Johann Martin Cladnius that this twin-sided adaptation of contexts comes fully into its own as a hermeneutic principle. According to Cladnius, the interpreter must imagine the history he wants to interpret from both points of view, partly as it appears to whoever finds it unbelievable, partly as the writer imagined it. 1969, 201, 2000, 70. In addition to making this double operation explicit, Cladnius introduced a greater awareness of the fallibility of the interpreter. Just as the archer would overcome any shortage of skill with inspiration, so the interpreter must take into account her own biases in modulating the adjustment of figure and ground. Cladnius's marvelous analogy of the commander on the battlefield adjusting his plans as he receives new information from the front is a model of the hermeneutic need to adjust understanding to new insight. 2000, 55. Gadamer summarizes this adjustment as a concretization appropriate to the situation, one that always finds the agent in the midst of doing something and from there determines appropriate behavior. 1999a, 71. The phronimos is not wisdom personified, but a frail human being who enters into the sympathy of judgment, epikeia. By this way of thinking, judgment is itself caught up in the circle of understanding. This double-facing operation is a hermeneutic augmentation of the rhetorical instruction. Speech and writing must now include the development of a reflective awareness of the reader's own workings geskigt likes behoes est sane. If rhetoric is the art of discovering the available resources for establishing trust between conversation partners in any given situation, what is available to invention will be limited by the reader's vision, which is itself the effect of communities and traditions. Traditional rhetorical pedagogy gives at best a cursory attention to this element, so focused is instruction on the strategic goal of moving an audience. The hermeneutic sensitivity to standpoint transforms rhetorical practice into a fundamentally ethical act by cultivating the negotiation of perspective limits from the outset. In the best circumstance, the reader does not need to wait upon the correction of conversation partners who react to prejudices operating vis a tergo, behind the back of the reader's claim, because the reader is always already interrogating her own involvement in the sweeping tide of personal and social norms. And this more complex awareness is what we see first fully realized in Cladnius. The nexus of the shared paradigm status of rhetoric and hermeneutics runs through his crowning methodological claim that, faced with two unreconciled views of the same message, the skilled interpreter must consider it from both viewpoints. 2000, 69. The active responsibility of the interpretive mind is to discover how the same message can be meaningful from dissimilar circumstantia, each from its own specific place, particular people, and certain time. 2070. It is certainly true that Gadamer emphasized the living relationship to the life of the writer or speaker, that Schleiermacher, who preserved and passed on to Gadamer the profound reciprocity of rhetoric and hermeneutics, made central to his theory of understanding. Unlike Schleiermacher's belief that every utterance can only be recognized as a moment of the life of the language user in the determinedness of all the moments of their life, 1998, 9, the inscribed utterance for Gadamer becomes the crucible of meaning in which much of what is meaningful to the original audience and occasion falls away. But Gadamer does not make a 410. John Arthos. 410. Clean break from Schleiermacher, who was not, in any case, an originalist. The following formulation from Truth and Method captures the continuity and rupture most accurately: nothing is so purely the trace of the mind as writing, but nothing is so dependent on the understanding mind either. Gadamer 1993, 163. This chiasmic formula of the dialectical spirit of history, Gadamer's mediation of Hegel and Schleiermacher, retains the reciprocating structure of the old Protestant Kunstler. 22. This reciprocity is what the hermeneutic appropriation of rhetoric bequeaths to us. Accommodation. Gadamer's philosophical appropriation of rhetoric culminates in the guiding principle of adjustment, accommodation, a rhetorical concept that gathers up and coordinates the four previous principles. The rhetorical term adjustment, accommodation, is perhaps superior to what hermeneutics came to refer to as application, subtilitas application ando, since the former names more accurately the bidirectional movement of a message that is born out of an author's intention but remains subject to an audience's interpretation. 23. It is my thesis that it is with the principle accommodation that the interpenetration of rhetoric and hermeneutics is at its apogee, as the means by which understanding without consensus can work itself out in cultural and historical language communities. 24. I will explain where this principle comes from, and then show how it comes into hermeneutics. The principle of adjustment first finds expression in the sophistic teaching of the opportune moment, kairos. 25. Socrates regarded the educated as those who manage well the circumstances which they encounter day by day, and who possess a judgment which is accurate in meeting occasions as they arise. 1929, 391-93. As we have seen, Aristotle uses this same principle of kairotic adjustment for the prudential measure, prepon. Moral judgment must be applied at the right time, on the right occasion, towards the right people, for the right purpose and in the right manner. 1926a, 93. That Aristotle treated prepon as a virtue and kairos as a talent is an irritant that continues to unsettle this alliance. Accommodation modulates between judgment and eloquence in Cicero, hoc enim est proprium oratoris, quod cpiam dixi, oratio gravis, et ornate, et hominum sensibus ac mentibus accommodata. For this is the proper concern of the orator, as I have often said, a speech that is serious and graceful and conformed to the general modes of thought and judgment. 1942a, 40, translation modified. It serves as the measure of rhetorical appropriateness in quintillion. After acquiring the power of writing and thinking, our next task will be to ensure that appropriateness of speech. For since the ornaments of style are varied and manifold and suited for different purposes, they will, unless adapted to the matter and the persons concerned, accommodatus rebus et personis, even destroy its effect and produce a result quite the reverse of that which our matter should produce. For what profit is it that our words should be Latin, significant and graceful, unless all these qualities are in harmony with the views to which we seek to lead the judge and mold his opinions? 1922, 154-55. Melanchthon then combines the two functions, adapting the covering laws that legislators draw from their own context to new circumstances. If old laws conflict with reason, the circumstances under which they were enacted must be considered and properly adapted to the present-day cases. 1968, 156. Accommodation re-emerges as adjustment in contemporary. 411. Hermeneutics and rhetoric. 411. Rhetoric studies with Donald C. Bryant, who defines rhetoric as the function of adjusting ideas to people and people to ideas, 1953, 413. Ever since Aristotle, rhetoric has been embarrassed by the separation of ethical virtue, arit, and rhetorical competence, dynamis. Eugene Garver puts the Aristotelian division between the art, techn, of rhetoric and the character disposition, hexis, of ethics bluntly: there is no art of virtue, 1994, 23. 26. Although anticipated in Isocrates, it was Cicero's attempt to repair the breach that became institutionalized in the tradition, and Gadamer followed in this tradition. In a remonstrance against what he regarded as the Greek error, Cicero had asserted that wisdom and eloquence are two sides of the same coin. Every speech consists of matter and words, and the words cannot fall into place if you remove the matter, nor can the matter have clarity if you withdraw the words. 1942b, 17. The ability to find the right word is a kind of wisdom, prudentissimorum hominum artibius, Cicero 1942a, 6. Thus, in the translation from Greek to Latin, techn becomes ars, and dynamis becomes ingenium. We thus end up with the classical and humanist interconnection of sapientia, eloquentia, and prudentia that carries through Renaissance humanism into the Studia Humaniora, Very 1997, 139. In his late conversation with his student Riccardo Dottori, Gadamer had begun to address the modern failure to accept Cicero's repair to the separation of ethics and rhetoric, that is, between the virtue of judgment on the one hand, and the art of invention on the other, and that is where he left things. Thus accommodatio, the mutual attunement of the key, quid, ubi, quibus, cur, quomodo, and quando to get to the best possible disposition for any given situation, becomes the shared heritage of rhetoric and hermeneutics. In a grand onto epistemic move, Gadamer extracts the paradigmatic potential of this sensibility for a humanist alternative to our reigning knowledge paradigms. The knowledge of the good, he says, does not mean a universal knowledge of the good, rather it means a knowledge of that to which one has to persuade people here and now and how one is to go about doing this and in respect to whom one is to do it. Real knowledge has to recognize the kairos. This means knowing when and how one is required to speak. 1981, 121. The capacity to come up with the right word at the right time requires a sensitivity to the uniqueness of each situation, but also to our constitutional situation's Gebundenheit, the thousand natural ties that bind us to a situation. The arguments brought forward are always appropriate to the specific receptivity of the souls to which they are directed, which Gadamer explicitly identifies as the mutual accommodation and passung of speech and soul, 1976, 2122, 1999b, 235. The key to the prodigious power of accommodatio for Gadamer is its double-facing operation. As a form of judgment, anticipated already in Scopus doctrine, accommodatio takes its bearings from the entire life of the person by shuttling back and forth between what the compounded record of the past establishes and the obscurity of future consequence warns against. This complex grasping together, Gadamer 1993, 317, has its inverse relation in the rhetorical process of invention, which breaks down the same variables in order to modulate their interacting relationships, unfolding the number of reciprocating variables: speaker, speech, occasion, audience, issue, purpose, in order to regulate them. If the receptive responsibility of hermeneutic understanding is to judge an action already taken, rhetoric argues for what action to take. From whatever side you enter into the exchange, you are caught up in what we now are well trained to see as the hermeneutic circle. A particular speech or text is informed by the context from which it emerges, and that context changes to reflect contributions of each new communication event. The humble practicality of the prudential doctrine developed in law, theology, and literature now becomes a philosophical paradigm to explain not only understanding but being in the world. The profound philosophical consequence of this alternative to the inelastic principle of subsumption was well understood in antiquity. Melanchthon quotes a proverbial maxim: circumstances clarify rules, circumstantia illuminant dicta. 27. This counterintuitive. 412. John Arthos. 412. Exchange in opposite directions is the heart and soul of the hermeneutic paradigm of judgment. The dependency of norms and judgments works in both directions, because a sensus communis is both what a community has come to rest on, and the malleable target of its ongoing correction. Gadamer acknowledged that the skill of attunement requires a particular finesse of mind. 1993, 37. 28. Proheresis, the judgment of what best fits, must consider the plurality of agents, and that means a whole intricate system of action and reaction, of acting and suffering. Gadamer 1992, 217. Understanding, in his philosophical transmutation of the practical art, determines how meaning can adapt its origins in the past to its utility for the future, its relevance to more than one set of cultural coordinates, and the responsibilities it bears to each. The task of integrating a meaning into the whole of one's own orientation to a world. 1976, 101. Accommodation operates, by definition, as a principle of insufficiency, that is, of human finitude, and this has metaphysical implications. There is no adequatio ad rem, only an ongoing adjustment of the ideal to the possible. Adaptation is neither a subsequent nor merely an occasional part of the phenomenon of understanding, but codetermines it as a whole from the beginning. 1993, 324. The dream of the rationalist imagination, pure logic, the cogito, unified theory, the perfect algorithm, etc., is replaced by the tension that exists between the identity of the common object and the changing situation in which it must be understood. 1993, 309. If we understand speech as the fragile social instrument of our being in the world, and soul as the unattainable aspiration of our better nature, then knowledge or judgment is not detached from a being that is becoming, but determined by it and determinative of it. 1993, 312. A rhetorical comportment thus acts as the limit condition of philosophy. So here we can see why rhetoric as the mutual accommodation of speech and soul has a deeper philosophical justification for Gadamer. 1976, 21. If the past cannot escape application to new historical contexts in order to be understood, then an enduring truth must be understood at every moment, in every concrete situation, in a new and different way. Gadamer 1993, 309. Hermeneutic understanding is therefore regarded as an event, which is to say, the occasion of the truth as something always being born. Making the correct decision in an unfamiliar situation requires taking one's bearings from the whole, which includes the end towards which our life as a whole tends. Gadamer 1993, 318. And this matching of the end to the beginning requires the reflective self-awareness that a hermeneutic sensibility teaches. Hermeneutics achieves its actual productivity only when it musters sufficient self-reflection to reflect its own limitations and the reflectivity of its own position. Gadamer 1976, 93. This double movement has an extraordinary consequence, one that Gadamer will make central to his philosophical hermeneutics that is not fully anticipated in the rhetorical tradition. The meaning of the communication that bears the mark of inventional moments is augmented, expressed in the rhetorical figure of auxesis or accumulatio. Every appropriation Einung of tradition is historically different, which does not mean that each one represents only an imperfect understanding of it. Rather, each is the experience of an aspect ansect of the thing itself. Gadamer 1993, 473, 1990, 476-77. As a result, the general concept meant by the word is enriched by any given perception of a thing. Gadamer 1993, 429. It is not rhetoric but hermeneutics that recognizes the significance of this growing transaction. The last third of Truth and Method is Gadamer's elaboration of the incipient implication of the process of accumulatio Erasmus's copia, Melanchthon's auxesis, and Vico's inalzi in grandisxa, which becomes in Heidegger and Gadamer an increase of being, Zawaks and Sane, Sane Zawaks. A stylistic device becomes an ontological attribute. To be sure, the principle of adjustment inherent in rhetoric from the beginning already carries the Heideggerian insight that the word presents only what can be said, marking as much the enormity of what slips away as what is evident. there is always much that remains unsaid. 413. Hermeneutics and Rhetoric. 413. When one says something, Gadamer 2007, 417, and that is what Grondin was referring to as the gene sais qua of the verbum interius. The weakness of the logoi that Plato had identified in the seventh letter is this tragic tension or presencing and withdrawal, embedded in human frailty, in the finitude of horizons, in the partiality of the immediate expression. The key to the reciprocity of rhetoric and hermeneutics is that rhetoric is what places the word before us, in its immediacy and its all too human presence, and hermeneutics must then unlock all that is not immediately said in it. But we can see the mechanics of that dialectic in human terms if we observe the working of accommodatio. Conclusion. The conclusion I draw from my summation is that by placing the subtle idas application andi at the summit of hermeneutic understanding, Gadamer has affirmed Cicero's repair to the Aristotelian breach between rhetoric and ethics. A minor academic scandal erupted when Laszlo Kispeli took Gadamer to the woodshed for spuriously misattributing this third subtle idas to the 18th century pietist J. J. Rambake, Kispeli 1998. Grondin and others established that Gadamer's subtle idas application andi was indeed a textual interpolation, but that it came close in spirit to what Rambake had in fact called sapienter applicandum, Grondin 2003, 166-67, FER 1999, 2024. This textual error points not to Gadamer's occasional carelessness, but to the significance he attached to the counter-Enlightenment innovation, which he recasts in truth and method into a third moment of hermeneutic synthesis. This so-called subtle idas, which, as a term of art, is more prudential skill than philosophical insight, rejoins in effect human art, dynamis, techn, with practical wisdom, erit, Francis. I am suggesting that Gadamer's anachronistic subtle idas application andi is what Cicero and Quintilian called accommodatio, the process whereby life and thought are conformed, accommodata, in the speech act itself, Cicero 1942a, 40. Gadamer's interpolation is evidence of the continued influence of the classical rhetorical orientation, which he championed so enthusiastically even as it fell to the side and withdrew from modernity. Gadamer was clear that much of what hermeneutics harvested from rhetoric was, in rhetoric itself, an unconscious possession. The shift from rhetoric to hermeneutics was an insensible process in the early modern period with Erasmus, Melanchthon, and Flacius that emerged as a late developing bloom. 29. But in finding a genetic tie between accommodatio and the subtle idas application andi, Gadamer was advancing this process to the next stage. What this means is that, even though Gadamer left the task of finding rhetoric's deeper meaning unfinished, he added something of inestimable value to the project. The androgynous character of the rhetoric hermeneutic collaboration reaches critical consciousness in Schleiermacher and Dilthey, but it is Gadamer who features the reflective moment in that operation, first as an interruption, but then in the growing sum of that correction to our patterned expectations, auxesis. By fleshing out the hermeneutic appropriation and enrichment of rhetoric's many affordances, Gadamer grafts accommodatio onto the revolutionary implications of German historicism. Thus accommodatio, not eikos, is the ultimate term for rhetoric's deeper meaning in Gadamer. Accommodatio captures and comprehends the full complexity of the transformation effected in the hermeneutic appropriation of the rhetorical legacy. In its hermeneutic reception, accommodatio names the operation that takes place either side of textual transmission, the paradigmatic process by which rhetoric's competency for fitting judgment to the audience and occasion is translated to the historical unfolding of our being in the world, the double process whereby the rough ground of judgment finds itself in the circle of meaning of what comes before and after. 414. 31. Gadamer's contribution to political theory. Darren Walhoff. The scholarly activities that fall under the heading political theory are many and diverse and include, to name a few, studies of canonical texts, histories of political concepts, phenomenologies of political practices, analyses of political discourses, and ideal theorizing about justice, freedom, democracy, and equality. Despite differences, these are all fundamentally interpretive enterprises and, thus, intimately related to issues at the core of Hans Georg Gadamer's philosophical hermeneutics. Gadamer's writings, however, are not necessarily required reading in political theory PhD programs, nor widely studied by political theorists. Selections from Truth and Method or from the Gadamer-Habermas debate may sometimes find their way onto reading lists for graduate seminars or comprehensive exams in political theory, and one can sometimes find a Gadamer-related paper or two at political theory conferences. But his work has not spawned a research program in political theory in the way that other 20th-century thinkers like Hannah Arendt, Michel Foucault, J. Eugen Habermas, or John Rawls have. There are many reasons for this, among them that Gadamer's most important work, Truth and Method, does not on its face address overtly political questions, and that his exchanges with both Habermas and Derrida left many political theorists with the impression that hermeneutics could not be a source of critique and inevitably supported the status quo. As I have argued elsewhere, Walhoff 2017, I think these assessments are mistaken, and I instead see Gadamer's works as offering fruitful, critical insight on significant political questions of our time. Nonetheless, his contributions to political theory remain somewhat indirect and difficult to see. Sometimes they underlie, explicitly or implicitly, other significant contributions to the subdiscipline. At other times his work serves as an alternative voice to one of the dominant research programs, offering a reminder of the more that escapes their theoretical accounts of political practices. In this, Gadamer's contributions parallel his notion of understanding itself, as a phenomenological account of what happens when understanding occurs. His writings about understanding attempt to bring something to light that we participate in largely unawares. Similarly, to the extent that political theory as an interpretive enterprise has been shaped by Gadamer's insights, it is often in ways unacknowledged and unseen. This chapter brings Gadamer's contributions to political theory to focal awareness, arguing that they are most evident in three areas. The first is in debates about methods of inquiry and 419. Gadamer's contribution to political theory. 419. Methods of textual interpretation, both of which arose in the context of the behavioral revolution in political science in the mid-20th century. The second area, comparative political theory, emerges later and partly as a response to these debates, when a subset of political theorists, led by Fred Dallmayr, draw on Gadamer's account of understanding to move beyond the Western canon and engage with texts from other traditions. Third and finally, Gadamer's work has become increasingly important for theorizing contemporary democratic practices, as demonstrated by Georgia Warnke's writings on deliberation, interpretation, and social issues, Linda Martin Alcoff's hermeneutical approach to identity in democratic conflicts, and my own efforts to employ Gadamer's hermeneutics to shed light on deliberation, religiopolitics, and practices of solidarity. Hermeneutics and the Behavioral Revolution in Political Science. Methods of political inquiry. The professionalization of political science in the early 20th century and the post-war ascendance of empirical methods focusing on political behavior rather than on law and institutions produced something of a crisis among those engaging in the types of research that now fall under the heading of political theory. Historical and philosophical approaches to the study of politics were increasingly cast as unscientific, and ideal theorizing and studies of canonical texts were redescribed as normative in order to distinguish them from empirical research. This normative label worked to diminish political theory scholarship in the eyes of professional associations, editorial boards, funding agencies, and new generations of graduate students. Fall 1993. Political theorists found themselves having to adapt their investigations to the new disciplinary landscape while simultaneously defending the purpose, practices, and, indeed, very existence of political theory as part of the discipline of political science. This defense both drew on and helped generate a rich vein of scholarly reflection on the theory and practices of political inquiry. Peter Winch's reformulation of Max Weber's account of understanding and explanation in the social sciences was fundamental to this effort. 1958. Weber sought a value-free social science, in the sense of ensuring that researchers did not impose their own meanings on the social actors they were observing. In Weber's view, focusing solely on the behavior of social actors would almost certainly result in such imposed meanings, and so he argued that researchers instead must seek to understand the subjective meanings held by those under study in order to account more accurately for their behaviors, practices, and institutions. Davison and Hoffman 2020, 59. For Weber, understanding these subjective meanings was the ineradicable interpretive dimension of social scientific inquiry and a prerequisite to explanation by means of empirical social scientific methods. Proceeding this way, researchers would be able to construct social scientific explanations of human behavior that are value-free. Gimbel 2016, 77-78. Winch finds the role Weber assigns to interpretation in the social sciences far too limited, primarily because Weber fails to account adequately for the connection between language and social action. Drawing on Wittgenstein, Winch explains that social relations really exist only in and through the ideas which are current in society. Winch 1958, 133. In his view, researchers must thus examine and understand the constellation of ideas and concepts available to social actors in order to understand their practices. Coming to an understanding of this constellation and, thereby, of the relationship between language and social action in a particular context is not merely a prerequisite to social scientific explanation, rather it is itself the means of understanding social action. Statistical analyses, Winch argues, are not the decisive. 420. Darren Walhoff. 420. An ultimate court of appeal for the validity of sociological interpretations in the way Weber suggests. Instead, if an interpretation of social action is inadequate, what is then needed is a better interpretation, not something different in kind. Winch 1958, 113. By ignoring this interpretive dimension, behavioral approaches to political inquiry will fail to understand, much less explain, social action, particularly in cases of Western social scientists studying non-Western societies. In his 1970 article, Interpretation and the Sciences of Man, Charles Taylor further develops this critique of behaviorism and defense of the interpretive character of the human sciences. Taylor builds his case in part on insights from Truth and Method, thereby introducing Gadamer to many Anglo-American political theorists, given that this text was not translated into English until 1975. Taylor casts empiricism in the social sciences as an attempt to get beyond subjectivity by offering explanations capable of non-arbitrary verification. This epistemological stance, Taylor argues, also includes the ontological assumption that social reality is susceptible to such scientific explanation. Taylor rejects both this epistemological stance and its ontological assumption, calling them sterile and claiming that adhering to them will prevent us from understanding the most important dimensions of human life. 1985a, 21. Taylor contends instead that any theoretical account of social action depends on a coherence between a description of the actions of the agents and the meaning of these actions in a way that makes sense of them. This making sense is necessarily an interpretive enterprise, Taylor argues, in that the only way to justify the explanation offered by the researcher is through reference to other interpretations. As Taylor puts it, a good explanation is one which makes sense of the behavior, but then to appreciate a good explanation, one has to agree on what makes good sense. What makes good sense is a function of one's readings, and these in turn are based on the kind of sense one understands. Taylor 1985a, 24. In other words, we are inescapably in a hermeneutical circle. In taking up political science research later in the article, Taylor restates these claims in Gadamerian terms. Given that language is constitutive of social reality, any distinction between social reality and the language of description is artificial. Taylor 1985a, 36. The meanings and norms implicit in the practices of the actors under study are not merely in the minds or beliefs of the actors. Instead, these intersubjective meanings form the constitutive backdrop through which and by means of which the social practices exist as practices. These intersubjective meanings are thus not separable from the practices, and treating the latter as mere behavior observable by a neutral researcher will inevitably miss this dimension and misread what is happening. As a result, attempting to explain political phenomena in ways that meet the scientific requirements of the behaviorists is a doomed enterprise. Political science is an inherently interpretive endeavor. In a 1981 lecture, Understanding and Ethnocentricity, Taylor further develops his argument by addressing a common error about interpretative social science that had by that point, rightly or wrongly, become attributed to Winch, that understanding social actors requires adopting their point of view through an act of empathy on the part of the researcher, 1985b, 117. The result of this error is researchers limiting themselves to the self-descriptions of the actors themselves, an equal and opposite mistake, in Taylor's view, to behaviorist researchers ignoring these self-descriptions altogether. Seeking to avoid both of these errors, he argues that understanding social actors requires neither our language of understanding nor theirs, but a language of perspicuous contrast. This is language that permits us to formulate their practices and ours as alternative possibilities in relation to some human constants at work in both. 1985b, 125. Finding this language of contrast might reveal shortcomings in their language of understanding or in ours, or most likely in both. In so doing, Taylor argues, we may end up altering our self-understandings and even our forms of life. 421. Gadamer's contribution to political theory. 421. Anyone familiar with Gadamer's work will notice the deep resonances between Taylor's language of perspicuous contrast and Gadamer's fusion of horizons. Gadamer sees interpretation not as a particular methodology but as part and parcel of all human understanding. To understand, he argues, is to interpret. Our prejudgments, concepts, and paradigms are not obstacles to understanding, needing to be set aside or overcome. Instead, they are the basis of this understanding. When giving an account of political or social action, the constitutive meanings of the subjects are expressed within the interpreter's languages of explanation through dialogue. The language of explanation is a newly achieved understanding, necessarily altered by conversation and producing new insights, something Gadamer tries to capture with his metaphor of horizons fusing. As Davison and Hoffman put it, the essential aim is to understand differently, to be able to lucidly state differences between the meanings with which the interpreter endows the world and the meanings with which the participants in practices endow the world. 2020, 1013. In a short sentence in the 1981 lecture, Taylor notes his indebtedness to Gadamer and the similarity of their approaches. 1985b, 126. Both the resonances between the two and Taylor's passing reference to the fusion of horizons, with no further elaboration, point to the influence by this point of Gadamer's hermeneutics in debates over methods of political inquiry. His philosophical hermeneutics proved to be a major resource in the task of forging a new identity and task for political theory, theorizing the methodological underpinnings of the work done by their empirically oriented political science colleagues. Andrew Davison's study of Turkish secularism offers both a theoretical defense of a Gadamerian interpretive approach to political science and a compelling demonstration of its fruitfulness in practice. 1998. Davison analyzes political scientists' accounts of 20th-century Turkey, showing how their application of a standard social scientific framework of secularization as separation and disestablishment misrepresents the complexity of Turkish religiopolitics. For Davison, the secularization framework rests on a set of unacknowledged prejudices, in Gadamer's sense, that give shape to a misleading account. 1998, 142. Rather than stopping with mere critique, however, Davison offers an alternative account of the same phenomena in which he attends explicitly to the self-descriptions of the subjects under study. In this way, Davison enacts a fusion of horizons in coming to an understanding of Turkish politics as an instance of laicism rather than secularism. 1998, 153-54. Despite such fruitful demonstrations, Gadamer's hermeneutical insights remain generally ignored by empirically oriented political scientists, as Michael Gibbons points out, 2006. When empiricist political scientists do recognize an interpretive dimension to their work, they usually articulate this in terms of an empathetic approach rather than a Gadamerian one. In other words, the tendency is to view interpretation in political science as ancillary to empirical research and as a problem to overcome, rather than as a mode of explaining political phenomena per se. The dominant, empirically oriented parts of the discipline also remain substantially rooted in individualism, in which politics must ultimately be explained in terms of the behavior of individuals. Gibbons 2006, 566. This ensures that a hermeneutical approach remains sidelined, despite Gadamer's influence in the methodological debates over the nature of political inquiry. Methods of textual interpretation. Gadamer's work was also important in a related, simultaneous debate among political theorists over how to interpret canonical texts. Quinton Skinner set the terms of this debate with his 1969 essay, Meaning and Understanding in the History of Ideas, in which he spelled out and defended the approach underlying the work of what was later called the Cambridge School. In 422. Darren Walhoff. 422. The essay, Skinner situates his method of textual interpretation against two rival methods. The first, the contextualist approach, sees the meaning of a text as primarily the product of larger social, political, and economic forces. The key to interpreting texts is to analyze the larger forces of which it is an expression. The second rival, the textualist approach, treats the text as containing timeless ideas that transcend their context. Getting access to these ideas thus depends not on understanding the context of the text but on understanding the logic of the text itself. The text is treated as autonomous, containing the key to its own meaning. Skinner 1988, 29. Against these methods, Skinner argues that interpreting canonical texts requires the interpreter to discover what the texts in question were intended to mean, and how this meaning was intended to be taken. 1988, 64. In other words, the researcher must discern what the author of a text, in writing at the time he did write for the audience he intended to address, could in practice have been intending to communicate by the utterance of this given utterance. 1988, 64. Skinner argues that recovering these intentions demands, among other things, a broad and deep understanding of the range of possible performative utterances available to the author. This in turn requires that scholars accurately reconstruct the linguistic and ideological context of the text under study, using tracts, speeches, pamphlets, letters, non-classic texts, and other documentary artifacts of the period. Only by reconstructing this context can a scholar inhabit, as it were, the historical context of the text itself and be able to comprehend what the author intended to say and intended to do in saying it. Skinner concedes that this task of reconstruction is a tall order for scholars, requiring a level of historical awareness and sheer erudition that few of us can aspire to reach. And he grants that this reconstruction inevitably depends on drawing inferences from available evidence, even if this is not necessarily the type or amount of documentary evidence we would want. 1988, 281. Yet such awareness and erudition are, in principle, possible for Skinner and will be the key to the meaning of the text. Uncovering this meaning will also, in the end, show us that our questions are not those of the text's author. Even if on a prima facie reading a text may appear to help us answer current questions, interpretations properly employing Skinner's methods will in the end show it to be irrelevant to our problems. As Skinner provocatively puts it, we must learn to do our own thinking for ourselves. 1988, 66. Skinner set off a contentious debate among political theorists that lasted throughout the 1970s and 1980s. Much of this debate was shaped, directly or indirectly, by hermeneutics, especially Gadamer's theory of understanding as a fusion of horizons. Joseph Femia defended a contextualist approach and the necessary continuity between past and present on which it rests. In so doing, Femia argues that the approach of Skinner and the Cambridge School is close to the historicist approach of Wilhelm Dilthey, Femia 1981, 117. One of Gadamer's main interlocutors in Truth and Method, Dilthey makes a case that even though scholars are historically situated, they can achieve accurate historical interpretations by understanding the objective mind, objektiver Geist, of a prior era. Inhabiting this mind, which resides in social and cultural products, allows researchers to gain a scientific, non-relativistic understanding of the past, despite their historical situatedness. Bambach 1995, 153-61. Femia suggests that in his focus on what the author intended to communicate to readers, Skinner, like Dilthey, treats the history of political thought as a series of disconnected intellectual events that can be made objects for interpreters through linguistic and ideological reconstruction. But, Femia contends, doing so means that historical inquiry itself becomes impossible, because the continuity that serves as ground for understanding the past has been removed. Femia 1981, 127. Others in the debate drew directly on Gadamer to suggest that Skinner had outlined a misguided and impossible goal of objectivity in historical reconstruction. John Gunnell argues that Skinner fails to grapple sufficiently with Gadamer's insights regarding the constitutive. 423. Gadamer's contribution to political theory. 423. Nature of language and the necessary role of tradition in understanding insights that would have, in Gunnell's view, rescued Skinner from fundamental errors in his account of interpretation. Foremost among these errors, for Gunnell, is Skinner treating authorial intentions as psychic states or mental phenomena subsequently expressed in language. Another is Skinner's presumption that epistemology is the foundation of inquiry and that the problem of interpretation is primarily one of following the correct methodology. Both of these errors are at odds with Gadamer's account of the linguistic nature of being, Gunnell 1982, 3-1920. In any case, Gunnell contends, Skinner equates a proper interpretation of a text with detailed descriptions of a historical context, which on Gadamerian terms is merely one aspect of the hermeneutical circle, Gunnell 1982, 322. Similarly, Charles Taylor worries that Skinner is trying through his methodology to bracket the question of the truth value of the claims put forth by texts in the history of political thought, when in fact attempts to avoid the question of truth just leads to a confused prejudging of it. It always returns to haunt us. Taylor 1988, 2-1920. Returning to his concept of a language of perspicuous contrast, Taylor argues that regardless of any supposed methodological strictures, scholars inevitably confront our language of explanation with the self-understanding of our subjects, which he calls the thesis of hermeneutical theory, 1988, 228. Simply identifying what the author of a text is doing, how he is intervening in the conflicts of his day, is not enough. We cannot, Taylor continues, simply assume that we know how to do this for an age sufficiently different from our own, 1988, 226-27. Instead, we must first acknowledge the gap between our language and theirs and also seek to learn from their self-descriptions. This does not mean that we must ultimately accept these accounts, but making judgments about their truth value is for Taylor unavoidable. In retrospect, one way to read Skinner's intervention is as an attempt to attain a degree of scholarly objectivity, and thus respectability, through method. Gadamer's work plays a crucial role in both identifying this temptation and offering resources for resisting it. His engagement with Dilthey in truth and method is particularly instructive here. While he applauds Dilthey's attempt to take our historicity seriously, Gadamer also identifies a latent Cartesianism in Dilthey's thought, manifested in his worry about historical relativism, Gadamer 1995, 237-41. Gadamer, in contrast, refuses to give ground to the charge of relativism, since in his view it makes sense only in terms of the Enlightenment oppositions of authority versus freedom and of tradition versus reason. Rather than accept these dichotomies, Gadamer defends tradition as the ground of understanding the past. Tradition, like the horizon, provides a backdrop within and against which we can see and judge everything else, Gadamer 1995, 306. The historical situatedness of scholars involves more than simply recognizing subjective perspectives in approaching a text. The temporal distance between the presently situated scholar and a canonical text is not an abyss that must be overcome by method, it is instead filled by the continuity of custom and tradition, in the light of which everything handed down presents itself to us, Gadamer 1995, 297. Gadamer teaches us that there is no way to reflect one's way out of belonging to tradition in order to gain an objective view of canonical texts. We only ever know from within and by means of tradition. Comparative political theory. A discipline tends to become absorbed in epistemological debates, John Gunnell insightfully notes, when its practices fall into crisis, even though epistemological answers will not solve the problems at hand. Gunnell 1982, 326. The debate over methods of textual interpretation in political theory sparked by Skinner's essay occurred amid the dissolution of established practices. 424. Darren Walhoff. 424. Of interpreting the meaning of canonical texts. By the late 1980s, the very idea of a canon in political theory had been substantially called into question, and many political theorists concluded that canonical texts should either be ignored or be studied as objects of deconstruction. Gadamer's influence in the responses to Skinner is thus somewhat paradoxical. His dialogical approach is premised on tradition making its claim on both the text under study and the interpreter, enabling a fusion of horizons that discloses the truth about a subject. However, at the very moment Gadamer's conception of tradition is invoked as the key to understanding texts, the tradition of interpreting canonical texts was itself disintegrating. The disintegration of this tradition, however, resulted in new, interesting, and productive avenues in political theory. Among these were efforts to decenter the Western canon and expand the range of political theory texts in the discipline, especially by incorporating political writings from Islamic, Arabic, and Asian thinkers. One such effort, now called comparative political theory, CPT, was largely initiated and led by Fred Dallmayr, an important interpreter of Gadamer. In an essay on the contentious and disappointing exchange between Gadamer and Jacques Derrida in 1981, Dallmayr argues for Gadamer's hermeneutical approach but also worries, as others have, that it is too optimistic in its emphasis on continuity and coherence. In addition, Dallmayr is troubled by a central ambivalence in Gadamer's thought between the universality of hermeneutics and his claims about hermeneutical limits. Gadamer appears to endorse both without clarifying how they are compatible. Dallmayr 1987, 149. As a result, while Dallmayr reads Gadamer's hermeneutics as an encouragement to venture forth and seek to comprehend alien cultures and life worlds, he thinks questions remain about whether cultural differences are simply assimilated in these encounters. Deconstruction, Dallmayr suggests, serves as a useful corrective on the overemphasis on coherence and continuity in hermeneutics. 1987, 157. In a later book, Dallmayr revises this interpretation based on Gadamer's later writings. His engagement with the poetry of Paul Celan, Dallmayr contends, leads Gadamer to pay more attention to obstacles to understanding rather than presenting it as a harmonious fusion of horizons. Dallmayr draws on this middle course between understanding and non-understanding to develop an approach he calls deconstructive dialogue or a hermeneutics of difference, which serves as the foundation for cross-cultural interactions. Dallmayr 1996, 11, 19. Based on this approach, Dallmayr announced in a 1997 Review of Politics special issue the inauguration of comparative political theory as a new field of inquiry. He describes CPT as an inquiry which, in a sustained fashion, reflects upon the status and meaning of political life no longer in a restricted geographical setting but in the global arena. 1997, 421. In Dallmayr's view, political theory's lingering focus on the Western canon has been an obstacle in fully considering the implications of globalization. Comparative political theorists can offer a corrective by drawing on the writings and insights of thinkers from non-Western traditions, not from the position of a universal spectator using Western concepts and theories, but by taking a modest stance of CO participant in the search for truth and as a fellow student in a cross-cultural learning experience. 1997, 422. In multiple subsequent works, Dallmayr enacts this posture as he explores the writings of political thinkers from India, China, and the Middle East. 1996, 1998, 2007, 2010. Roxane Yoben substantially develops the CPT project with her critique of social scientific approaches to the study of Islamic fundamentalism. 1999. Yuben argues that a framework of instrumental rationality leads researchers to treat Islamic fundamentalism as epiphenomenal. These scholars see fundamentalism as an atavistic reaction against modernity and the accompanying rationalization of society, the economy, and the state. Fundamentalist movements are 425. Gadamer's contribution to political theory. 425. Thus cast as the unfortunate but inevitable birth pangs of a culture entering modernity. As rational actors, fundamentalists are allegedly drawn to the rigid tenets and practices of fundamentalist religion because these beliefs and actions fulfill a need to belong and to escape a modern life with which they cannot cope on their own. Yuben 1999, 30-31. This framework, Yuben contends, fails to grapple with fundamentalism as a system of meanings containing a substantive vision for the world and the future. 1999, 23-24. Yuben turns to Gadamer and Dallmayr for an alternative approach. She casts Gadamer's dialogical approach as a weak form of relativism, since it presumes cultures can speak to each other, that is, they are not mutually incomprehensible, but since the mediation process of dialogue at the same time provides little ground for critique. She thinks that Gadamer's dialogical approach needs a corrective, though she turns to Habermas rather than deconstruction. In her view, Habermas shows how the dialogic model can, in fact, allow for both evaluation and critique by virtue of an imagined reconstruction of what the subjects themselves would say in response. This reconstruction functions as a test of adequacy of the interpretation. In this way, Yuben argues, researchers are able to acquire a perspective distant enough from their own tradition for critique, even though they do not stand fully outside of it. Yuben 1999, 38-40. But while Yuben is sympathetic to this Habermasian revision of Gadamer, she also raises the problem of radical inequality in offering these interpretive reconstructions. In Yuben's view, a dialogical approach can and must remain open to awareness of the inequality among participants. Yuben 1999, 42. Evgenia Ilyeva likewise worries that comparative political theorists who take a dialogical approach drawn from Gadamer portray the movement of dialogue as too easy and smooth, thereby failing to fully consider the role of power and hierarchy in them. Ilyeva 2015, 5-6. Ilyeva argues that despite Dallmayr's later embrace of a more agonistic understanding of dialogue, both he and Gadamer fail to adequately specify the obstacles to understanding. Moreover, she contends that Dallmayr's approach to dialogue continues to depend on goodwill, a willingness by all parties to try to understand each other. Despite goodwill, she contends, an interaction might still be marked by hierarchical biases and imbalances of power that impede understanding. Ilyeva 2015, 20. Andrew March criticizes CPT from a different angle, arguing that it fails to take up the truth claims at stake in dialogues between Western and non-Western thinkers. In his view, after describing the contours of the differences between certain Western views and certain non-Western views and noting that one cannot assume the non-Western ones to be misguided, reactionary, or stagnant, comparative political theory often does not know where to go with its dialogue. March 2009, 551. Beyond merely contrasting and informing, March argues, comparative theorists have the additional responsibility of evaluating and assessing the normative claims at issue. This type of engaged comparative political theory requires identifying points of contestation among the texts or traditions under study as they relate to particular substantive, practical concerns, such as the nature of justice or of legitimate authority. Richard Shapcott has taken up March's challenge recently, arguing that comparative political theory and cosmopolitanism can be compatible, intertwining projects, rather than ones inherently at odds. Shapcott 2020. As the recent contributions by March, Ilyeva, and Shapcott highlight, comparative political theory as a distinct project remains in its initial stages. It is also a project that both in its origins and in its ongoing development and controversies is fundamentally rooted in and shaped by Gadamer's philosophical hermeneutics. His defense of the inherent role of tradition and authority in coming to an understanding both underlies the hopes of comparative theorists in seeking out cross-cultural dialogue and also points to the challenges of such engagements. 426. Darren Walhoff. 426. To what extent CPT can in the future fulfill March's call for evaluation of truth claims across cultural contexts remains an open question, but it is one for which Gadamer's writings will continue to be a valued resource. Hermeneutics and Democratic Theory. In 1983, Richard Bernstein claimed that those who see Gadamer as merely defending the status quo miss what he calls the latent radical strain implicit in Gadamer's understanding of hermeneutics as practical philosophy. In Bernstein's view, this radical strain is indicated in his emphasis, which has become more and more dominant in recent years, on freedom and solidarity that embrace all of humanity. Bernstein 1983, 163. Although she does not characterize his hermeneutics as radical in the way Bernstein does, Georgia Warnke similarly pushes back against readings by Habermas and others to argue that Gadamer offers a middle path between subjectivism and conservatism. 1987, X. In a later work she notes that his hermeneutics clearly lead in a more democratic and less authoritarian direction. 2002, 79. James Risser likewise offered a robust defense of the critical potential of Gadamer's hermeneutics. 1997. These interpretations raised the possibility of Gadamer's work shedding light not only on questions of methods and epistemology but on democratic politics directly, especially in areas related to deliberation, identity, and political solidarity. Gadamer's recent and growing influence in democratic theory is the third and final area I would like to highlight. Deliberative democracy became the dominant framework for democratic theory in the 1990s, with major works by Habermas, 1996, Rawls, 1993, Amy Gutman and Dennis Thompson, 1996, Simone Chambers, 1996, and John Dryzak, 2000, setting the agenda for the next decade and beyond. Given that dialogue is at the heart of Gadamer's hermeneutics, it is not surprising that his writings, although tangential to this initial wave, provided theoretical groundwork for subsequent critique and development of deliberative theory. Warnke's work initially demonstrated the fruitfulness of rethinking democratic deliberation in Gadamerian terms. In Legitimate Differences, she examines Gadamer's account of the anticipation of completeness in understanding texts to derive two relevant considerations about the nature of interpretation. First, in understanding the meaning of a text, we bring something to light that was previously concealed, and this moment of unconcealment occurs only by virtue of the horizon with which we come to the interaction. However, the interaction also always involves obscuring or excluding dimensions of meaning available from other perspectives. Second, our openness to the truth that speaks from a text must extend to other interpretations of that same text. We must approach these, she claims, expecting them to have something to say. Warnke 1999, 18. Expecting that those with different interpretations have something to say, Warnke notes, is risky. From these interpretive insights, Warnke draws several conclusions about disagreement over social issues in the public sphere. First, our disagreements about social issues are rooted in differing interpretations of principles that we share. Second, these differences reflect different experiences, traditions, and frameworks of interpretation. Third, the merit of an interpretation partly depends on its capacity to provide an account of the unified meaning of a principle. Fourth, progress in debates over social issues will come from recognizing the interpretive character of our understanding, which includes recognizing both the validity but also the limitations of our interpretations. Finally, we must be open to learning from the interpretations offered by those with whom we disagree on social issues. Warnke 1999, 19. Warnke tests these claims by examining a handful of the most contentious social issues from the late 1990s, some of which remain divisive today: the use of surrogate mothers in childbearing, affirmative action, abortion, and 427. Gadamer's contribution to political theory. 427. Pornography. For each issue, she deftly uses real cases and controversies to uncover shared moral and legal principles at issue and various competing interpretations of those principles. These analyses, she contends, demonstrate the inescapable role of interpretation in social conflicts, and they also highlight the neglect of this dimension in theories of deliberative democracy, particularly of the Habermasian variety. Warnke 1999, 157-58. My own work builds on these insights to argue that prevalent theories of democratic deliberation depend on an unrealistic picture of citizens who are aware both of their political views and of the reasons for these views. Walhoff 2005. In other words, deliberative theories often presume that democratic citizens can treat their views as objects of analysis, and the theories then demand that citizens adopt particular dispositions with respect to these views, such as open-mindedness or a willingness to seek common ground. Drawing on Gadamer's phenomenology of conversation, I show that the important consideration instead is that citizens fall into dialogue with others, even without a clear understanding of their views or without necessarily possessing the right dispositions with respect to their views. On Gadamerian terms, this falling in creates the possibility that the prejudgments of the conversants will be revealed and revised through dialogue as understanding occurs, something I attempt to show through cases and research with respect to citizens' juries. Walhoff 2005, 170-72. A Gadamerian approach also opens up deliberative possibilities on contentious issues related to religion and politics. I argue that those who restrict or set conditions on religious reasons in the public sphere, including Habermas, 2002, 2005, 2008, Christina Lafont, 2009, and Melissa Yates, 2007, tend to conceptualize religion primarily in epistemological terms, as a set of consciously held beliefs. This approach depoliticizes religion from the start, thereby casting it as an interloper on democratic discourse rather than something that is inherently intertwined with politics. Walhoff 2013. In subsequent work, Walhoff 2017, I offer an alternative conception of religion grounded in Gadamer's notion of tradition as that which shapes our prejudices even as we also revise and extend it through collective reflection and dialogue. Similarly, religion can be conceptualized as shaping the prejudices of adherents even while they also participate in re-narrating their religious traditions. This re-narration takes place in part through democratic deliberation, as religious citizens seek to make their religious and political identities consonant. This approach to religion, I contend, thus points in the direction of engaging religious citizens in the democratic public sphere rather than asking them to limit or translate their religious views. 2017, 94-98. Georgia Warnke, 2007, and Linda Martin Alcoff, 2006, have also demonstrated the fruitfulness of Gadamer's hermeneutics for probing questions of racial and gender identities in democratic politics. Alcoff focuses particularly on Gadamer's concept of the horizon, which in her words captures the framing assumptions we bring with us to perception and understanding, the congealed experiences that become the premises by which we strive to make sense of the world, the range of concepts and categories of description that we have at our disposal. Alcoff 2006, 95. For Alcoff, this robust concept offers a way to link experience, knowledge, and identity in a way that treat identities as real and relevant but without making them all-determining. Instead, Gadamer's concept of the horizon provides her with a way of theorizing particular racial and gender identities as mediated by experiences and interpretations and thus also fluid in nature. Alcoff employs this hermeneutical approach in insightfully exploring this fluidity as it relates to the embodied dimensions of racial and gender identities. Working within a Gadamerian framework, Warnke point to three characteristics of understanding texts that are relevant for thinking about identity, that our interpretations of texts are situated, purposefully oriented, and partial. 2007, 6. She argues that we similarly understand racial and gender identities because of and within historical and cultural contexts, and that these 428. Darren Walhoff 428. Understandings are also always purposeful and always partial. Who or what individuals are, she writes, depends upon the parts of which they are wholes, while the wholes of which they are parts are composed of them and other parts. Understandings of who we are thus move in circles. 2007, 102. Our understandings of these identities, then, will always be multiple and contestable, depending on context and our own situatedness and purposes. In this way, Warnke argues, the hermeneutic circle supports a radically situational account of identity, something she explores through case studies of individuals navigating identity and public policies that both rely on and simultaneously help reshape these identities. Warnke 2007. Finally, Gadamer's writings have become increasingly important in theorizing the nature and possibility of democratic solidarity in divisive times. As I have argued, Walhoff 2006, solidarity is the most important political concept in Gadamer's later works, appearing as a frequent theme in his post-truth and method speeches and writings, e.g., Gadamer 1992, 1998, 2001, 2009. Often his discussions of solidarity also include references to another important concept in his later thought, friendship, Vesey 2005. Gadamer's conception of solidarity, I argue, has to do with historically contingent manifestations of bonds that reflect a life together of reciprocal co-perception. These bonds go beyond conscious recognition of observable similarities and differences and emerge from encounters among those who are, and remain, in important ways other to each other. Gadamer's works suggest that, although friendship and solidarity remain distinct concepts, the experience of friendship helps attune us to the bonds that connect our lives to those who are not friends but are neighbors and fellow citizens. Walhoff 2006, 583-84. At the core of Gadamer's politics of solidarity is a disposition that nudges us toward encounters with others that enable the disclosure of things that bind us to each other. We see such disclosures, I contend, in both the early environmental movement and, more recently, in the Occupy Wall Street demonstrations. Walhoff 2017, 1-2025. Cynthia Nielsen and Jennifer Gaffney further develop this Gadamerian approach to solidarity for thinking about the political crises of our times. Nielsen reads Gadamer's conception as having two different aspects, natural solidarity and avowed solidarity, Nielsen 2017. While the former is based on shared characteristics and experienced largely as given, such as family membership or national identity, avowed solidarities require an intentional decision and commitment to act with others for a common cause. For Gadamer, Nielsen contends, avowed solidarities are crucial for present and future communal well-being, and they often arise in moments of crises. Nielsen 2017, 246. Similarly, Gaffney reads Gadamer alongside Arendt and argues that both theorists ground solidarity in shared vulnerability. This reading reveals how searching for help in the face of vulnerability invokes openness to the difference and otherness that is inherent in communal life. Gaffney argues that conceptualizing solidarity in this way helps us theorize communal ties in ways that embrace and defend difference rather than rejecting it, even while it also reminds us of the urgency of solidarity for responding to our challenging, divisive times. Gaffney 2018. These recent interpretations and applications point to the richness and further promise of Gadamer's hermeneutics for theorizing a politics of solidarity. Conclusion. This chapter has tried to bring to light areas of political theory significantly influenced by Gadamer's work. This influence is most obvious in debates over methodology and interpretative practices and in the development of comparative political theory. It is less obvious in democratic theory but, I have tried to show, important nonetheless, with fruitful lines of additional research yet to be pursued. 429. Gadamer's contribution to political theory. 429. Across these areas a few main themes emerge. One is the presence of partiality in our methods, our empirical studies, our readings of a text, our horizons, and our identities. Gadamer's work reminds political theorists to pay attention to the more that escapes our concepts, methods, analyses, and theories. A second, related theme is the indispensability of openness, whether to a text, to the insights of a tradition of thought outside one's own, to another person in dialogue, or to emerging bonds of solidarity despite differences. A final theme is the unavoidability of questions of truth. In their textual interpretations, encounters with other traditions, and in thinking about deliberation, identity, and solidarity, political theorists working in a hermeneutical register cannot but help weigh in on the truths at stake. These are untimely themes. In an age when political discourse happens in tweets, information is confined to social media echo chambers, partisan identities leave no room for other solidarities, and resentments against those from other cultures and countries are leveraged for political gain, talking about partiality, openness, and truth seems irrelevant if not naive. Perhaps this means that Gadamer's time has come and gone in political theory. Or perhaps it means that his work is more crucial now than it has ever been. Part 6. Legacies and Questions. 32. Gadamer in The Postmodern Mind. John D. Caputo. Gadamer as postmodern philosopher. If the modern mind was launched by the search for a method to attain the truth, think of Descartes' Discourse on Method or Bacon's Novum Organum, then the very title of Gadamer's magnum opus, Truth and Method, is a challenge to its central thesis. One truth and method is precisely a search for the truth that eludes method. In that sense, Gadamer's work, at its roots and in its deepest aspirations, is postmodern. To adapt a famous phrase from Kant, Gadamer found it necessary to deny method in order to make room for truth. Deny here does not mean denounce but delimit, to seek the truth which lies beyond the limits of method. Hermeneutics seeks to catch sight of the world before the agents of method arrive on the scene. This is the elemental truth of the world in which we live and move and have our being, Acts 17:28. This world is the subject matter of what the young Heidegger called the hermeneutics of facticity, the primordial that it is rather than not of being. Schelling called it das Unwordentliche, 2020, 12444, 2008, 204, see also 48, the unprethinkable primordiality of being with which thinking can never catch up, where understanding requires, as Gadamer says, answering a self-renewing challenge to understand what is structurally withdrawn from understanding, 2007a, 360-364. 2. The post in the postmodernity of Gadamer's work does not mean over and done with, as if the results of methodological investigation were something to dismiss. Gadamer does not take a stand against method, anti-modern, no more than he undertakes a pre-modern, nostalgic search for a lost world, pre-modern. The post means that after taking into account the legitimate achievements of method, we proceed with a wiser, wider eye fixed on the Sach selbst which eludes objectification. Of course, the word hermeneutics itself, or at least its currency as a term of art, is also a creature of modernity's search for a method, born amid the crisis brought on by the Reformation. The medieval masters read the scriptures, daily, prayerfully, and they wrote voluminously about them, but they read them in too fanciful and speculative a way for Luther's taste. Luther proudly proclaimed sola scriptura, the scripture interprets itself, sui ipsius interpres, Gadamer 1991, 174, but he left it to his successors to deal with all the knotty problems this created. So very early on in the Reformation, works of scriptural hermeneutics, Hermeneutica Sacra, began to appear, which were so many handbooks on how to read the Bible. 3. Indeed, the first version of the hermeneutic circle is embedded in the Lutheran axiom to read the scriptures independently. 436. John D. Caputo. 436. Of any institutional or dogmatic authority, and, when in doubt, to read a particular passage in the light of the whole and the whole in the light of the parts. The Counter-Reformation, the Council of Trent, did not hesitate to point out the inconsistencies and obscurities of the Bible and the need for tradition to guide this interpretation. Luther had made the innocent but groundless assumption in its own way as fanciful and speculative as the medieval commentators that the Bible was indeed a coherent whole. We know now through modern historical science, the results of which cannot be dismissed, that the Bible is an anthology of books, a collection of many different authors, written at different times for different audiences with different assumptions. By the end of the 19th century, the state-of-the-art position had been worked out by Dilthey. Accepting the modernist distinction between subjectivity and objectivity, Dilthey argued that the cultural disciplines were, in a way proper to themselves, no less objective than the natural sciences, of which it was the task of hermeneutics to provide an account. The method of the Naturwissenschaften is to give explanations by way of causal connections, while the method of the Geisteswissenschaften, the humanities and cultural disciplines, is to understand meaning by way of an insight into how things hang together in a given work or culture at large. Gadamer's philosophical hermeneutics is postmodern because it is post-methodological and post-objectification. For Gadamer, hermeneutics is not an epistemological methodological inquiry but an ontological inquiry into being and truth. It seeks to understand not how the cultural disciplines proceed but what they understand. It is not the office of hermeneutics to issue a code of methodological conduct to be followed in historical or literary research but to reach an understanding of what literary and historical research understands. It concerns how we understand ourselves, our being in the world, and the world in which we have our being. No longer epistemological subjects but existentially involved investigators, our engagement with the world does not block or distort the work done in cultural disciplines but drives and orients it. The proof of this claim is that it has never been otherwise. Every effort to reach an ahistorical objective interpretation assumes its place within the history of such efforts. Cultural objects do not have a meaning or an essence, they have a history as each succeeding generation brings its horizons of interest to the table. No longer a methodological axiom governing the whole and the part, the hermeneutical circle now carries existential ontological weight. We bring our very being in the world to bear upon the historical world that has formed us, and in so doing both we and the history to which we belong are transformed. Understanding is an ongoing event. The ground on which modernity stands is thereby shifted. Post-objectification does not mean jettisoning what modernity calls objectivity, but redscribing it and putting it into motion. Objectivity now means the relative stability established by a consensus within a framework or horizon of understanding, in which things are cast or projected in a certain light. The epistemological difference between subject and object yields to the ontological difference between being and beings, horizon and entities, frameworks and things caught sight of in the framework. Hermeneutics is onto hermeneutics, not methodology. Instead of subjective and objective, we distinguish fruitful and felicitous frameworks from clumsy ones, good interpretations from bad. But the horizons are not timeless forms, they move as we move. Hermeneutics requires a readiness for the unforeseen turn, when the understanding of being, the framework, the horizon, the paradigm shifts and things are thrown into a new and unanticipated light. Hermeneutics means learning to expect the unexpected. While it is a fool's errand to try to define the word postmodern, I think it can be said that this delimitation of method and objectivity goes to the heart of something we can usefully. 437. Gadamer and the postmodern mind. 437. Describe as postmodern, whatever else this word might conjure up. The postmodern mind, the dominant current of the second half of the 20th century, has a multiple genesis in Heidegger's Being and Time, Wittgenstein's philosophical investigations, and Kuhn's The Structure of Scientific Revolutions, among which truth and method has a rightful place. Under their combined impact, the distinction between the natural sciences and the cultural disciplines is not destroyed but deconstructed or, as Vadimo would say, weakened. Kuhn describes a normal state of the discipline, when a consensus reigns about how the discipline works and how to train its initiates. Normal science corresponds to what Wittgenstein calls a language game, not a natural language like French but any rule-governed activity, knowing how to play according to the rules, the grammar, of a practice, which Wittgenstein applies equally to ethics or physics. This in turn corresponds to what Heidegger called the Grundbegriff that constitute the regional ontology, the understanding of being that govern the beings in a specific region of inquiry, guiding the day-to-day work in this discipline. Heidegger, 1962, 2831. These stabilized frameworks are not to be taken lightly or changed easily. Neither are they immutable or invulnerable. They must be able to confront a crisis state when a new insight or an irresolvable anomaly forces a reconfiguration of the ontological horizon, which is something as characteristic of physics as of theology. Theology has its Luther, physics has its Copernicus and Einstein, painting its Picasso, biology its Darwin and Mendel. Whatever this is called, it is not modernity's way of thinking in terms of methodologically controlled procedures producing results that accumulate in a linear fashion. It is not the modern mind. Then why not say it is the postmodern mind, a postmodern effort to recover the wisdom, sapientia, tradition, the search for wisdom, philosophia, that was eclipsed by the rule of method and science ntia in modernity. Gadamer and Derrida. If Gadamer's philosophical hermeneutics is postmodern philosophy, the next question is, postmodernism of what sort? How does Gadamer stand relative to other postmodern philosophers? Here the philosophically richest question has been how he stands compared to Derrida, as two totally independent developers of Heideggerian initiatives, as Gadamer puts it, 1989a, 93, see also Derrida 2005, 137. Gadamer says he was first attracted to Derrida because when he heard the word deconstruction he heard Heidegger's destruction, Derrida et al. 2016, 613, which they both knew is nothing negative. If we ask what philosophical hermeneutics and deconstruction have to say to one another, the first answer is, not much. Their first meeting at the Goethe Institute in Paris in 1981 was a non-event, in no small part because Derrida did not behave well. For to Gadamer's paper, text, and interpretation, which provided a fruitful basis for a discussion, Derrida raised three cryptic questions and then read a paper of his own about Heidegger and Nietzsche, which was a bit impolite. When Gadamer says that both partners in a conversation must have the goodwill to try to understand one another, 1989b, 33, Derrida asks, how can we calculate the effects of Nietzsche's will to power and of the Freudian unconscious on the very idea of goodwill? Gadamer responds that Derrida's very response presupposes what he is saying. Whoever opens his mouth wants to be understood, Gadamer 1989c, 55. Otherwise we fall into performative contradiction, a point on which Gadamerians and Habermasians line up on the same side against Derrida. Derrida was not embracing a performative contradiction. Although we would never know it, Derrida is not denying goodwill but delimiting it, insisting that it is conflicted with itself, structurally exposed to the will to power and to unconscious desire, to all those things that are working behind the back of the speaker or the writer. Misunderstanding happens because understanding is possible only under the conditions that also make it impossible, that. 438. John D. Caputo. 438. Is, that delimit it. That is what Derrida means by a postmodern, quasi-transcendental condition, as opposed to an orthodox, modern, Kantian transcendental condition. Goodwill sounded to Derrida like a transcendental condition under which conversation is possible, with no mention of the impossible. For Derrida, hermeneutics means to interpret what someone means to say, Volwardier, while for deconstruction it is of irreducible importance to identify what speakers do not mean to say. Gadamer left Paris with the impression that deconstruction undermines the possibility of having a conversation at all, and it left a lot of people with the impression that Derrida had never read Truth and Method. In 1988, in Heidelberg, in a discussion of Heidegger and National Socialism, they did better and agreed the conversation is finally beginning, Derrida et al. 2016, 44. They agree that a true conversation will be ongoing, always open to the other, ready for interruption, always exposed to risk, Derrida et al. 2016, 44-45, see Gadamer 1991, 388. But Derrida wonders whether, once all of the ruptures and interruptions of conversation without which there is no relation to the other would force any hermeneutics, or any thought of interpretation, to restructure itself entirely, Derrida et al. 2016, 41, 42. Now we hear in Derrida's voice not Freud or Nietzsche, as in 1981, but Levinas, the relation to the other is a relation to the tout autre, to the shore we will never reach, an interiority to which I will always be exterior. For Levinas and Derrida, a conversation is a relation between two absolutes who keep withdrawing, are structurally withdrawn from the relationship. Levinas 1969, 64. That is not a fault to be repaired, that is what makes the other other. Otherwise this is Husserl's fifth Cartesian meditation. The self would experience the experiences of the other and the two would share the same consciousness. Over the years, motivated perhaps by the way deconstruction was being heard as nihilism, a performative contradiction, an apolitical aestheticism, a fellow traveler of Heideggerian Nazism, Derrida's attention had turned to themes like justice, hospitality, the gift, forgiveness, politics, faith, religion, and especially, from a Gadamerian point of view, friendship. Derrida 1997c. 5. What a difference it would have made if the topic Derrida addressed at the Goethe Institute had been friendship. For by invoking what we might call the structural friendship as opposed to a close personal relationship built into the idea of conversation, he comes close to Gadamer's goodwill. For Derrida, every speech act takes place within a presupposed amity. Every written or spoken word is prefaced by an implicit plea for an amicable inclining of the ear to what the speaker has to say, which begs the listener's indulgence and asks forgiveness for taking up their time. This plea has all the markings of a prayer, a supplication, even of a certain religion, without religion, of an act of faith. Derrida 1997b, 22. Whoever opens their mouth, to use Gadamer's expression, must assume a climate of faith and trust. Derrida is not contradicting what he said about the structural misunderstanding, the bad faith, the ill will, the unconscious, insinuated into every conversation. This is the other side of what he was saying. Deconstruction describes the tension built into anything, including conversation, without which nothing would be at risk, and nothing would happen. No event could take place. Like Gadamer, Derrida does not think there is a program, what Gadamer would call method, which guarantees understanding. Nothing can assure us that this desire, this will, this drive, are simply self-identical to their supposed essence. Derrida 1997b, 1315, emphasis in original. I am never sure that something within me is also striving not to be understood, approved, accepted in consensus. Derrida 1997c, 218, emphasis in original. Nothing can make it safe. So far, we know that deconstruction and hermeneutics are agreed about this, openness to the event that eludes the control of method or program. Where then do they differ? 439. Gadamer and the postmodern mind. 439. Polysemy and dissemination. In 2003, speaking on the occasion of a memorial tribute to Gadamer, a year after Gadamer's death and the year before his own death, Derrida argues that hermeneutics is distinguished from deconstruction as polysemy is distinguished from dissemination. 2005, 165-6. This is the distinction I have been trying to make, for quite a long time now, going back to the double session, between dissemination and thematic plurivocity. One can inventory a multiplicity of meanings in a text, in a poem, in a word, but there will always be an excess that is not of the order of meaning, that is not just another meaning. There is, first off, spacing, that does not pertain to meaning. The way in which Celan spaces his poem, what is it? What does it mean? Rhythm, caesura, hiatus, interruption, how is one to read them? There is therefore an element of dissemination irreducible to hermeneutics in Gadamer's sense. In 1969, he had written, "It is this hermeneutic concept of polysemy that must be replaced by dissemination." Derrida 1981, 262. 7. For Derrida, this is the difference. Polysemy, a term used by Paul Ricoeur, to whom Derrida is referring in the 1960s and 1970s when he speaks of hermeneutics, means the multiplicity of meanings, which differs from homonymy, where the phonic convergence is accidental and unrelated to meaning. The multiplicity is limited by actual usage in a real context. Ricoeur 1974, cited in Evink 2012, 64-65 and 3. Ricoeur embraces Gadamer's notion of a horizon as a way to account for polysemy. Meaning happens within a horizon of expectation, which filters out irrelevant possibilities. Horizons move as we move, accommodating the unexpected in an ongoing process of fusion. Polysemy, the unity and difference of moving horizons, ensures a thematic unity that keeps it from the dissemination that leads the discourse back to silence. Ricoeur 1992, 19, cited in eVinc 2012, 271 N33. What does Derrida mean by dissemination as an excess of meaning? Fittingly, two different but related things, which we must not confuse. First, he means the endless reinterpretability of texts, which resists a hermeneutic key, a decisive or normative interpretation. The multiple hypotheses and indecisions in the poem open an infinite process of reading. Hermeneutics seeks to saturate the context, while the disseminal reading allows unforeseeable constellations. Derrida 2005, 157. The hermeneutic horizon contains the free play of meaning, leaving no room for a wholly other which shatters the horizon of expectation. Hermeneutics submits polysemy to an economy. The horizon regulates and orders polysemy to a teleological fulfillment, when the horizon will be filled in and all the costs incurred by polysemy paid in full. If this cannot be achieved in fact, it remains an ideal telos. About all this, I think, Derrida is wrong. It ignores everything that happened to hermeneutics as a result of being and time. It is a fitting criticism of modern hermeneutics, not postmodern, the very hermeneutics that Gadamer and Ricoeur reject. Furthermore, as Edo eVinc argues, the criticism falls back upon a Husserlian idea of horizon, where fulfillment is an infinite task, an idea in the Kantian sense. This is rejected by Gadamer's idea of a moving horizon, where the goal of a final and completely filled, saturated, horizon makes no sense. eVinc 2012, 273-74, allow me to illustrate this point. Derrida admires Gadamer's reading of Céline. When Gadamer encounters an obscure point in one of the poems, we are blessed by a petrified hand, but whose hand is that? Is it human? Is it God's? Gadamer answers that it is impossible to decide this and that the poem does not need to decide, that this open-endedness allows the poem to be endlessly reinterpreted. Applauding Gadamer's move, Derrida observes, without this threat, which must remain infinitely, end. 440. John D. Caputo. 440. Which must not be saturated or closed by any certainty, there would be neither reading nor giving nor blessing. 2005, 145. But in an interview held after the paper, Derrida says that while he agrees with Gadamer's reading of Céline, he is playing a game of approbation with him because, unlike Gadamer, he does not think this is the final word. 2005, 165-66. If so, then Derrida is playing this game with himself because that is exactly what Gadamer also thinks. If dissemination means open-ended reinterpretability, welcoming what disrupts the horizon of expectation, that is what postmodern as opposed to modern hermeneutics is. We get to the real difference only with the second sense of the excess of meaning, as an excess that is not of the order of meaning, that is not just another meaning. In dissemination, there is an excess beyond meaning, an epoche of meaning, not an eidetic reduction to meaning but a reduction of meaning, which releases the disseminating energy that unfolds on the surface of words. Here Derrida questions the privileging of meaning, of semantic content, semanticism, and of thematic unity, thematicism. Why we should expect unity? Why does meaning alone count? Deconstruction addresses the full range of disseminative effects, which cannot all be ordered to a unified thematic purpose like so many instruments in an orchestra. Polysemy seeks to maintain equilibrium, to trim around the margins of the text, cutting off things that seem semantically extraneous, thematically irrelevant the way that Ricoeur trims away homonymy. But in deconstruction, there are other things going on in the text outside meaning, like homonymy, the phonic and graphic effects that disinter semantic and thematic privilege, wordplays, the spacing of the text, multilingual puns, jokes, accidental effects like a word spelled the same way in two different languages. Think of Mallarmé and James Joyce, Derrida's examples, E. E. Cummings and Lewis Carroll. Derrida himself produced several quite exotic and avant-garde texts of this sort. The spacing of glass reminds us of certain medieval Kabbalist writings. Carrel works, his collaboration with Peter Eisenman, appeared with holes punched in the book and wrapped in plastic so that the cuttings drop all over when it is unwrapped and the reader is confronted with a punctured text. Derrida 1986, 1997a. Can we imagine Dilthey or Heidegger, Ricoeur, or Gadamer writing books like that? Derrida even made a case for Husserl's example of pure nonsense, green is ore. For all its nonsensicality it has textual value. Not only can it be made to make sense by being recontextualized, it can have rhythmic or associative value, and so on. Are we to dismiss Jabberwocky as nothing more than an unsin? If we invent the category of a linguistic portmanteau to contain dissemination, do we feel assured that now we are safe? Accordingly, we must distinguish a semantic infinity, an infinity of depth, and disseminative infinity, an infinity of drift, the endlessness stream of textual effects which run across the surface. Polysemic infinity means we will never get done interpreting, and we do not seek to be done because of the inexhaustible depth of meaning of the classic. But dissemination is not inexhaustible meaning but unrestaurable disorder, it tolerates an unregulated multiplicity in which disorder predominates. Polysemy assumes there is an implicit order the reading makes explicit, subtilitas explicandi, a multiplicity supported by a deeper unity, like CUSA's coincide ntia oppositorum. Disseminative infinity means an endless chain reaction of new links and unforeseen tangential connections. It allows chance and happenstance in a way that hermeneutics does not coincide ntia but accidentia, things that just happen to collide or converge without any historical or etymological, thematic, or semantic basis. Felicitous sparks that are thrown off by links like gift in English and das Gift in German, discoveries made by dumb luck. Polysemic play is rule-governed, and cheating destroys the play, but dissemination is random play, chance effects, which cannot be integrated into a meaningful unity. These effects happen because they happen and bear witness only to their own exteriority to any horizon of meaning. 441. Gadamer and the Postmodern Mind. 441. Dissemination is not a mystery, it is a maze. It does not testify to an intelligibility which we cannot plumb, as in negative theology, but to the unintelligible. It does not refer to an understanding that is still untapped, but to something that does not belong to the order of understanding at all. Polysemy means unity in difference, analogical unity, whereas dissemination is ungoverned and tolerates equivocation. It deals in scattered seed, some lucky enough to take root, some lost and unrecoverable, some spilled, an allusion to masturbation from which Derrida does not shy away. The very word disseminate, the scattering of seed, semen, transferred here to the scattering of signs, signification, and meaning, Greek sema, semanian, illustrates the disseminative point. Semen and sema have nothing to do with each other semantically. Meaning, ideality, is a textual effect in deconstruction. This is the upshot of Derrida's reading of Husserl produced by the play of Difference, not a content that is being given a particular textual form. They belong to different orders, so, no matter how generous the polysemy, dissemination also means something else. Polysemy reflects a kind of civility in Gadamer and Ricoeur, a pietas for tradition, for the classics, whereas dissemination, while not dismissive of the classics, is more like the impudence of the rabbis who argue with God or the bodiness of Luther. Hermeneutics, even in its postmodern form in Gadamer and Ricoeur, descends from a tradition of progressive humanism, while deconstruction descends from a dispute with structural linguistics, in which human meaning-making is the effect of an impersonal differential system. Personal communication, human, takes place within the impersonal medium of difference, of the non-human technology of a network. Derrida's dispute with the structuralists was not to save the human component of meaning, but to argue that this non-human system was open-ended, could not be completely formalized or programmed, like Gödel's theory about the formal undecidability of mathematical systems, which suggests that this is where Derrida got the word. In my view, the difference comes down to this. Polysemy is the infinitely appropriable, that which can be endlessly appropriated and reappropriated, where the inappropriable is ordered to the appropriation as its deeper fund or resource. 8. Gadamer's history of effects is the history of the appropriation, that is, the interpretation and application, of a text, a law, a tradition, and so on, which never can or should be fully appropriated. Dissemination concerns the inappropriable as such, random play, errancy, chance effects which cannot in principle be appropriated, a randomness that cannot be gathered into a unity of meaning, not even an analogical unity. To be clear, extrasemantic effects like rhyme and homonymy are recognized in hermeneutics, but there they are made to be productive, enlisted in the service of the interpretation, made to contribute to the economy of understanding, in short, appropriated. As Gadamer says, what Derrida calls dissemination, only names a presupposition on the basis of which a new understanding of meaning makes its demand. Gadamer 2007b, 395. 9. On the contrary, dissemination concerns the inappropriable as such, a limit to meaning, not a source of new meanings, which is polysemy. As the interruption of a conversation, dissemination can serve the purpose of keeping the conversation open. By keeping its secrets, Derrida says, the poem secretes infinite unfinished readings of the poem. Derrida 2005, 148. But to leave dissemination at that is to colonize it within the process of the conversation where it serves a useful purpose, whereas dissemination is useless, debris, detritus, ruins. The absolute secret is in principle inappropriable and cannot be put to work. Dissemination is not a dispersal contained within understanding or the occasion of a new understanding but the dispersal of understanding. Derrida confuses things with his own example of the inappropriable, the absolutely private life of Selin. If that is the distinction, then hermeneutics already knows of this secret in its critique of the Intentio Octeris. If Selin is making private references that no reader would detect, that belongs to Volwardire, meaning-making. The secret life of the author would be 442. John D. Caputo. 442. A secret meaning. So, not only does hermeneutics encompass this secret, this is not dissemination. Dissemination is of another order than Volwardire, it is not simply a not willing to say, or a will to conceal. The proof is that, were these personal secrets to be revealed, they would provide just another reading, one more interpretation in the play of polysemy, the author's own interpretation of what was meant, although even that would not be normative. In fact, it may not even be correct. Selin may have forgotten what he meant or have changed his mind. Hermeneutics know all this, and this is not dissemination. Dissemination belongs to the impersonal and non-living order of difference, which is the medium or field in which meaning is constituted as an effect. Dissemination takes place outside the order of meaning, in virtue of an epoche of meaning itself, which allows for the unchecked play of textual effects, both phonic and graphic, like spacings, diacritical markings, textual corruption, copyist errors, palimpsests, hyphenations, homonyms, acronyms, chance convergences, and collisions. The effects of dissemination are produced by the structure of textuality by neither the conscious nor the unconscious life of the author, by neither the public nor the secret life of the author, both of which are matters of life, of psychology, and biography. What is inappropriable about dissemination is of a different order, which is the non-living non-human structure of difference. Hermeneutics, Derrida maintains, belongs to the order of meaning and life, the life world, phenomenality, being, and truth, whereas deconstruction is spooky. It deals with death, not only with the death of the author, but a prior systemic or quasi-systemic play of lifeless traces emblematized by the coinage difference. There is a difference between Gadamer and Derrida, and it should not be closed. Gadamer exposes the autonomous subject to the risk of an intersubjective conversation, Derrida to a presubjective, impersonal, anonymous quasi-transcendental field. The personal is an effect of impersonal forces, one might even say, of cold dead forces, making for a cold hermeneutics, and a phenomenology not of the life world but of the world shadowed and foreshadowed by death, That explains Derrida's interest in animals, where the play of traces, meaning-like and conversation-like phenomena, are found in a non-human sphere. Dissemination means the limit of meaning, a spooky randomness, errancy, and chance intimating what Lyotard calls the inhuman. Indeed, we should not say that dissemination means or that dissemination is, but dissemination spooks. Deconstruction and the hermeneutics of facticity. So, then, the question is, can hermeneutics accommodate this difference? Yes and no. No, not if hermeneutics is confined to what Derrida says it is, polysemy, a theory of meaning, however polyvalent meaning may be. Yes, if hermeneutics is what the young Heidegger says it is, a theory of radical facticity. This brings us back to hermeneutics and the ontological difference, where Gadamer, recounting his first encounter with the young Heidegger, explains facticity in terms of Schelling's Das Unwordentliche. This is to radically rethink hermeneutics. Schelling, in an effort to rebut Hegel on the identity of thinking and being, describes that realm upon which thinking cannot advance, that prius which cannot be thought of a priori, in advance, of which we can have no vorgriff, that before which or prior to which thinking can never situate itself. Being precedes thinking like a great dark cloud which always escapes understanding. One would like to uncover what is still shrouded in darkness, Gadamer says, and yet one finds that it continually escapes us, and yet, for all that, it is always still there. This is exactly what the hermeneutics of facticity knows about, 2007a, 364. So, when Gadamer says being which is understood is language, he is also affirming being which is not understood, and yet, for all that, it is always still there. In Aristotelian terms, to say the soul is in a way all things is also to say it is in a way not all things. 443. Gadamer and the postmodern mind. 443. The critical point is this. Polysemy belongs to the sphere of understanding, but the darkness of what is not understood is to be taken, interpreted, in terms of dissemination, as an excess of meaning outside the order of meaning and understanding, not as the infinite inexhaustibility of meaning. It marks off a region of being that leaves us confounded, so that thinking, meaning, and understanding are regional and transitory categories. They are always and already outstripped by the brute facticity of being, of the that it is rather than not, which precedes them, exceeds them, outlasts them. In that sense of hermeneutics, which is what I like to call radical hermeneutics, both polysemy and dissemination are in play. Radical hermeneutics includes both the indispensable and endless work of reaching an understanding and the spooky displacement of understanding by a display of disseminating dispersal, both the human and the non-human, like the belonging together of LTH and ALthia in Heidegger. Philologically, we should observe that when Heidegger was still using the word hermeneutics, he was also still using the word sin, still speaking of the meaning of being, sense sin. As he moved on, he displaced the word being, and when he did, he also dropped the word sin, which he replaced with Wahrheit, which he also dropped in favor of Althea and finally Aranus. In the terms of the hermeneutics of facticity, dissemination happens, and when it happens, it spooks. Es gibt, es sput in der ganzen Welt. 10. Polysemy and dissemination belong together in radical hermeneutics. For Derrida, this would be a domestication of dissemination, making it serve the interests of polysemy, but that is because of Derrida's limited notion of hermeneutics. I take this to be the radicalization of hermeneutics, 11, where thinking and meaning are transcended by being. The ultimate hermeneutic circle is that thinking and meaning are always already encircled by being, encompassed by the prius, preceded by das Unwordentliche, and hermeneutics is, like Paul on the Areopagus, looking for a name of the unnamed God in which we live and move and have our being. This is hermeneutics not of the spirit but of a spectral kind, on the edge of both philosophy and hermeneutics, trafficking with a pre-human, non-human, pre-personal quasi-transcendental condition of being and meaning, of truth and phenomenality. The avant-garde writers and artists, the bizarre structures in deconstructive architecture, or some of Derrida's own very strange works are traces of the cloud of LTH. We might say that they are reminders of death, but they are also reminders of birth and new beginnings, and hence of birth and death, that is, of mortality, of mortal life, vita mortalis, mors vitalis. These atonal voices and disfigured figures, like gargoyles and mythological monsters, are effects of the pre-personal stratum of which living things are the temporary issue. This stratum is not less than meaning, not more than meaning, but outside meaning, not absolutely exterior but prior, a kind of quasi-transcendental prius. Meaning and understanding do not go all the way down but arise as one of several effects from a non-originary origin, something we see today in meaning taken as an effect of artificial intelligence systems, which is getting very spooky, a point I will visit below. Gadamer and postmodern theology. Biblical hermeneutics today faces a double threat. On the one side, the modernist side, historical critical research into the Bible shows that its narratives are largely fictional, that it is as unreliable as a work of history as it is as a work of science. Why then should it be read and how? On the other side, the anti-modernist side, scriptural hermeneutics is under attack by the fundamentalists and literalists who use the Bible to deny science and promote nationalism, sexism, and white supremacy. To both these threats, modern and anti-modern, the answer lies in postmodern hermeneutics. Not only does Gadamer's hermeneutics make short shrift of literalism but, on Gadamer's terms, historical critical work cannot have the final word. What finally matters in the scriptures is the sach, the claim, kerygma, which is made upon us, if they. 444. John D. Caputo. 444. Are approached as something by which we are prepared to be instructed, subtilitas application andi. Reading the scriptures is arguably a paradigm of what Gadamer means by experiencing the truth of a text which is not exhausted by the results of method. Theologians have been quicker to turn to Ricoeur in these matters than to Gadamer, because Ricoeur's theological interests were front and center. But there has been significant interest in Gadamer, and it is not restricted to Protestants looking for a way to read the scriptures. Gadamer also provides Catholic theologians with a sophisticated account of the transmission of tradition, indeed of the primacy of tradition over sola scriptura. On Gadamerian terms, the scriptures are not only a source of tradition but also a product of tradition, first composed within the horizon of the 1st century, to which the faithful have returned again and again over the centuries in an ongoing fusion of horizons. The early doctrinal formulations cannot be univocally maintained but require constant reappropriation. Together with the great works of theology over the ages, the scriptures are so many religious classics requiring and inspiring constant revisiting. Christianity does not have an essence but a history of effects. It is a living conversation with its founding events. This, too quickly summarized, is the position of David Tracy, the foremost Anglophone Catholic theologian of the postmodern era, who draws deeply upon the work of Gadamer, Tracy 1987, 1998. Tracy is particularly interested in the postmodern condition, in a culture marked by conflict, contest, and plurality and by a new respect for difference, up to and including what Derrida calls dissemination. This challenge, Tracy argues, can only be met by Gadamer's formulation of hermeneutic conversation. In the background of Tracy's reading of Gadamer we can hear Aquinas's concept of analogy, of which it is itself a felicitous appropriation. The unity and transmission of the tradition is analogical, not univocal. It is also worth pointing out that what Gadamer's fusion of horizons invites comparison with the correlation method of Paul Tillich, in which we, in the horizon of the present, bring our questions to the scriptures which supply an answer, not ready-made but one that requires interpretation and so in turn puts us into question. Vattimo and Rorty. Gadamer's postmodernism also has been taken up in a creative way by Richard Rorty in the United States, who read Gadamer in connection with American pragmatism, and Gianni Vattimo in Italy, whose reading is deeply guided by Heidegger and Nietzsche on the history of nihilism. Vattimo defends a weak thought, by which he means weakening strong metaphysical claims into hermeneutics. 12. Gadamer provides a way to read Nietzsche's notion that there is no truth, only interpretations that are useful for life. There is no absolute, Christian Platonic truth, only hermeneutic perspectives, horizons of understanding. Hermeneutics emancipates us from absolutism and frees us for life amid the contingencies of time and circumstance. The postmodern age is the age of interpretation, where no one can know the big story. It is thus the age of democracy. Hermeneutics is politics where everyone brings a finite perspective to bear and, by free and open debate, tries to tell the best story they have to persuade others. Weakening is a fourfold process. 1. Weakening metaphysics, absolute knowledge, into interpretations. 2. Weakening epistemology, the method of discovering truth, into Gadamerian conversations. 3. Weakening universal and eternal ethical principles, categorical imperatives, and natural laws, into a postmodern, pluralistic practical wisdom, more Francis than knowledge of the good. 4. Weakening powerful political ideologies of the left and the right, the dictatorship of the proletariat, the glory of the folk, the invisible hand of capital, into open-ended democratic negotiations and multicultural pluralistic conversation. If Heidegger's hermeneutics led him into National Socialism, Vadamo's got him elected to the European Parliament. 445. Gadamer and the Postmodern Mind. 445. The convergence of Wittgenstein, Kuhn, and Gadamer shows up in Rorty, who picked up on the pluralistic democratic implications of Gadamer's idea of conversation, which he read as the conversation of mankind. Michael Oakes. 13. Rorty, 2, thought that metaphysical pretensions to truth and objectivity need to be taken down a peg or two. Heidegger's overcoming metaphysics, Derrida's deconstruction of the metaphysics of presence, and he thought that Dewey's pragmatism was the way to do it. Truth, he said, is a compliment we pay to ideas that are paying their own way and getting the job done, but it does not carry any metaphysical import. Truth does not mean that our ideas are mirrors of nature, only that they work, neither should it lead us into talking about strange things like Althea or Unverborgenheit. Rorty thinks the natural attitude, pace husserl, does very well on its own and has no need of a transcendental backup to ground it. He used Derrida to argue that philosophy is just a form of writing, not a well-fortified academic specialty, and it is best used to make fun of funny metaphysical talk. He used Gadamer to argue that it is a conversation without a special method, Wittgenstein to say that getting things right is a matter of knowing how to play a language game, and Kuhn to describe how to get along when a language game falls into crisis, when, as Lyotard put it, it is not a question of making a new move in an old game, but of inventing a new game altogether. All of this is packaged under Gadamer's idea of a conversation, which turns on hearing one another out and trying to reach consensus. Agreements work until they do not, and then there are agreed-upon ways of handling disagreement without violence. Democracy is the name that the give and take of conversation assumes when it enters politics. Politics is about solidarity with one another, an idea derived from neither divine revelation nor pure reason, but from confessing that, having been equally cut off from access to absolute truth, we are all in this together. Democracy does not rest on an unshakable foundation but is poised precariously precisely upon the fact that the lack of foundation is general and the only resource available is to sit down and talk things out. In the last decades of his life, Rorty became a friend and collaborator of Vadamo, Rorty and Vadamo 2005, 43 ff. The two shared their common interests in democracy and conversation and in reading Nietzsche, Heidegger, and Gadamer. Like Vadamo, Rorty did not think in terms of openness to the other but of widening the circle of the same to include everyone. He thought all this alteriety was identity politics and that would someday spell trouble by taking the eyes of the left off the unions and working people. If that continues, he said in 1997, someday a demagogue is going to come along and appeal to blue-collar people who are tired of having their manners corrected by postmodern professors and reverse the gains the left has made in the last 40 years. Rorty 1998, 89-90. In November 2016, that passage went viral on the internet. What comes after postmodernism? Today the word postmodern is being eclipsed and nearly all the principal players are dead. 14. If we ask, then, what comes next, the answer is, look around, it is already here. Today we face a daunting challenge, not postmodern but post-truth and post-human. Both words in the title of Gadamer's magnum opus have taken on an added charge and point to a new and ominous menace. Today is unhappily described as the age of post-truth, in which information systems have been poisoned by internet-enabled wild-eyed conspiracy theories perpetrated not only by fringe groups but by Fox News, the most popular news network in the business, and by its most famous and faithful follower, the former President of the United States. In the age of Twitter, being true means trending. Rumors, slanders, and outright lies, which sow doubt and confusion among the unwary and throw science into doubt, make it next to impossible for democracies to. 446. John D. Caputo. 446. Deliberate and to conduct the business of the people. The hermeneutics of the future this has already begun is to be conducted in the age of information. By the same token today method threatens to become a monster. Contemporary life is dominated by the rising tide of artificial intelligence, AI. The age of AI is the rule of the algorithm, which is the rule of what Gadamer called method and Derrida called the program in its most advanced technological form. Anyone who is not alarmed by this is simply not paying attention. Now we have conversations with Siri and Alexa. We speak to our televisions and smartphones, and our automobiles give us driving directions. We are not far from the point when we will not be able to tell that we are having a conversation with an electronic voice processing system. What is in store for us, meaning us humans? We must decide who we are in a world that is being swiftly transformed by a whirl of electronic advances. Is it the case, as many people think, that the human is in transition, transhuman, to becoming post-human? That is a possibility foreseen by Heidegger, who flagged the word information in 1956, and by Derrida's attention to the program and the non-human play of traces called difference. The answer to Augustine's question Quaestio mei magna factus sum coming in with each passing new development is that we live and move and have our being in advanced, complex, and highly subtle information systems. I am not trying to denounce the future but to announce it. I am not predicting anything. The future is already here, and just as Derrida said it represents both a promise and a threat, a pharmacon which will cure us unless it kills us first. Our understanding of ourselves, our self-interpretation, is undergoing a sea change. Can the subtle touch of hermeneutics, the subtilitas intelligendi, explicandi et application andi cope with the subtlety of these advanced information systems? This is, in my view, the hermeneutic problem of our own day and of the days to come, and we can only hope this is a challenge hermeneutics will be able to meet. 33. Gadamerian. Anglo-America. Greg Lynch. I have been tasked in this chapter with describing the connections between Gadamer's hermeneutics and the Anglo-American or analytic tradition of philosophy. Obviously, it is not possible to discuss all of these connections here, or even all of the most important ones. Nor would I be qualified to do so if it were. So instead what I would like to do is to sketch out a way that someone generally familiar with the analytic tradition, but generally unfamiliar with Gadamer's thought, might begin to situate the latter relative to the former, and so, hopefully, begin to make sense of it. While that is the main sort of reader I have in mind, however, I think that the discussion will have some value for seasoned Gadamerians, as well. It is a well-known Gadamerian principle that we can discover new aspects of a subject matter when we discuss it with new interlocutors, and that principle is no less true here. Some central, and often overlooked, dimensions of Gadamer's thought come to light when we put him in dialogue with the analytic tradition. I will begin with a discussion of what I take to be the most natural spot in the analytic landscape in which to situate Gadamer's ideas, the debate in the philosophy of language over the extent and nature of context sensitivity, that is, the so-called context wars. Gadamer, I will try to show, is a thoroughgoing contextualist, and so is engaged in a project that is importantly similar to that of later Wittgenstein and the ordinary language tradition he inspired. After that, I will turn to the noteworthy cameos that Gadamer has made in two of the more influential books in the recent history of analytic philosophy, Rorty's philosophy and the mirror of nature, and McDowell's mind and world. Each of these thinkers latches onto an important dimension of Gadamer's thought and thereby shows how Gadamer might contribute to discussions in epistemology and the philosophy of mind. But they also misread Gadamer in instructive and complementary ways. The account of Gadamer's contextualism will help make sense of where these readings get Gadamer right, and where they miss the mark. Gadamer and ordinary language philosophy. Philosophers have often supposed that linguistic competence is, at least at a general level, akin to knowing a formal deductive system. To know a language is to know a finite number of rules identifying the meanings of basic terms and describing how they may be combined into larger units that equip one to produce and understand an infinite number of potential. 450. Greg Lynch. 450. Utterances. If this is correct, then semantics ought to take the form of formal semantics. To clarify how words in a language mean what they do would be to identify the system of rules that govern them. One potential challenge to the project of formal semantics stems from the fact that many expressions are context-sensitive in the sense that what they mean can vary from one occasion of their use to another. Indexicals like pronouns and demonstratives are clear and uncontroversial examples of context sensitivity, and there are reasons to suspect that many other types of expressions besides these are context-sensitive, too. In this respect, the natural languages that human beings actually speak are dissimilar from the artificial languages on which early analytic philosophers like Frege and Russell tended to focus. This difference raises the worry that natural languages might be resistant to formalization. A formal theory purports to identify universal rules governing meaning, rules that would determine what an expression means regardless of the particular situation in which it is used. But if there are expressions whose meaning changes from one situation to the next, it seems that their meaning will not be explicable in terms of a theory like this. There are two basic ways in which philosophers of language have responded to the growing awareness of context sensitivity and the worry it raises for formal semantics. 1. The first, sometimes called invariantism, argues that context sensitivity does not undermine the basic formal semantic project, it only complicates it. Linguistic competence, or, at least, the essential core of it, can still be captured in terms of a formal system of rules, it is just that these rules must be more nuanced than we might previously have thought. There are about as many proposals for what this nuanced theory looks like as there are invariantists, but there are two basic moves that are typically involved. One is to draw a distinction between semantics, which deals with what words mean, and pragmatics, which deals with how words may be used, and to argue that at least a good deal of context sensitivity belongs only to the latter category. While many words may be used to suggest or imply different things in different contexts, they typically mean something invariant. The second move is to argue that, even where the meaning of an expression is context-sensitive, this sensitivity is itself rule-governed, and therefore formalizable. This strategy seems to work fairly well in dealing with indexical psi, for example, refers to different people in different contexts, but it always refers to whomever the speaker is, and so perhaps it can be extended to account for all genuinely semantic context sensitivity. Opposed to invariantists are contextualists, or, as they are sometimes called, radical contextualists. 2. These philosophers think that context sensitivity is an essential, ineliminable feature of meaning, and that, for this reason, meaning cannot be fully captured or modeled by any system of invariant rules, no matter how nuanced it might be. Recognizing what an expression means in a given situation involves an irreducible element of know-how that cannot be rendered fully explicit or objective. Thus the project of formal semantics is, if not entirely misguided, at least fundamentally limited. It cannot, even in principle, fully explain what we know when we know a language. Contextualism first appeared on the analytic scene with the later Wittgenstein. His basic claim in the Investigations and related writings is that meaning is not a mere relationship between two objects, a word and a thing, in which one names or pictures the other. Meaning, rather, is something that human beings do, and like any action, its identity depends on the wider practical and social context in which it occurs. Just as stealing second base is what it is only in the context of the game of baseball, an act of meaning something can be understood only against a wider practice in terms of which it makes sense. Wittgenstein, 2009, 43, captures this in 451. Gadamer in Anglo-America. 451. His famous dictum that, for at least a large class of cases, meaning is use. To understand the meaning of a word you must understand how it can be used, and that requires understanding the wider social practice, the language game in which it is employed. Thus, to imagine a language is not to devise system of rules by which signs might relate to objects, but rather to imagine a form of life. 2009, 19. Wittgenstein's contextualism was later taken up by the ordinary language philosophers, most notably J. L. Austin, Norman Malcolm, and Peter Strawson, who attempted to steer the analytic tradition away from its preoccupation with formal systems and toward a descriptive focus on everyday speech and action. For a while it looked like they might win the day, but the movement turned out to be fairly short-lived. In 1967 Paul Grice dealt what was taken to be a death blow to ordinary language philosophy with his theory of conversational implicature, which offered a powerful version of the move noted above of relegating context sensitivity to the realm of the pragmatic. 3. Grice was widely taken to have undermined the evidence on which the ordinary language philosophers had built their case against formalization, and so, unsurprisingly, interest in the project of formalizing natural language emerged with renewed vigor thereafter, notably in the Davidsonic boom of the 1970s. Invariantism remains the majority view in the analytic tradition today, and the project of formal semantics is alive and well. However, rumors of the death of ordinary language philosophy are greatly exaggerated. The tradition has lived on in the contextualist accounts of meaning offered by Hilary Putnam, John Searle, and others, and it has recently drawn increased attention thanks in large part to Charles Travis's influential work. It would be wrong to say that Gadamer and the ordinary language tradition exerted much of an influence on one another. They did, however, arrive independently at remarkably similar conclusions. 4. Gadamer was well aware of these similarities, and he comments on them repeatedly. He first read Wittgenstein's investigations shortly after Truth and Method was completed in 1960, and he notes that he found there much that had long been familiar to me. Gadamer 1997, 19. He also, around this time, read Austin's, 1962, How to Do Things with Words, and he makes several approving references to it in later essays. 5. Gadamer takes the similarities of his own views and those of the ordinary language tradition to be more than a mere superficial coincidence. He explains, unwelcome as this characterization may be, this much at least may have become clear, something like a convergence is occurring between Wittgenstein's critique of Anglo-Saxon semantics on the one hand and the criticism of the ahistorical art of phenomenological description that is made by hermeneutics, on the other hand. The way we trace the use of concepts back to their history in order to awaken their real, living, evocative meaning seems to me to converge with Wittgenstein's study of living language games, and indeed with everything moving in the same direction. 1976e, 127-6. Hermeneutics and ordinary language philosophy, in other words, are responses to two different forms of the same perceived mistake, the conception of meanings as timeless, abstract entities. 7. And both contend that the mistake can be avoided only by considering language in its living situation, that is, the practical, social context of everyday life. In short, both are motivated by a fundamental commitment to contextualism. Gadamer, following Husserl, discusses context sensitivity under the heading of occasionality. Whereas Husserl, 2001, 1:223, affirmed the invariantist view that the occasional. 452. Greg Lynch. 452. Expressions that occur in natural language are in principle replaceable by non-occasional ones. Gadamer presses the contextualist line that they are essential and so ineliminable. He writes, the vast realm of the occasionality of all speaking plays an important role in establishing the meaning of what is said. By occasionality I mean dependency on the situation in which an expression is used. Hermeneutical analysis is able to show that such dependency on the situation is not itself situational, like the so-called occasional expressions, for instance, here or this, that obviously possess no fixed content in their semantical character, but rather are applicable like empty forms and in which, as is the case with empty forms, changing content can be inserted. Hermeneutical analysis is able to show, rather, that such relativity to situation constitutes the very essence of speaking. 1976a, 88. Like his ordinary language counterparts, Gadamer traces the essential occasionality of speech back to the fact that utterances are a species of human action and as such are enmeshed in larger shared practices. As he puts it, to grasp the meaning of an utterance one must recognize the wider undertaking that motivates it. In the case of statements, assertion, i.e., assertions, Gadamer argues, that undertaking is to be understood as the answering of some question that matters to the speaker. As he puts it, no statement simply has an unambiguous meaning based on its linguistic and logical construction as such, but, on the contrary, each is motivated. A question is behind each statement that first gives it its meaning. 1976a, 88-89. The meanings of questions, in turn, are similarly dependent on a motivating background. To grasp what a question is asking one must understand what is at stake in the particular occasion. Gadamer 1994, 42. One must recognize what would matter to someone so situated, and the particular contours of how and why it matters. In this way, the meaning of a question, and so the meaning of a statement, opens onto the whole of one's cultural and historical situation. Echoing Wittgenstein's comments about forms of life, Gadamer, 2013, 474, claims that every word breaks forth as if from a center and is related to a whole, through which alone it is a word. Every word causes the whole of the language to which it belongs to resonate and the whole worldview that underlies it to appear. Somewhat frustratingly, Gadamer does not give any concrete examples of the sort of occasionality that he has in mind here. Analytic contextualists, however, have produced hundreds of them, many of the most compelling of which come from Travis. Here are two. Sid has been in an accident. The fear is that he has lost his ability to grunt. Pia gives him a sharp blow to the solar plexus. He responds with a grunt, which Pia reports, correctly, by saying, Sid grunts. By contrast, Pia and Zoe are planning a soiree. Pia would prefer Sid not to come. He knows too much. So she says, don't invite Sid. Sid grunts. But Sid is the most urbane of men. He has no such habit. Pia speaks mendaciously, so falsely. 2008, 153. Pia goes to the stationer's and asks for blue ink. If the stationer gives her ink that writes black, she may correctly complain that that is not what she asked for. She would be right even if it happened to look blue in the bottle, though such ink may sometimes be described truly as blue. 2213, emphasis in original. 453. Gadamer in Anglo-America. 453. These examples helpfully illustrate Gadamer's idea that the meaning of an utterance depends on its underlying motivation. But beyond just illustrating what Gadamer means, Travis's examples provide significant evidence for Gadamer's claim that occasionality is a ubiquitous feature of language. Travis provides us with a kind of template for identifying context sensitivity. Choose a sentence and some object or state of affairs about which the sentence might plausibly be uttered. Then see if you can imagine two scenarios such that in one it would be true, but in the other, false. It is difficult to find a sentence for which this cannot be done. I, at least, am yet to think of one. It is important to recognize that the phenomenon Gadamer and Travis are here drawing our attention to is not, or not just, a species of ambiguity, and so is not something that disambiguation can eliminate. For instance, we might be tempted to read Travis's second example as revealing a previously unnoticed ambiguity in the word blue. Blue, we might want to say, can actually mean two different things, things we might designate by looks blue and writes blue. That is, of course, a perfectly fine thing to say, and it might be helpful to say something like that in a particular case where a misunderstanding has arisen. But in drawing that distinction we have not eliminated or tamed occasionality, because our two disambiguating expressions are themselves no less occasional than the one we started with. Take writes blue. Would it be true to say this of ink that produces blue and white striped text? Or text that looks blue when viewed at a distance, but not under a microscope? Or of ink that produces blue text when used under water, but black on dry land? In each case the answer is, on some occasions, yes, on others, no. Gadamer, Travis, and other contextualists think that this point iterates. Repeat the disambiguation procedure as many times as you like, you will never arrive at something that carries its meaning within itself, something that represents the world as being some one determinate way independently of a context. This is simply to repeat a point we have already made above, that for contextualists no acontextual rule or theory could ever fully capture the meaning of an utterance. As Gadamer, 2013, 460, puts it, a person who speaks, is so oriented toward the particularity of what he is perceiving that everything he says acquires a share in the particularity of the circumstances he is considering. Meaning, in this sense, is embedded in the occasions on which it occurs, and this embeddedness entails that it can never be rendered fully objective or explicit. 8. A full account of Gadamer's kinship with Wittgenstein, Travis, and other analytic contextualists would need to consider his claims about application, the essentially social character of meaning, and the way that horizons condition knowledge, among other topics. But what has been said so far is probably sufficient for the main idea I want to convey here. Gadamer rejects the project of formal semantics and so differs essentially from much analytic thinking about language. However, he rejects it for reasons that are already in play within the analytic tradition itself and which are central to its history. So Gadamer occupies a position that ought to be, if not popular, at least recognizable to analytic philosophers. That being said, I do not want to leave the impression that Gadamer offers nothing more than a recasting of ideas that can already be found in the ordinary language tradition. Despite the similarities I have noted, there are important differences, as well. Here I will restrict myself to noting just two of them. First, as much as the ordinary language tradition focuses on language as it occurs in everyday, pre-scientific life, it nevertheless neglects a huge swath of its writing. In everyday life we encounter language not just in the form of requests, promises, and commands, but in the form of novels, poems, histories, laws, and philosophical treatises. While analytic contextualists largely ignore written texts, they are, for obvious reasons, front and center in Gadamer's hermeneutic account. Writing opens an important new dimension for contextualism since, as Gadamer 454. Greg Lynch 454 points out, the sort of analysis that works for spoken utterances cannot simply be extended without modification to written texts. While the meaning of spoken language, as a general rule, is tied to the particular context in which it was produced, this is not the case for writing. What is written down is not tied to any one occasion, but claims to have something to say to anyone who might pick it up. As Gadamer, 2013, 410, puts it, writing is central to the hermeneutical phenomenon insofar as its detachment both from the writer or author and from a specifically addressed recipient or reader gives it a life of its own. What is fixed in writing has raised itself into a public sphere of meaning in which everyone who can read has an equal share. On Gadamer's view, the detachability of writing from its original context, what he calls the ideality of its meaning, is not in conflict with the central thesis of contextualism, but it does complicate it. The meaning of a written text is not a timeless, context-independent object, rather, it exists in and through the various contexts in which readers encounter and understand it. My aim here is not to develop or defend this account, but merely to point out that Gadamer here addresses a problem that is pressing for contextualists, but which has been largely ignored in the analytic tradition. Insofar as Gadamer has taken up this problem, he has something valuable to offer to analytic contextualists. Second, Gadamer does not share the quietist impulse, characteristic of much of the ordinary language tradition, according to which philosophical problems are merely the result of language going on holiday and so can be dissolved by returning language to its proper home in everyday language games. Certainly some philosophical problems arise in this way, but on Gadamer's view this is not the case with all of them, or the most central ones. Gadamer, 1976d, 177, argues that Wittgenstein, 2009, 242, is right when he notes that successful communication requires agreement in judgments, not just in definitions, but he is wrong to suppose that this agreement is always already secured ahead of time by grammar. In many cases, including cases of philosophical discussion, the relevant agreement, and with it the insight needed to address the question at hand, emerges only as the outcome of a conversation, not as its starting point. A kind of feedback loop thus exists between philosophical inquiry and everyday natural language. The former depends essentially on the latter, but it is also capable of subtly reshaping it. As Gadamer, 2013, 378, puts it, every genuine dialogue accomplishes, little by little, the transformation of our concepts that Hegel's dialectic envisioned. This transformation will never be completed, and so there can be no question of arriving at a point where philosophical questions will completely disappear. Wittgenstein 2009, 133. Gadamer and Rorty. The place where analytic philosophers are most likely to have encountered Gadamer is Rorty's seminal philosophy and the mirror of nature. Rorty finds in Gadamer a fellow opponent to epistemology, which he defines as the project of identifying a universal set of discursive rules with which to rationally settle disputes. Hermeneutics, of which Gadamer is a chief example, is, on Rorty's view, the rejection of the idea that there are any such rules, or any need for them. Rorty spells out his account of hermeneutics in terms drawn from Thomas Kuhn. The epistemological focus on achieving consensus through the observance of rules is appropriate, Rorty claims, for describing what happens in normal discourse. Where a group of researchers share a commitment to a common theory or framework, there will typically be a methodological. 455. Gadamer in Anglo-America. 455. Procedure in place by means of which disagreements can be resolved and consensus established. The mistake of epistemology, Rorty, 1979, 380, contends, is in thinking that is it possible to discover a universal method, one that would allow us to settle any question that might arise in any domain, and that would constitute a permanent framework for inquiry immune to revision. Hermeneutics counters this by drawing our attention to cases of revolutionary discourse, that is, discourse about as yet incommensurable discourses, 343. Hermeneutics, in other words, draws our attention to what is anomalous, to what cannot be explained by appeal to our existing theories or justified by appeal to our existing norms. This, Rorty contends, is the real significance of Gadamer's focus in truth and method on the human sciences. What makes these central to the hermeneutic project is not, per se, the fact that they discuss a human rather than natural subject matter, but that they confront us more frequently than do the natural sciences with phenomena that are incommensurable with our current ways of thinking. In other words, what Gadamer is opposed to is not so much the valorization of the hard sciences over the humanities, but the valorization of normal science over revolutionary. The point of hermeneutics, on Rorty's view, is to illustrate the value of the anomalous, incommensurable, and revolutionary. Importantly, this value does not have anything to do with truth. Rorty argues that all one can usefully mean in calling a theory true is that it fares best by the lights of our currently accepted standards of justification. By this definition, what is incommensurable with those standards cannot be true, and thus the goal of hermeneutics cannot be to discover truth. Instead of truth, Rorty claims, hermeneutics aims at edification, that is, the project of finding new, better, more interesting, more fruitful ways of speaking. This project may consist in the hermeneutic activity of making connections between our own culture and some exotic culture or historical period, or between our own discipline and another discipline which seems to pursue incommensurable aims in an incommensurable vocabulary. But it may instead consist in the poetic activity of thinking up such new aims, new words, or new disciplines, followed by, so to speak, the inverse of hermeneutics, the attempt to reinterpret our familiar surroundings in the unfamiliar terms of our new inventions. In doing this, hermeneutics aims to take us out of our old selves by the power of strangeness, to aid us in becoming new beings. Rorty 1979, 360. The pursuit of edification, Rorty explains, is different from the pursuit of truth, but it is not incompatible with it, since the pursuit of truth is, or at least can be, one way of edifying ourselves. What hermeneutics highlights is that it is only one way of doing this, and that to give it absolute pride of place over all the others as philosophers have traditionally done can have quite undefying consequences. Specifically, hermeneutics teaches us to be on guard against the idea that by pursing the truth we might discover something that would justify our practices. Such an idea rests on the fantasy that we can step out of those practices and into an absolute, neutral perspective on things, thereby transforming the practices into something more, not something that we merely happen to do, but something that everyone must do. Such an attitude not only allows us to avoid taking responsibility for our practices, it easily leads to the violent forcing of those practices on others. As is generally the case with Rorty's use of other philosophers, it is unclear to what extent he takes himself to be reporting Gadamer's actual views, rather than just using some themes from Gadamer as a launching pad for his own thinking. 9. Nevertheless, for better or worse, his reading has led to a certain set of ideas being associated with Gadamer, and so it is worth asking to what extent those ideas reflect what Gadamer actually says. 456. Greg Lynch. 456. There is, in fact, much about Gadamer that Rorty gets right. Gadamer, like Rorty, denies that there is any set of universal, timeless rules in terms of which to settle disputes. He similarly rejects the idea that any one vocabulary is uniquely suited to cut nature at its joints and so inherently superior to all others. Rorty is also correct to note that Gadamer values the humanities and is resistant to the idea that they must be remade in the methodological image of the sciences, in large part because of their ability to confront us with what is anomalous and unfamiliar, and thereby transform and edify us. In general, Gadamer, like Rorty, sees the modern epistemological project, with its concomitant scientism and Cartesianism, as fundamentally misguided. What Rorty misses, however, is that he and Gadamer reject this project for fundamentally different reasons. For Rorty, the fundamental problem with traditional epistemology lies in the idea that our thoughts might correspond to reality. For him, as for Donald Davidson, the relationship between our thoughts and words on the one hand, and the world on the other, is merely causal, not semantic. Thus it makes no sense to think that the former might succeed, or fail, at mirroring, corresponding to, or being justified by, the latter. By contrast, while Gadamer also rejects the correspondence theory of truth, his qualms are much more localized and specific. On his view, the problem with the correspondence theory, as it has traditionally been articulated, is that it thinks of truth theologically, that is, as a correspondence between an infinite intellect occupying a view from nowhere and some worldly state of affairs. This theological view lives on, even when God is no longer in the picture, in the idea that the locus of truth is the proposition, since propositions are themselves ahistorical entities that represent what they do from no place in particular. As we saw above, Gadamer is a contextualist, and so does not think that such entities play any role in our thinking or speaking. The way we represent the world is essentially bound to particular occasions, it is essentially finite, and so its truth cannot consist in any sort of theological correspondence. This does not, however, mean that we can or should jettison the idea of correspondence altogether. As Gadamer, 1976c. 75, puts it, philosophy can no longer avail itself of such a theological grounding and will not want to repeat the secularized versions of it. But for its part, philosophy may not close its eyes to the truth of correspondence. In this sense, the task of metaphysics continues, though certainly not as a task that can be solved as metaphysics, that is, by going back to an infinite intellect. Hence we must ask, are there finite possibilities of doing justice to this correspondence? Is there a grounding of this correspondence that does not venture to affirm the infinity of the divine mind and yet is able to do justice to the infinite correspondence of soul and being? I contend that there is. There is a way that attests to this correspondence, one toward which philosophy is ever more clearly directed, the way of language. 10. Contra Rorty, for Gadamer to make the linguistic turn is not to eschew the idea that thought corresponds to the world, but to recognize that this correspondence is a finite one, that is, one that, like language itself, is essentially occasional. I will say more about this in the following section. For now, the key point is that in focusing on language, Gadamer does not abandon the goal of describing things as they are. On the contrary, language matters precisely because in language the world itself presents itself. 2013, 466. Accordingly, while Rorty is right that Gadamer sees philosophy as a means of edification, Gadamer does not agree that edification aims at what is fruitful in distinction from what is true. In a later essay on Gadamer, Rorty, 2004, 27, notes that his appeals to what is fruitful, or helpful, immediately raise the question, helpful by what criterion? He replies that this 457. Gadamer in Anglo-America. 457. Question is simply an artifact of the very sort of view he is trying to get away from. To think that such a demand for criteria is always reasonable, he contends, is to imagine that the language of the future should be a tool in the hands of the language of the present. It is to become a control freak. Gadamer, 2006, 43, finds this move untenable. I would perhaps agree with Rorty that in our search for the good we will, at best, hit upon the better, never the good in itself. And yet, it's also true that we will never search for or find what is better for us without seeking the good in itself, or at least having it in mind. Rorty pleads well for this practical or pragmatic reasonableness. If in doing this, however, he limits himself to just this without referring it back to the good, then he won't be able to recognize what the better is in relation to the good, that is, what the better actually is. One really must recognize that the better is actually only the better in relation to a final end. In Gadamer's view, the question helpful by what criterion, cannot be brushed aside as easily as Rorty supposes. The question need not be an expression of a desire for control, it is a completely reasonable request for clarification. The word helpful, or better, has a meaning only in light of some conception of what is good, of what sorts of goals are worth pursuing in the first place. So in suggesting that we can do away with the metaphysical project of trying to answer this question, Rorty is really just assuming without argument an answer of his own, that the good is to be equated with whatever one is antecedently committed to. The point here concerns more than just the meaning of the word better. On Gadamer's view, to eschew asking about the good is to close off the possibility of genuine edification. Rortian hermeneutics, in which we engage with others only to find what might be interesting or helpful in what they say, might help us more fully and consistently to embody whatever our pre-existing values are, but it also ensures that those values are immune from criticism. Gadamerian edification, by contrast, consists precisely in being pulled up short or called into question by the person or text we aim to understand. It is a matter of recognizing that I myself must accept some things that are against me, even though no one else forces me to do so. It is only in this way that we can become new beings in any meaningful sense. Such transformation, in turn, requires us to take an interest in the truth of what is said to us. It requires our understanding to keep itself open to the truth claim the other person makes. 2013, 369. Gadamer and McDowell. In explicit contrast to Rorty, one of the central aims of McDowell's Mind and World is to show how we can affirm the correspondence of thought and reality without winking and without anxiety. As McDowell puts it, the idea to be preserved is that there is no ontological gap between the sort of thing that one can mean, or generally the sort of thing one can think, and the sort of thing that can be the case. When one thinks truly, what one thinks is the case, 1994, 27. As he notes elsewhere, 2002, 176, this echoes the frequent Gadamerian claim that it is the world itself that is made present in our, linguistically constituted, worldviews. The idea that there is no gap between thinking and the world, McDowell contends, calls for a particular conception of the world. The world must be the sort of thing with which thought could be isomorphic, it must be, as Wittgenstein puts it in the Tractatus, the totality of facts, not of things, 2003, 1.1. So conceived, the world is not, or not merely, a collection of objects causally interacting with one another. It is a constellation of inherently meaningful, conceptually structured facts or states of affairs. To be a thinker is to be open to this world, in the sense. 458. Greg Lynch. 458. Of being able to take in the facts that make it up. This taking in, on his view, is precisely what experience consists in. Because it conceives of the world as necessarily conceptually structured, McDowell's account implies that the world can present itself only to creatures with conceptual capacities, 1994, 114. This claim raises an obvious worry. Non-human animals, as best we can tell, lack the sort of spontaneity required for conceptual thinking, and so McDowell's view seems to imply the obviously mistaken idea that mere animals are not genuinely sentient. McDowell, however, argues that no such conclusion follows from his claim. While animals do not enjoy experience in the robust sense that human beings do, this does not imply that they are mere automata. McDowell turns to Gadamer specifically, to the distinction he draws between the environment, Umwelt, of mere animals and the world, Welt, of human beings 11 to explain this. McDowell, 1994, 115, articulates Gadamer's insight as follows. In mere animals, sentience is in the service of a mode of life that is structured exclusively by immediate biological imperatives. That is not to imply that the life is restricted to a struggle to keep the individual and the species going. There can be immediate biological imperatives that are at most indirectly connected with survival and reproduction, for instance, the impulse to play, which is found in many animals. But without falling into that kind of restrictiveness, we can recognize that a merely animal life is shaped by goals whose control of the animal's behavior at a given moment is an immediate outcome of biological forces. A mere animal does not weigh reasons and decide what to do. Now Gadamer's thesis is this: a life that is structured only in that way is led not in the world, but only in an environment. For a creature whose life has only that sort of shape, the milieu it lives in can be no more than a succession of problems and opportunities, constituted as such by those biological imperatives. Non-human animals are not mere machines, their lives are irreducibly structured by goals or imperatives in terms of which reality is meaningfully present to them as a series of problems and opportunities. But we can grant this to mere animals while also recognizing a qualitative distinction between their experience and our own. While we are certainly subject to the same biological forces as other animals, in virtue of our rational capacities we can, as Gadamer puts it, rise above the pressure of what impinges on us and thus relate to our surroundings not as an environment in which we are embedded, but as a world toward which we enjoy a free, distanced orientation. For instance, we can, but a mere animal cannot, ask ourselves whether something that tastes good really ought to be eaten, or whether something that appears threatening really ought to be avoided. We can, in short, consciously distinguish the way things immediately appear to us from the way they actually are. In light of this distinction and only in light of it, our surroundings manifest themselves to us not just as problems and opportunities, but as matters of fact with an independent otherness. As for McDowell, for Gadamer the constellation of these matters of fact is the proper referent of the world. Gadamer 2013, 461-62, McDowell refers to the conceptual capacities that undergird the human relationship to the world as our second nature, both to distinguish it from the first nature we share with other animals and to distance himself from the idea that these capacities are somehow supernatural. Although our spontaneity cannot be fully explained in physical or even biological terms, there is, McDowell contends, nothing mysterious or spooky about it. No miracle is required for a human animal to become a thinker. This happens in the normal, natural course of human development. McDowell, 1994, 184, ends Mind and World by striking another Gadamerian note. 459. Gadamer in Anglo-America. 459. About what this development requires. While there is nothing unnatural about a human being's acquisition of conceptual capacities, he explains, neither is it something that an individual human being could accomplish all on her own. We mature into beings capable of spontaneity only through a process of Bildung in which language plays the central role. 125. Language here, as in Gadamer, refers not to an abstract formal faculty, but to a concrete, shared language spoken by a historical community. Such a language is not merely a means of communication or a vehicle of thought, but, more fundamentally, a repository of tradition, a store of historically accumulated wisdom about what is a reason for what. 126. It is unclear, McDowell contends, whether we can even make sense of a being's coming to be a thinker absent an initiation into such a tradition, but at the very least we can say that human beings do not and cannot do this. Although each of us is responsible for critically reflecting on and, where necessary, modifying the tradition we inherit, none of us constructs the space of reasons we inhabit ex nihilo. Thus thinking is, as Gadamer claims repeatedly, a fundamentally linguistic undertaking. If you are looking for an interpretive entry to Gadamer, you could do a lot worse than McDowell. He has clearly read Gadamer carefully, and his reading illuminates in a number of helpful ways what Gadamer means when he says that language is the medium in which I and world meet, or, rather, manifest their original belonging together. 2013, 490. Nevertheless, as was the case with Rorty, McDowell is sometimes blind to the fact that he and Gadamer affirm the same conclusions for importantly different reasons and thus misunderstands what Gadamer means by those conclusions. In McDowell's case, the clearest example of this is the claim that Bildung, that is, initiation into a language and a tradition, is required for thought. For McDowell this dependence is merely ideological. In order to think, one must be an occupant of a sufficiently large and well-articulated space of reasons, and this is not something that any individual could construct alone. For this reason, we must inherit a space of reasons before our thinking can commence, and this is precisely what tradition affords us. Gadamer would not deny this, but for him the need for Bildung runs deeper. As we saw above, on his view the shared human practices that motivate a thought or utterance factor ineliminably into its content. Thus Bildung is not just needed for the initial acquisition of concepts, it is implicated in every subsequent deployment of them, as well. As we noted above, because representation is essentially occasional, every act of thinking or speaking causes the whole of the language to which it belongs to resonate and the whole worldview that underlies it to appear. This idea is entirely absent from McDowell's picture and from his account of Gadamer. In short, McDowell has failed to recognize Gadamer's contextualism. 12. This oversight has the further implication that Gadamer agrees with McDowell about the correspondence of mind and world only in a qualified sense. Gadamer does agree that a thought, when it is true, is isomorphic with how things are. For McDowell, however, how things are means how things anyway are, independently of our thinking about them. 1994, 26-27. The facts with which thinking can be isomorphic are ones that are there in any case, waiting, as it were, for us to come along and think them. By contrast, Gadamer claims that thinking does not merely discover facts, it also, in a certain respect, constitutes them. That which comes into language, he contends, is not something that is pregiven before language, rather, the word gives it its own determinateness. 2013, 491, cf 473. It is important to understand what Gadamer is and is not saying here. He is not affirming the ridiculous thesis that we can change what things are like merely by talking about them, as if I could make it the case that my grass is green just by asserting with sufficient gusto that it is so. Facts are obviously not dependent on us and our interests in that sense. However, that is not all that goes into making a fact. To know, for example, whether it is a fact that grass is green, one needs to know, at least, two things. First, 460. Greg Lynch. 460. What it would be for grass to be green, and, second, whether grass actually is that way or not. The second of these is independent of human interests and practices, but, according to Gadamer's contextualism, the first is not. 13. When I say that grass is green, what I mean is embedded in a particular occasion and so inextricably tied to particular human interests. And the aspect of reality that I thereby disclose, precisely because it is isomorphic with what I meant, is bound up with these interests, too. Thus, as Gadamer, 1998, 31, puts it, fact is a hermeneutic concept, which means that it is always referred back to a context of supposition and expectation, to a complicated context of inquiring and understanding. To illustrate, let's return to the first of the Travis cases from above. Pia said that Sid grunts. And, since what she said was true, it was the case that Sid grunts. We can, if we want, express this by saying that Pia's utterance corresponded to a certain fact, the fact that Sid grunts. But if we do this, we must recognize that the fact we're here referring to is not the fact that Sid grunts, simpliciter the sort of fact an ahistorical, disinterested divine mind might disclose. For contextualism, there are no such facts. Rather, there are many different ways of understanding what it would be for something to grunt, each embedded in a particular occasion. 14. Given some of these understandings, Sid does, in fact, grunt. Given others, for instance, the understanding implied by Pia's other, mendacious utterance, he does not. So the fact that Sid grunts, which is in question here, the one to which Pia's first utterance corresponded, can only be the fact that he grunts on a particular understanding of what it is to grunt, and thus a fact that is embedded in a situation. It is in this sense that, as Gadamer says, the word gives to things its own determinateness. A fact consists in a thing's being a determinate way, but apart from particular, occasional human languages there are no determinate ways for things to be. On this point Rorty has Gadamer right, there is no one vocabulary that reality forces on us, no one uniquely correct way of identifying the joints in nature. As Gadamer, 2013, 492, puts it, the language that things have, whatever kind of things they may be, is not the logos ousias, and it is not fulfilled in the self-contemplation of an infinite intellect, it is the language that our finite, historical nature apprehends when we learn to speak. Rorty and McDowell, in this way, each recognize half of the Gadamerian picture. Rorty's Gadamer affirms finitude but not correspondence, McDowell's affirms correspondence but not finitude. The actual Gadamer affirms both, and this affirmation lies at the very heart of his hermeneutics. Of course, it is an open question whether Gadamer succeeds in holding on to both of these ideas at once, or whether such a project even could succeed. Although I think that it can, my aim here has not been to show that. Rather, what I hope to have given at least some reason for thinking is that the moves Gadamer makes in executing this project are ones that ought to be recognizable to philosophers working in the analytic tradition. The central questions that motivate Gadamer's thinking are ones that have, and continue to, motivate analytic philosophers as well. 34. From the hermeneutics of historically effected consciousness to concrete cosmological understanding. Alejandro A. Valiga. Pero antes que se acabe toda esta dicha, pi irdala atajandala. T o male la medida, por si rebasa tu adam an, rebasala, vesi cabe tendida en tu extension. But before the end of all this joy, lose it by taking hold of it, take its measure, in case it overflows your gesture, overflow it, see if it fits stretched out in your extension. Cesar Vallejo. Delimitations of hermeneutical thought, Gadamer in Argentina, the Mendoza Lecture of 1949. In 1949, the First National Congress of Philosophy takes place in Mendoza, Argentina. 1. The proceedings reveal the presence of many of the most distinguished and important philosophers in Europe and North America. Among the Europeans present were Karl Lewith, Helmuth Kuhn, Ernesto Grassi, Eugen Fink, and Hans-Georg Gadamer. 2. Gadamer offered the opening speech in the name of the Europeans present in the opening events, delivered a lecture titled The Limits of Historical Reason, Die Grenzen der historischen Vernunft, and also read a brief letter from Heidegger, who had not been allowed to travel by the French authorities. The journey to Argentina had deep implications for Gadamer. 3. In 1977, as Gadamer thinks about 464. Alejandro A. Valiga. 464. The conference in Mendoza. He remarks that for him and the other German professors it was the first outing into the world and also the first contact with old friends that were living abroad. In the biographical note at the end of Truth and Method, from 1973, Gadamer writes, also important was the big Congress in Mendoza, Argentina, in February 1949, it was there that we made contact with old Jewish friends and philosophers from other countries, Italy, France, Spain, and South America. Gadamer 1993, 492. The Congress in Argentina was not a mere professional meeting. Both the return to the exiled friends and the encounter with thinkers from the rest of the world had strong implications for the philosopher. Again, speaking of the experience of being in the Congress in Argentina, in the Frankfurter Rundschau in 1995, Gadamer recalls his journey. I remember in particular my Argentinian trip to Mendoza, after the Second World War, where I got together with Italian, French, and English colleagues for the first time after the long isolation. And for me it was interesting to see what you can develop when you really talk to other people. In dialogue you reach a form of superiority above all monological dominance of knowledge. Because this is the very secret of a dialogue, the other gives back to me what we both are concerned with. That was uncommon in German discussions then. Grondin 2003, 273. Being with others opens to the dialogical the path for going beyond a monological attitude towards knowledge. It is the mystery of the dialogue that situates thought beyond a single or absolute consciousness and knowledge, be the determination identified with single individuals or with a communal ideology. What appears in traveling outside one's familiar world is the limit of thought that makes for thought's situation. What appears is the prejudice that situates in limiting one's thought. At the same time, this delimitation marks a radical experience, as it discloses consciousness of being always already beyond individual and/or exclusive consciousness and subjectivity. This is the dialogical experience Gadamer finds in traveling to South America in 1949, and is the dialogical delimitation at the heart of philosophical hermeneutics that Gadamer sees for the most part lacking in Germany in 1949 after the war. The Congress in Argentina offers, then, another beginning for relations in dialogue, another opportunity to set forth philosophical thought for the Europeans. This is important because in underscoring Gadamer's words one inverts the traditional way of understanding the relationship between philosophy and Latin America. Traditionally philosophy's beginning is European, as is its future. And yet, in 1949 the sense of dialogue for Gadamer is found in Latin America, in Argentina, in the interior, in Mendoza. The point is simple: philosophy happens where it can happen, and does not have a single determinate or monological origin, and this is evident in this experience as recounted and understood by Gadamer. The expanding of hermeneutical thought beyond its European situation takes a more pronounced form when Gadamer speaks of that which impressed him the most about his journey. Gadamer is deeply struck by the open landscape of Argentina, by its solitude. But, if someone asks me what was the deepest impression that the Congress of Philosophy left me, I would respond, the return from Mendoza to Buenos Aires, Gadamer 1987, 125. Gadamer goes on to elaborate about this experience, particularly in terms of the questioning to which he is led by the immensity and solitude of the Pampas. When evening came, the sun sank low over the pampas, for a short moment filling the evening sky with a powerful play of colors until finally dark receded into night, with 465. Hermeneutics and cosmological understanding. 465. A strange necessity the thinking consciousness felt itself confronted by itself. Are we really what we had so recently been presenting and testing in philosophical exchange? What are we at all in the face of this strange, indifferent grand power of nature? The boundless nature of this land that we were crossing in a speeding train was of a truly superior reality. One had only to imagine what would happen on this free stretch if the train stopped and a passenger were to step out and erroneously stay behind. In this loneliness he would find no human accommodation. Perhaps what modern thinking teaches is true: man is nothing but his own possibility. But what are his possibilities? Gadamer 1987, 125. Here the question of the other becomes much more complex, since it is no longer a matter of relating to another like me, like Gadamer's old and new-found colleagues in dialogue. Rather, the issue is that of thinking from, with, in, and through that ruthless immensity. Here hermeneutics turns to experience, and the issue of interpretation becomes a question of a situated understanding. No longer is the question of hermeneutics how a subjective consciousness may be open to another human, but that of beginning to think with the immensity of what Gadamer himself characterizes as a superior reality ruthless towards the human. In terms of Gadamer's thought, this encounter speaks of the dialogical character of philosophical hermeneutics. Hermeneutics happens in dialogue with the other. At the same time, dialogue here refers one to a mystery that for Gadamer opens with the word, at the limit and out of the prejudice of the word understood as an experience of an historically affected consciousness. But, even in saying this, one remains aware of the immensity, silence, ruthlessness, and impiousness out of which thought comes into question. In my following discussion I offer a beginning towards a cosmologically situated hermeneutical thought. To say it in another way, my discussion is not reaching for a way to interpret or be open to the other, it is a discussion from and with the situation in which Gadamer finds himself while traveling through the interior of America. My aim is to think with and in departure from Gadamer as I bring his insights in Argentina into the openness that in Gadamer's experience in his visit delimits his thought, namely the awesome vastness, silence, impiousness, and ruthlessness he encounters in America. As I show in the second part of this chapter, this thinking happens with the articulate being in the world in indigenous and popular thought in Latin America. In order to engage in such situated thought, I will discuss some of the crucial moments in indigenous and popular thinking in America, 1970–1973, written by Gu Enter Rodolfo Kusch, 1999–2010. In particular I will focus on the book's early chapters. I should add that Kusch himself is clear that these opening chapters are an approximation to Andean indigenous thought through a westernizing attunement, rather than the kind of direct engagement in Andean thought that happens in the second third of his book. Kusch writes of the chapters I will discuss. The analysis of knowledge saber has led us to ritual and thus to divine pressure as that which moves indigenous thinking. But the road we have followed has been too direct and not too indigenous. It was probably motivated by a thoroughly Western prejudice, that of examining their thinking from the angle of a theory of knowledge. Kusch 2010, 6, 1999, 334. While in hindsight Kusch points out that the chapters we will discuss follow a disposition towards the world that still seeks a theory of knowledge, I will follow the analysis not with such an aim but in order to begin to articulate and introduce a distinct way of being in the world found in Andean thought. This is a way of understanding and a movement of understanding that 466. Alejandro A. Valliga 466. Resonates with and takes us beyond Gadamer's sense of hermeneutical understanding grounded in human Dacian's historically affected consciousness. I should also add that it is not my intention to give an anthropological account of indigenous Andean thought as if it were a matter of past history or of a recovery of folklore. For following the general intention of Kusch's discussion of indigenous and popular thinking in America, My aim is to make evident dispositions or ways of being in the world found in indigenous thinking/living that operate as the undercurrent of popular thinking in the interior as well as in the modern cities of America. Before moving on to Cush's work, and in order to introduce my discussion through a sense of hermeneutics as situated thought, I will briefly underscore some of the main points Gadamer makes in his Mendoza lecture in 1949, The Limits of Historical Reason, Die Grenzen der historischen Vernunft. Towards a situated concrete hermeneutics. Gadamer's The Limits of Historical Reason is not only a critique of historicism but an opening towards what will then be taken up in Truth and Method as historically affected consciousness, the pivotal element in hermeneutical understanding of the limits of historical reason. The lecture opens with the question of historicism, historismus, or historical perspectivism. As he points out, for such an historical consciousness, historisch Bewusstsein, there is nothing that may give an end, zeal, to history. Gadamer 1995, 175. The only end is man as situated in history, and therefore as an historical consciousness that finds only infinite human ends. With such historicist sense, the world falsely extends as it only proliferates views of the past that only the limited, infinitely expanding historically situated consciousness may know. At the same time, historical consciousness figures for him a revolution for humanity, one that cannot be contained by the natural sciences or technological advance. The decisive question for Gadamer's paper and for the delimitation of historical reason is whether a historical present may ground its own right and sense in reason, even if such present knows itself to offer but a perspective towards truth. 1995, 175. An immediate second question begins to address the issue, does reason not turn strange to itself in such knowledge? 1995, 175. 5. Here strange may be understood in light of Nietzsche's observation that the radical perspectivism of the will to power implies the auto-alienation of reason. Strangeness arises as reason is alienated from itself, as it knows itself to be a perspective among perspectives. Gadamer 1995, 176. The discussion then turns to Dilthey's historicism. 6. As Gadamer explains, although Dilthey, like Nietzsche, does turn towards life, he ultimately situates historical knowledge in reason. Historicity of life is treated by Dilthey through historical epochs, Ling, 1973, 543, which occur as epistemic structures subject to reason. 7. Although Dilthey may resist the rationalism of Hegel's absolute knowledge as the very justification of history's progress, he does uphold the sovereignty of historical reason. Gadamer 1995, 176. Moreover, as Gadamer points out, historical understanding according to Dilthey gives the interpreter a contemplative detachment from the immediate historical context. 1995, 176. Historical understanding is the action of subjectivity purged of prejudice. Ling 1973, 546. The assertion or grounding of knowledge on historical reason presents three problems that do not save us from the infinite regression of historicism. First of all, in becoming conscious of being historical, the historical subject becomes a subject for reason, and this is an infinite regression. Each moment a new subject appears and situates the interpretation in a way that displaces any possible grounding of the knowledge of historical reason. Gadamer 1995, 176. The second issue is that Dilthey's historicism falls short of Hegel's absolute knowledge in that there is no 467. Hermeneutics and cosmological understanding. 467. Consciousness in which history may be overcome and conceived. Gadamer 1995, 177. Finally, when and if the claim to the sovereignty of historical reason appears to suggest a kind of divine vision, the omnipresence of history in understanding, such projection happens by appealing to a universal present, which never engages the finitude of the historical, and ends up forgetting it. Gadamer 1995, 177, translation mine. I want to underscore here in the unfolding of Gadamer's critique of historicism several interruptions to the way thought, understanding, and interpretation may be situated. The historical subject as rational subject with insight into universality and the possible overcoming of prejudice in understanding are displaced. Furthermore, the concept of history that appears is not only a kind of rationalism but in turning to a way of understanding the present as a universal present, it fails to turn towards the finitude that is at the heart of history, Geschichte. Historical reasoning ultimately remains ungroundable in terms of a universal historical reason and at the same time remains at a distance from experience, and specifically for Gadamer, the experience of the happening of history, Geschichte. The basic turn in Gadamer's lecture happens after the critique of historicism. Gadamer then turns towards another path for engaging history, Geschichte. He introduces Heidegger's sense of the historicity, Geschichtlichkeit, of human Dasein in being and time, 1927, Gadamer 1995, 178. It is this living dimension of understanding that historical reason misses and forgets. At issue is not an historical consciousness that informs all senses of being, as is the case in Dilthey. As Gadamer concludes, the being of human Dasein is historical, 1995, 178, translation mine. Human Dasein has an historical consciousness because human Dasein is, in being there, historical, geschichtlich. This last term turns from fact and illusion under historical consciousness to the dynamic way of being in the world that is Dasein, a happening through which come into being determinations of self, historical consciousness, and the world of things and events in their appearing and meaning. Dasein is geschichtlich in the sense of its being with the very happening, Geschehen, of being in the world. As Gadamer is quick to indicate, Dasein is a temporal happening. It is the futural character of Dasein's being in the world that situates Dasein's possibilities. And this futural character is Dasein's thrownness, that is, the way being in the world happens as disclosive happening. The disclosure happens because Dasein is always already projected to its futurity or finitude, a sense of finitude that sustains the concernful being in the world. This way of being in the world happens in the modality of anxiety, in light of Dasein's being towards death, a pre-reflexive attunement with finitude. In this sense, Dasein is a modal way of being. Dasein's disclosing dynamic is not a question of rational knowledge, but Dasein's understanding happens out of fundamental attunement or Stimmung. This happens in the concrete movement of Dasein's being in the world in disclosure with other beings, mit sen. The point is that Dasein is not a being or entity among other entities, but a modal temporalizing spatializing happening, a happening that in being in the world with other disclosing beings always occurs as interpretation. Moreover, consciousness occurs as concrete interpretation, concrete in the Latin sense of concrescere, literally, to grow with, in happening in /with/ through the dynamic coming to pass in the arising of beings and senses of beings. 8. Ultimately, Gadamer situates the opening for understanding and interpretation in the concrete happening that is Dasein or being there. Here one must keep in mind that understanding always happens with /in/ through the word and language, in the sense of articulate being in the world. 9. Finally, as Gadamer points out in closing his lecture, Dasein's happening as much as is historical is becoming and passing simultaneously, Gadamer 1995, 178, translation mine. It is through Dasein's concrete living dying, the concrete unfolding of Dasein's temporalizing spatializing movement or being in the world, that historically situated consciousness happens. 10. 468. Alejandro A. Valliga. 468. Gadamer closes his lecture by pointing out that a profound transformation, a resituating of philosophical thought is taking place. The last words are not Gadamer's but H. Hölderlin's. This ideal undoing is fearless, Furchtlos, Gadamer 1995, 178, translation mine. These last words from H. Hölderlin bespeak a decisive turn, the dying of a way of situating thought and the birthing of another situated thought with the temporalizing spatializing movement of human Dasein's being in the world. Umbral/threshold. The critique of historicism and Dilthey and the turn to Heidegger's sense of Dasein are certainly at the heart of Gadamer's truth and method. More specifically, in his book Gadamer turns to Heidegger precisely to begin to think of hermeneutics in terms of historically affected consciousness. This happens in the section titled The Elevation of the Historicity of Understanding to the Status of a Hermeneutical Principle, Gadamer 2006, 268-306, 1993, 273-12. In this section, Gadamer focuses on rethinking historical consciousness, not as mere historical fact but in its historically affected character, that is, in order to show that understanding is, essentially, an historical affected event. Gadamer 2006, 299, 1993, 305. At the same time, historically affected consciousness rises above the simple claim to the givenness of life as always having been so. As Gadamer explains, hermeneutical consciousness culminates not in methodological sureness of itself, but in the same readiness for experience that distinguishes the experience of man from man captive by dogma. Gadamer concludes, as we can now say more exactly in terms of the concept of Experiencerfahrung, this readiness is what distinguishes historically affected consciousness. Gadamer 2006, 355, 1993, 368-69. The experience that opens with Dasein is not naive intuition but a readiness to transformation that happens with the temporalizing spatializing dynamic and concrete being in the world that is Dasein's historically affected consciousness and understanding. Looking already ahead to Part 2, I must underscore here two things about Gadamer's philosophical hermeneutics. First, that understanding is always a configuration of historically affected consciousness, i.e., an experience of a dynamic temporalizing spatializing movement. Second, that it will be crucial to keep in mind that such understanding is always on the way, a portal of transformation, in playing out the temporalizing spatializing concrete being in the world. In terms of the first point, in what follows, I develop a sense of being in the world that one finds in Andean indigenous thought as understood by Kush. This is an understanding that is not situated by a historically affected consciousness but that occurs as concrete cosmological understanding. In terms of the second point, I wish to only indicate that the whole cosmological system we will find in Andean indigenous thought is never complete or fully determined. Being in the world always plays out at the limit of an articulate being with the constant possibility and memory of the overturning of time-space and the world through a Pashakuti. In other words, the understanding and senses of being that we will find do not define life as a complete or simply given existence. This is a germinal sense of existing that does not bear a homecoming to the same. It is rather an exilic movement that disseminates and expands from beyond subjectivity and its lineages of rational consciousness as ground for understanding. As we will see, in engaging Andean understanding radicalizes historically affected consciousness by exposing us to a thinking in /through/ with embodying concrete cosmological living dying. In other words, we will now turn to a thinking that arises in /with/ through the awesome and impious vastness Gadamer experiences in interior America. Two fundamental transformations appear already here. 1. For Gadamer understanding is always dialogical. It is through the word and through the dialogue with the other that understanding happens. In the case of cosmologically situated concrete thought, dialogue and word give way. 469. Hermeneutics and cosmological understanding. 469. To relational understanding. This is a modality of understanding that does not limit language, logos, to the word and does not undergo understanding in terms of the logical relation implied in linguistic understanding between subjective historical consciousnesses. Second, historicity may only be found on the basis of a memorial being in the world not originally situated in subjective consciousness but indwelling with /through/ in the concrete germinal movement of a cosmos. Dialogue in such modality of thinking happens in being with landscapes, mountains, the elements, and all living beings in relation, not in terms of a linguistic reasoning that configure meaning and understanding. Before moving on, and in order to avoid a basic misunderstanding about the next section, I must make one more crucial observation. In The Principle of History of Effect in Truth and Method, Gadamer writes, "The great achievement of Romanticism, the revival of the past, the discovery of the voices of the peoples in their song, the collecting of fairy tales and legends, the cultivation of ancient customs, all contribute to the rise of historical research, which was slowly, step by step, transformed from intuitive revival into detached historical knowledge. If the Enlightenment considers it an established fact that all traditions that reason shows to be impossible, i.e., nonsense, can only be understood historically, i.e., by going back to the past's way of looking at things, then the historical consciousness that emerges from Romanticism involves a radicalization of the Enlightenment. For nonsensical traditions, which had been the exception, have become the general rule for historical consciousness. Meaning that is generally accessible through reason is so little believed that the whole of the past, even, ultimately, all the thinking of one's contemporaries is understood historically. Gadamer, 2006, 277, 1993, 279-80. Rationality judges the epistemologies it does not recognize as nonsense, and then claims them as past historical facts. The historical sciences, the human sciences, exclude the past as tradition, Überlieferung, by turning it into the facts of an historical past to be understood through rationality. What is lost here is the sense of tradition as the very opening of understanding and meaning, i.e., tradition understood through the very character of historically affected consciousness. Indeed, this is the possibility Gadamer finds in turning to Heidegger's sense of the temporalizing spatializing movement of being in the world of Dasein. Understanding is denied as long as tradition is not taken in its historical, Geschichte-like, sense, that is, through the temporalizing spatializing movement that is Dasein. If this were to happen, the past would appear as a utopian originary moment of a coming future, a hermeneutical originary transformative sense of understanding that historicism and rationalism miss. The turn to indigenous Andean thought in the second part of this chapter seeks precisely such an originary engagement with tradition, and in doing so seeks an alternative rationality to instrumental historical rationalism. The engagement with a broader sense of rationality happens at least in two evident ways: 1. By showing how the movement of indigenous Andean understanding echoes the temporalizing spatializing movement of being in the world. 2. By showing how historically affected consciousness remains to be engaged through a concrete cosmological understanding such as the one introduced by Kusch. In this latter sense, the issue is the shift from an understanding situated by human Dasein's historically affected consciousness alone to the expansion of understanding to the dimension of cosmologically affected understanding. 11. I should add from the outset that this is not a dismissal of individual differentiation in terms of an abstract community or cosmos. Perhaps a term to keep in mind as an indication of the distinct. 470. Alejandro A. Valliga. 470. Andean modalities of understanding and the differentiation in light of them can be runa. Approximate translations may be man, woman, person, the Andean term for differentiated indigenous being in the world. 12. Concrete cosmologically affected understanding. Neither Aymara nor Quechua have a word for space alone. The one term that one finds is pasha, which means space, place, depth, time, the state of affairs, the cosmos, and the living cosmos with the term Pachamama. These terms, although clearly distinct, are relational and must be understood simultaneously. Gadamer's experience in Argentina brings forth three aspects of hermeneutical understanding, and with them a decisive question. For Gadamer it is clear that philosophy belongs to where it may happen. Hermeneutical understanding is grounded in the happening of Dasein, a being there that is historical, Geschichtliches, and in this sense situated, lived, and concrete. Finally, these insights come to their limit as Gadamer's thought is resituated in his face-to-face encounter with America's immensity, openness, silence, and impious or ruthless existence. The question then is how one may think in / through such disposition or sensibility of being with the awesome force of such opening beyond the grasp or comprehension of human consciousness. 13. This is dramatically articulated in the last two sentences of Gadamer's statement about his journey through the interior of Argentina. Gadamer's thought in the encounter with the awesome vastness of America when darkness recedes into darkness occurs as a moment of self-consciousness, with the strange necessity the thinking consciousness felt itself confronted by itself. However, the first moment leads beyond self-consciousness, as Gadamer ultimately asks, perhaps what modern thinking teaches is true, man is nothing but his own possibility. But what are his possibilities? Gadamer 1987, 125. The question of such possibilities is now situated by the experiencing of being in / with a vastness, silence, and ruthlessness at the limit of the human. In order to begin to develop a hermeneutical thinking in / with / through such radical and open situatedness, in what follows, I move to thinking with and in departure from Gadamer's articulation of hermeneutical understanding as grounded in Dacian's historically affected consciousness. This occurs as I turn to Rodolfo Kusch's work on indigenous and popular thinking in America. The gesture is not intended to provide a contrast to Gadamer's thought, nor is it a matter of a comparative study. This turn takes philosophical hermeneutics into another distinct way of thinking that at moments will stretch, touch, and delink from Gadamer's sense of philosophical hermeneutics on the way to beginning to articulate understanding in terms of concrete cosmological understanding. Esther, Effective Bodily Thinking 14. Chapter 1 of Indigenous and Popular Thinking in America opens with two observations that situate American thought and thereby the reader of the book in an in-between, in a space of border thinking. Kusch 1999, 2010. First of all, American thought is situated between two distinct ways. It is by standing between these two ways that one begins to find a path with Kusch. On the one hand, one encounters the objective rationalism of the ego cogito, a practical version of the European Enlightenment later mixed with Kantian positivism and North. 471. Hermeneutics and Cosmological Understanding. 471. American Pragmatism. All of these are imported versions of philosophy applied over American living thought. On the other hand, for Kusch, American thought is found in effective and bodily thinking sensibilities operative in everyday living among indigenous peoples, as well as peasants in the interior, the poor and lumpen, and in the popular thinking of those living on the periphery of the great cities. This second way of thinking has been debilitated by being undermined / excluded in the name of utilitarian rationalism and progress, to the point that instead of being engaged as another path for understanding and knowledge grounded on concrete living, it becomes the personal feeling of an objective I, or the fearful superstition of uneducated people. Thus, Kusch seeks to engage and recover this concrete affective bodily sensibility in order to open a new path for American thought. 15. Kusch introduces his reader to the central issue of his book by taking up the effective character of a map from the first New Chronicle and Best Government, a chronicle written by the indigenous nobleman Guaman Poma de Ayala, c. 1600. 16. The map gives an image of Peru in which it appears within an oval shape, 4 couples, female-male, ruling each of the cardinal regions. 17. The sun and the moon reign over the whole, and the land is surrounded by ocean in which appear sea monsters, ships, and even a siren. Such a map of Peru, as Kusch explains, is viewed today as a subjective work, thus dismissible. A map, in short, incommensurate with a modern map of Peru. Kusch 2010, 3, 1999, 266, that is, incommensurate with the objective reality of modern science. Several issues become apparent with this introduction of Guaman Poma's map. The map does not capture a scientific and objective view of Peru. The map is not a matter of measurement but rather points and speaks to a sense born of finite concrete understanding. It encapsulates all of its indigenous and Inca inheritance. Kusch 2010, 3, 1999, 266. The sun and the moon indicate the always double understanding of existence in Inca thought, as well as the motion of seasons, etc. The cardinal regions always marked by couples again repeat the understanding of existence as never unilateral but always double. This relation is not simply binary either, but it indicates a double identity, virtually incomprehensible in terms of the traditional logical law of identity or excluded middle and westernizing thought. 18. Moreover, the figures indicate the maternal protection within which indigenous existence happens, as is the case with Pachamama, existence and configurations of identities are always held/received by a female principle that figures shelter and germination, bearing, and birthing. Finally, the map articulates a concrete lived passage traversed by Guaman living, a journey through which sense arises, and within a relational dynamic of a world-cosmos community, always in a non-unilateral and fecund movement. In short, Guaman drawing chronicles the distinct experience of dwelling in a cosmos world community, and of traversing that time-space. It indicates a kind of living understanding and knowledge. This is a thinking that does not withdraw into a self or consciousness, but that spaces itself out into the worlding from/in/ through which it is becoming in passing. The scientific map may give accurate coordinates, but it cannot articulate the effective concrete passage, and the disposition that orients such passage. This disposition, this sensibility is what Kush wishes to introduce to us. Affectivity, sensibility are part of our sense of the world and existence, and yet are never taken as substantive elements, let alone as a dimension of rational calculative thought and therefore knowledge. The failure of calculative rationalism for Kush is not that there is a what that must be analyzed, comprehended, and manipulated, and that present rational methodology fails to do so. Rather, the issue is how one engages existence, the disposition out of which and through which one comes to be. Hence the issue is not what something is, indicated by the verb ser in Spanish in Kush's discussion, and how it may be grasped, but how something is becoming concretely, augmenting, growing with the existing. 472. Alejandro A. Valiga. 472. Of beings and worlds in a dynamic ongoing gerundive sense, indicated by the verb estar, estando, in Kush's discussion. 19. Kush finds that in terms of seeking a word that may approximate such experiential understanding in Andean thought, Utkata is a term fitting of indigenous feeling or sensibility, más propio del sentir indígena, Kush 2010, 5, 1999, 266. The Yuta in Utkata, relates us to dwelling at home, estar en casa, and in the form Utka na, to the seat or chair and also the mother or womb where a woman conceives, Kush 2010, 5, 1999, 269. The term, concludes Kush, reflects the sense of mere estar, but linking it to concepts of shelter and germination, Kush 2010, 5, 1999, 269. In contrast to Heidegger's sense of human Dasein as unheimlich, Utkata indicates a being at home. Utkata indicates sitting, being sit, not thrownness. Here appears what may seem a contradiction. On the one hand, Utkata refers to birthing, to germinal consciousness, and in this sense also to living dying, to dynamic transformation. On the other hand, the term also indicates the stillness of sitting, Rivera 2020a, 8991. Omar Rivera offers a helpful image of the sense of Utkata as sitting, when he discusses it in terms of sitting at the central plaza or square in Cusco, Rivera 2020b. Sitting there, one participates in a cosmological movement performed by the goings-on of the square. Such sitting is not passive since it happens in/through/ with the dynamic transformative happenings of the plaza. At the same time, it is not one's subjective rational consciousness that determines what is happening, nor is the movement a question of subjective agency. Estar is being there in/through/ with the concrete movement, and it is understanding. Understanding in the sense of undergoing, going under, standing with, and withstanding cosmological germinal movement. The point here is not only that sitting in the sense of Utkata is not passive, a mistake often made by westernized anthropology with its charge of subjective agency as the only way of engaging in being, but Utkata indicates a cosmological tension between change and stillness. This same relational 20 thinking may be found in the way female-male rule in tension over the regions in Guaman map, and the way sun and moon also remain one, in a relational tension that welcomes cosmological existing, gerundive. Utkata also reveals the modalities of being sheltered and engaged in living germination, the latter as Utkata refers directly to the womb. Ultimately, estar echoes Utkata, as it is felt as a givenness, a dwelling in a world cosmos community already there, already installed when one is born, or as Kush puts it, a mere givenness, or better a mere Esther, Kush 2010, 5, 1999, 269. As I noted above in passing, along with that Kata Kush introduces perhaps the term that moves and orients his thought, Esther. In Spanish one has two forms of being, ser and Esther. In general, ser would refer to the essence or character of a thing or identity, what makes something what it is no matter what the circumstance. While Esther operates at the level of concrete affective and bodily relationality. People esten together, and esten alive, no one es alive, or es together. Perhaps one way to take up the distinction between ser, being, and Esther is to think of ser as a sense of general disclosure of beings in being, the second term still ser. Whereas Esther indicates mere givenness or living dying, one could think of Utkata and Esther as indications of the happening undercurrent or movement in which the ontological difference between beings and being occurs. Already the reader may sense the radical shift here. No longer is there an issue of an ontological difference between being and beings in Esther. Esther is Esther nomas, the concrete movement of becoming, period. Esther indicates, opens a being in / through the movement of the configurative transformational temporalizing spatializing in a relationality through which beings arise. Given its relational movement becoming, this dynamic germinal growing with cannot be held under or understood as ultimately one being. 21 In terms of spatiality, Esther does not mean the dwelling in which being opens up or is given. Rather, Esther refers one to the specificity and concrete living that comes to pass as one finds oneself in an already installed circumstance. In living one finds oneself always already in the 473. Hermeneutics and cosmological understanding. 473. As I. It is a question of the as I, which imprisons man in his totality and implicates him completely. Kush 2010, 153, 1999, 519. The world of living everydayness is not a fallenness from being but a dwelling in a mere givenness in the face of a cosmos community already installed, there, as I. I must add one issue inseparable from Esther and the cosmological movement found in such tonality or disposition. For Kush, Esther is the standing in an already given and dynamic movement, which may turn out at each step auspicious or inauspicious. Thus, this is a staying with the movement of cosmos community in a manner that is always open to its becoming and must always be negotiated. The negotiating of one's circumstance Kush calls siendo, that is the gerundive of ser, being in English, in the sense of a continuous temporalizing spatializing movement with / through concrete living dying. Thus, one may speak of Esther siendo. For example, speaking of the origin of the work of art, and the famous discussion of Van Gogh's painting of peasant shoes, Kush points out that for Heidegger the issue is the way the sense of being is disclosed, open, and sustained by the shoes, by the work of art. In indigenous and popular thinking, the issue is how in daily life the woman wearing the shoes está siendo, that is, how she negotiates living in the face of a cosmos community that is already there, and that is always exposed to a possible turning or overcoming that may very well devastate all and opening it to a new birth. Thus, we are speaking of an eruptive germinality, and of living in effective bodily attunement to cosmological as well as individual loss and birthing. This exposure in living in and with the movement of cosmos and community, and its possible decisive transformation, a birthing dying happening that figures a new beginning, a turning, is marked in Quechua and Aymara by the term Pachacuti. Such being exposed with existing in its originary birthing dying movement figures a way of concrete living in cosmological communal cohabitations beyond the human, animal, vegetable, and divine conceptual divide. This is what Kush means when he says in the introduction to his book that the peasant personality, just like his cultural world, rotates around a different axis. Kush 2010, Lsksi, 1999, 260. In Andean thought and underlying popular understanding in America, one finds a dwelling in / through the awesome pre-reflexive sense of concrete cosmological living dying. I should mention that I hear in Gadamer's account of his journey through the plains of Argentina a moment in which his thought touches such experiential understanding. Kush 2010, 160-63, 1999, 529-31. 22 Kush's path to thinking with the temporalizing spatializing of concrete becoming pushes Heidegger, and goes back to him and beyond him, as Kush takes up living experience neither as ontic nor as ontological, but as grounding happening that must be negotiated day to day in the face of birthing, dying or germinality, a movement larger than life, a vastness and force one may face through the distinct ways of understanding he finds in Andean thought. These modalities of thinking refer to pre-reflexive sensibility, to the affective, memorial, and bodily dwelling and cohabiting in / with the power of the cosmos community. The issue is, then, not what space is, but how space unfolds, more specifically how one comes to undergo the temporalizing spacing unfolding in / with / through Esther. This is a shift in the space of thinking and, more importantly, a shift in the way spatiality may be understood, and by this term I do not mean a theoretical or objective analysis of it, but rather I mean the undergoing, going gunder, and withstanding and being in / through / with Esther. Ahead appears not a possible theory of Inca or indigenous and popular knowledge, and I would add, not a critique either, since as the same Kush points out, in order to engage Esther one must go beyond one's own created barriers, i.e., methods, theories, epistemic traps, and expectations, as well as beyond the very fear of letting go of them. Kush goes further, it is necessary to think at the margins of the categories of economics, of civilization, or of culture. Kush 2010, 7, 1999, 272. Temporality, spatiality, interpretation, understanding. How then to understand these? From which circumstance? 474. Alejandro A. Valiga. 474. Kush closes the first chapter of his book with the figure of the poet, astrologer, philosopher. 23. He recalls the ingenuousness of the philosopher, which would call for a return to a love of wisdom and a doctrine of contemplation, of fasting and remembering, amuche the amu, flower, symbol of fertility. This is a way of understanding that does not happen in terms of theories of knowledge, nor does it aim at historical or epistemological critiques. Here we may be greatly helped by the way Silvia Rivera Cusicanqui has taught us to read Guaman Poma's work, that is, not merely by listening to the written word but by being attentive to the sense, the living thought, senta pensanti, articulated by the images themselves, images that articulate more than in a distinct understanding from the Spanish text. 24. Kush does not point out what is perhaps most telling about the image, and with this about contemplation, the philosopher is the one who walks between the sun and the moon, between heaven and the lower earth, in the unifying distinctness of sun and moon, male-female, Hanak Pasha and Yukupasha, heaven and lower earth, not theorizing but listening and living with the movement of the cosmos community in everyday concrete living, in the everyday realm, the Kapeka. The three realms, Hanak Pasha, Kapeka, and Yukupasha, make up the Pasha. The Pasha in this sense is not a world separate from us to be measured and comprehended, nor does temporality stand ahead from a human Dacian. The Pasha is a living movement, not a matter of concepts applied to life, but the articulate undergoing of specific concrete circumstances, concrete understanding. Utkata. In Chapter 2 of Indigenous and Popular Thinking in America, titled Conocimiento, Understanding, Kush begins with a disarming narrative that exposes and throws into question a basic disposition behind rationalist westernizing thought when confronted with indigenous thought. As Kush recounts, in one of his visits to an informant he is accompanied by several students. As their conversation unfolds with an indigenous young man and his abuelo, grandfather or elder, Kush notices that the abuelo's gaze seems far from their conversation, as the elderly man looks over the fields made unfertile by drought. One of the students went on the offensive and suggests that the two should go to the government's agricultural office in order to get a water pump, a suggestion to which the abuelo does not react at all. 25. Kush writes, then a heavy silence. The grandfather kept on looking at the Puna. What was he looking at? There was nothing left to ask and nothing left to propose. Kush 2010, 9, 1999, 276. As the interviewers return to their place, a student comments on the ignorance of the abuelo. It is at this point that Kush draws an insightful and challenging conclusion. It is in the end the common experience of the Andean highlands that generates that climate of hopelessness when faced with the Indian. In the face of this, we only have a last recourse to classify the grandfather as illiterate. Here to say illiterate is as if we said deep down, look, grandfather, we were taught that hydraulic pumps are important. We beg you to accept them. Think about it, what would we do if you don't? Kush 2010, 14, 1999, 284. The abuelo's lack of concern with the westernizing solution gives the interviewers a sensation of dispossession. Kush 2010, 13-14, 1999, 284. The question of civilizing the old man is turned upside down, when Kush points out that the grandfather has no use for the technology of the researchers from the city. He could not care less about their solution. And it is this denying of the civilized researchers' solution that elicits fear in the students and professor, fear because they're 475. Hermeneutics and cosmological understanding. 475. Is not even resistance against technology nor against rationality. The abuelo lives with a kind of understanding, conocimiento, through a way of being in the world that simply does not acknowledge and is not concerned with the value of the ideal westernizing solution. Kush asks then, in light of the displacement of one's rationalist consciousness as the locus of meaning, what was the grandfather thinking? The response concerns distinct epistemic expectations around what we and the abuelo may understand or live as conocimiento, understanding. As Kush points out, the abuelo belongs to a world in which not only hydraulic pumps but westernizing rational objective ways of interpreting the very movement of living, passing away, and becoming have little meaning. Hence, the calling of names, the judgment against the abuelo, who will be seen as backward, ignorant, illiterate, uncivilized, etc. Besides the judgment from fear and the dismissal of another way of seeing things under the name of ignorance, there also appears a supposed deficiency at the level of the abuelo's understanding. If the old man only saw, understood what he needs to do to improve his life. If he only understood, Kush 2010, 10, 1999, 277. And it is exactly a distinction concerning westernizing and indigenous ways of understanding, of engaging living, that underlies the abyss between the abuelo and the researchers. With the westernizing disposition made explicit, and the self-certainty of that way of knowledge displaced as it is put in question by the abuelo's silence, Kush has the space to draw a contrast between the westernizing sense of conocimiento or understanding, and the indigenous way of engaging reality. The question is not how the abuelo understands the world in a way that may replace the thinking that proposes to seek a water pump, the solution from outside. The question is not what he has to do. Rather, the issue is how the abuelo's living reality is lived/understood otherwise than in terms of the westernizing modern view. Here appears a shift in the hermeneutical positioning of the inquirer. At this point, our tendency may be to ask the epistemological critical question, how can we answer such a question given our prejudices? And this would lead us into a very sophisticated and complex set of theories, abstractions, and future projects, a search for methods to reach the other and justify their conocimiento in terms of our prejudices or understanding. Instead, Kush moves ahead. He seeks to begin by going after the living experience of the abuelo, through an encounter that will transform Kush's thought. Kush is perfectly clear of his situation as a gringo, i.e., as a foreigner who is now thinking between ways of being, as a border thinker who is situated between westernizing and indigenous understanding, and therefore does not deny the prejudice that situates his hermeneutical gesture. At the same time, he does not intend to build another epistemological analysis of the indigenous world in order to comprehend it, thereby justifying it as sound knowledge. Rather, in acknowledging the abuelo's position as a form of understanding, Kush brings his thought into question through a displacement that opens it to hermeneutical transformation. It is the epistemology inherent in the abuelo's silence and gaze that will begin to shape Kush's hermeneutics. I am speaking of a transformation in the very hermeneutical disposition, from that of a consciousness that is supposed to traverse to the other, justifying it in epistemic terms and defining it into a supposed conceptual clarity, to a hermeneutical thought that performs in this displacement the transfiguration that, as Gadamer understands it, grounds tradition, Überlieferung. 26. This is a shift in the very disposition of thought of the interviewer or thinker, it is a change in the way the very question of understanding is posed. The epistemology inherent in the living understanding of the abuelo will open the interviewer to begin to think, to philosophize again. 27. At this point in the book, Kush turns to a differentiation between the way westernizing thinking and indigenous thinking undergo understanding. Kush is not leaping into the abuelo's thinking, but he is translating our thinking, setting a path towards the full originary. 476. Alejandro A. Valiga. 476. Epistemic transformation I have just outlined. 28. As Kush points out, for us understanding has four faces: reality, understanding, knowledge, and action. Kush 2010, 10, 1999, 277. At each step, one finds that there is a space, a distance between us, our consciousness, and reality, or that which is experienced as outside of us. One then moves to interpret that reality. Then the results are gathered and ordered, in order to then act upon the exterior reality by using our calculative knowledge of it, so we return to reality in order to manipulate it and modify it. These four moments constitute modern understanding in its operation over against nature, as well as in terms of its infinite production of values and meaning. 29. Now, the abuelo clearly does not follow the four steps. Kush then asks a rhetorical question that goes to the heart of the issue: is it that he did not find the solution outside? Kush 2010, 10, 1999, 277. Just to add to the tonality of these questions another register we already heard, could it be that the reason why we did not find any words for space in Quechua or Aymara is that their sense of spatiality does not follow the westernizing vision of an existence made up of a world exterior to us? Or inversely, of a subjective consciousness objectively separate from the world? What could reality, understanding, knowledge, and action mean without the experiential epistemological modality of being that defines spatiality through the distancing or spacing between subject-object, consciousness-experience, mind-body, and inside-outside, just to mention a few evident binary codes and westernizing ways of being in the world. 30. Conocimiento/understanding, seeing to feel. As we have just seen, for us conocimiento or understanding takes place in a world populated by objects. Indeed, the very term objectum bespeaks a world made up of things thrown in front of us, a reality before the subject. Kush 2010, 11, 1999, 278. The question now is, what does the indigenous Andean thinking understand by reality, by understanding, by knowledge, and by action? The response is not a what but a how, found in the indication of distinct Andean ways of being in the world. Two terms from the Aymara introduce things in their manner of disclosure in Andean thinking. Kunasa refers to things as anything, and the term ya refers to things with a distinct attribute, even in terms of things being either favorable or unfavorable, auspicious or inauspicious. Kush 2010, 11, 1999, 278-79. The language shows us that this thinking is not focused on the presence of things as things but on their dynamic happenings. The words aim to articulate how something happens, the way of doing, and not a final result, or effect. The example Kush gives is the verb to carry in Aymara, which is conjugated depending on the very way the carrying is done, whether the one carrying is person or animal, whether that which is being carried is heavy, light, or long. Kush 2010, 11, 1999, 279. The point is that in Imara movement, events and the process of becoming are registered before things. What is said then is not meant as an abstract idea of a thing out there, as a signification, but it indicates the dynamic modality in / with / through which that thing happens. One does not understand with / through an analytical or rational logical process, but with one's affect, with emotion, feelings, and memorial dimensions of understanding which are not rationally determined. One could say that each experience has a certain tonality that is felt, and thus understood. Now the issue is not to replace a theory about the appearing of things through a rational analysis with an analogous justification and valuation of experience. The point is to begin to realize that conocimiento, understanding, may be taken in a much broader sense than as narrowly construed in terms of rational consciousness, subjectivity, and even a human dossian's historically affected consciousness. 31 In growing or augmenting the sense of conocimiento, 2. 477. Hermeneutics and cosmological understanding. 477. Insights concerning philosophical thought begin to appear. Understanding appears as a thinking with / through / in the movement of events in their happening or in their becoming in coming to pass, and along with this challenge appears the need to think with affect, with emotion, feelings, and with the memorial dimensions of understanding. There is here a call to a sensibility of thought that goes beyond reflexive rational thought. Cush elegantly says that in this way of understanding one cease to feel. Cush 2010, 11, 1999, 280. It is not that one does not see things, the world, but that seeing in terms of an objective world out there is only an indication of another dimension of understanding. An understanding grounded on emotion. Emotion is what drives one in the face of reality. Cush 2010, 11, 1999, 280. This means that reality is not experienced as a stage populated by things out there. The kind of assumed stability granted to things and their seemingly unchanging static qualities give way to insight into the movement of becoming in passing away. The world, things appear through a modal understanding in which one understands reality through affect and as the unveiling of auspicious or inauspicious aspects or moments of becoming. This is why Cush writes that, the indigenous person registers reality as the affect it exercises on him before registering it as simple perceptual connotation. Cush 2010, 11, 1999, 280. Understanding happens with an emotional affectivity that focuses on the intense movement of becoming, that is beyond the world of things, on a movement that is ultimately cosmological. Cush is not saying that indigenous people feel rather than know, he is showing that indigenous thought happens in a broader range of understanding and knowledge. 32 Indeed, it happens with a sensibility that our westernizing modernity has reduced to a meager sense of personal opinions and opinions blinded by ecologically centered subjectivities. In the encounter with the abuelo, that certainty of rationality sustained by an empty ecological self-centeredness suffers a fundamental dispossession. The abuelo does not go outwards looking for a cure but remains with his circumstance as part of his interior sense of becoming. For the abuelo, his well-being, the fields, and the cosmos are inseparably linked in the modality of understanding through feeling. And, this monstrous, inhuman movement of becoming is as much in him as he is of it. As we will see now, the difference lies in the way one draws the very delimitation of reality. Cosmological interiority. In Chapter 3 of Indigenous and Popular Thinking in America, titled El Limite, Limit, Cush returns to the abuelo's understanding. The discussion of understanding exposes a sensibility that plays a fundamental and guiding role in indigenous thought. This broadening of understanding also exposes a way of engaging living/understanding that is not grounded on objective rational judgment and the knowledge drawn through that single operation. As Cush explains, in the situation of the abuelo we ultimately draw a line and decide on an action based on rational objectivity. We would go and get the pump. The appeal to the rational decision and its solution gives me a sense of balance and order with respect to my life and not only the watering of the field. Thus, I say to myself, this is how things are, as is. The limit is that line one draws that indicates how the world is supposed to take order and find sense for us. In our case, this is determined by an objective situation in terms of which I seek to modify reality through exterior means. Kush 2010, 15, 1999, 287. In the case of the abuelo, since he does not follow the same delimitation, one has to wonder, what are the grounds for his delimitation of the world? How does he find balance and a sense of the es as I? In responding, Kush turns to effective bodily thinking as a function that opens a sense of concrete and living understanding. 478. Alejandro A. Valiga. 478. In Andean thought, affectivity, emotion, and the body are ways into becoming, ways of being through happening or becoming, and they are engaged precisely by not avoiding them but by going through them. This is why Kush will turn to engage how indigenous peoples in their living face their emotional lives. Kush 2010, 18, 1999, 291. 33 Kush writes about the indigenous engagement with fear. Indigenous peoples have ritual solutions to confront the extreme manifestation of their emotional life, manifestations unknown in the Western world. Kush 2010, 20, 1999, 297. I should underscore that fear or mancherisksa in the Andean sense is not fear of something but a loss of courage with respect to being in through with cosmological movement. Kush 2010, 18, 1999, 295. Mancherisksa is a transformation of tonality. As Kush explains, emotion is confronted with ritual, and ritual is a concrete lived way of going through emotions and finding through a balance and understanding about with existing. In contrast to the understanding of effective life exemplified in westernizing thinking by Kant, who sees emotional life as sensuality and chaos, Kush writes that indigenous thinking confronts and ritualizes fear, realizing through this concrete experience an understanding that westernizing modern thinking cannot accomplish. Kush 2010, 20, 1999, 298. Moreover, as the last citation indicates, westernizing thinking does not even have a sense of emotion as an experience to confront that may be a path into understanding and knowledge. In terms of rational philosophical modern thinking, the effective manifestations of emotional life themselves are lost as indications of paths of understanding and knowledge. At this point, Kush engages directly the bodily dimension of affective experience. He draws a distinction between two dimensions of body. Like the very tension of cosmos, male-female, sun and moon, body appears in a single opposition and tension in Quechua Yukurunanchik, interior man/woman or soul, and how Runanchik, body or exterior man/woman. Kush 2010, 21, 1999, 299. In the most superficial terms, the two seem to refer to two distinct ways of comportment, depending on whether one conceals one's decisions or not. However, in terms of the Yuku, this is the term attached to the Pasha when one refers to the interior earth, the lower realm, the Yuku Pasha. The term Yuku, interior or inside, refers us to the life of a body, animal, or person. The interior as Yuku suggests not only interior but also emptiness, an overall body in the sense of its interior life. The body is not a material thing, a corpse subject to the mind's directions, but a living body. In this sense it would be better to speak of a dynamic bodying, a dynamic being, gerundive, in motion, not by virtue of exterior principles of motion. The body is a bodying that occurs as Yukurunanchik, a living bodying affectivity. This is when the Yuku of the Yukupasha and the body touch, in the interiority or movement inward in / through the affective bodying. In simpler terms, the Yuku indicates a pre-reflexive dimension of understanding and knowledge. Facing one's fears, facing the as I of the cosmos, does not happen through abstract thought or in terms of a spirit or soul that, separated from body, must undergo a blind dimension of chaos. Nor is the undergoing of fear a mere symptom of a malady. Instead it is through living bodying affectivity that one stays with and understands, undergoes, goes under, and plays out fear, being concretely in embodying, and thus understanding. This affective bodying in its living dying with such affective bodily disposition is the way to a concrete cosmological understanding. When confronted with the immensity, silence, and impious opening of America, Gadamer's thought turns away from fear, back into a confrontation with his consciousness. However, this turn is inseparable from an attunement, an embodying insight that brings to an intimation of the cosmological dimension of his experience, as he must ask about the limits of the possibilities of human Dasein. To return to Kush's discussion. On the one hand, Kush points out that according to him this is a dimension of living we have dismissed. On the other hand, this is not a faculty denied to anyone, and in fact Kush turns to William Stern's work on the psyche in order to situate. 479. Hermeneutics and Cosmological Understanding. 479. This movement or faculty of understanding. In his work, Stern speculates that in order to have any experience there are two simultaneous movements in us, a movement outward, salientia, and a movement inward, entrantia. Kush 2010, 2122, 1999, 301. The movement outwards is the one we follow as we direct our attention to the world out there, a world open as if extended onto infinity. This is the world of things, in which objective rational manipulation and the finding and solutions works. However, in order for anyone to have a relation in terms of an outside, another movement must occur, an inward movement that connects outside and one's understanding. Kush cites Stern. The separation of the inward direction from the outward direction is possible only by virtue of an abstraction. What is important is the tensions between inward direction and salientia outward direction, that is the dynamic relation of the sphere of emotion, with the intellect and will. But at the same time feeling, shows itself to be the mediator, particularly close to the unconscious regions of the person. Kush 2010-22, N19, 1999, 301, N18. There is a simultaneous movement in understanding and knowledge, perhaps even rational judgment. Before the separation between outside and inside, and as mediation that makes such sense of knowledge and judgment possible, appears feeling. In indigenous thought, Kush finds the discipline of understanding with / through feeling. Such understanding is not an addition to rationality, but it is a sensibility and modality of being in the world that underlies and enables rational knowledge and its conceptuality. And yet, this mediation remains for the most part disengaged in westernizing rational philosophy. Here we touch on a fundamental issue for philosophical hermeneutics: to what extent is hermeneutical thought able to engage such effective dimensions of thought? Here, not only do we find a dimension of understanding that is effective and bodily, but it may even be the case that in order for one to begin to fully engage rational thinking and judgment, the effective bodying dimension would have to enter into consideration. Kush writes, only through the inward direction can one understand indigenous subjectivity. This contradicts the ideal of objectivity and the outward direction to which we are accustomed. Kush 2010, 22, 1999, 302. The contradiction plays out in that the turning to interiority in the sense of engaging effective bodying experience is not predicated on a difference between an inside consciousness and an outside material world. Interiority in Andean thought, even to the point of determining a distinct modality of subjectivity, ultimately relates to the archetypical articulation of the world. The effective bodying situates one's way of being in the world not inside but beyond the inside/outside Cartesian modern and westernizing divide. In other words, the movement inward in Andean thought is simultaneously a transpositional movement of understanding in being in the world in/with/through the cosmological movement. This becomes clearer as one follows Kush's sense of the experiencing of Bennett monolith. Kush points out that the Bennett monolith is not merely an artifact, a thing, made of stone, nor an object that results from someone's creativity, as the outward manifestation of a personality. Rather, the monolith occurs as a site of utmost inward movement. Such structure must be understood as an inward direction, facing emotional life in its deepest dimensions until it touches the unconscious with its archetypes. Kush 2010, 22, 1999, 302. Clearly one finds here a sense of spatiality and experience that is no longer ruled by the idea of extension and things. 34 Instead, one finds that reality is in this case primarily given through affective bodying sensibility, and it is through such sensibilities that one will engage the full tension and sense. 480. Alejandro A. Valiga. 480. Of the monolith. The Bennett monolith performs a specific function as it serves as the site of engagement with dimension of awareness or living with / through an affective intensity, and yet, this sensibility exposes a dimension of living that is ordered, clear, and articulate with respect to a reality that, to our westernizing objective sensibility, seems dangerous, chaotic, subjective, dark, and impossible to engage beyond overcoming it, controlling it, and avoiding it. 35 Kush's crucial point here is our failure to engage in / with / through the movement of understanding. At issue is not an internal subjectivity but a dynamic being in the world. As Kush explains concerning the Bennett monolith, it functions as a transpositional archetype that leads one into the depth of understanding and simultaneously exposes it to the totality or cosmological being. Gerundiv, Kush 2010, 22, 1999, 302. Kush's discussion of Holgu In's translation of the Quechua term sunko begins to articulate this sense of the turn inward, entrancia, as an understanding exposed in / with / through cosmological being in the world. Here we must turn to concrete cosmological bodying as understanding. One could say, as we have seen, that the place of understanding is the body understood as the heart, the sunko in Quechua, the center and living energy in / with the body cavity. The limit that situates us in understanding is found in Andean indigenous living through the heart full bodying in its movement inward. The body, as we have seen, is conceived as an interior cavity and within it the heart is held almost as a symbol. Kush 2010, 22, 1999, 3023. Neither Bertignon nor Holgu In find many terms for intelligence. However, they both find many terms in which intelligence and decision are identified with the sunko or, in Aymara, Chiwima. Holgu In translates sunko as heart and entrails and stomach and conscience, and judgment or reason, and memory, the heart of the wood and wool and understanding. Kush 2010, 23, 1999, 303. That presence of mind we identify with conscience and the rational ability for judgment is housed for indigenous thought in the heart. At the same time, the sunko extends to animals, organs, and vegetal living. Again, in the sunko appears the vegetal thinking Kush already sees early on, a thinking that is always with a living that is germinal, and always growing in passing away. Moreover, when one looks at the Aymara, the Chiwima, or heart among similar meanings also refers to the entirety of the inside of the body. 36 Everything belonging to the interior state of the spirit, good and bad, virtue or vice according to what precedes it. Kush 2010, 23, 1999, 303. Note that the interior state of bodily affective living appears inseparably with understanding, discretion, commending to memory, learning, and planning. In short, all of that which we situate in the rational internal realm appears here related to affective bodying. Moreover, I should underscore at this point that, as I pointed out previously, the two terms that interchangeably refer to a person that is rational are runa and sunko. In other words, any way back into individuation as individual consciousness will lead to the heart, sunko. 37 The heart is not an organ or a concept but literally the living life energy of dynamic bodying, not mechanically conceived but as living understanding in / through / with the concrete cosmological movement. Seeing to feel, and feeling to see, are just that. Held to the muscular twitch, effectively feeling, urgent and threatening beyond will and rational deliberation, becoming body as articulate understanding, as dynamic living energy. The eye has vision before visibility, seeing through tears, sweat, air density, fear. Seeing before visibility, loving, touching, hesitating, closing to catch up with one's breath. In this density words are held towards form in fecund silence, in porous and tense temporalizing spacings. touching on the givenness of becoming, in which one is recollected, close to safety, always already understanding. The movement that Kush distinguishes as movement inwards, Entransha, is not a movement into an inside consciousness. Understanding is not inside one's mind. Understanding in indigenous Andean thought ultimately exposes understanding in / through cosmological movement. Kush writes. 481. Hermeneutics and cosmological understanding. 481. Evidently, since ancient times the heart has been that which at the same time sees and feels. Its value is as the intuitive regulator of judgment. Judgment which issues from the heart is at the same time rational and irrational. On the one hand it says what it sees, that is, it participates in the intellectual world of perception. On the other hand, it feels faith in what it is seeing, almost like a deep register, like the affirmation of the whole of the psyche before an objective situation. It is a kind of coordinator between subject and object, where a holistic configuration of a subject predominates. That is why everything indigenous appears with that cast of just because pork si, almost irrational, which accompanies indigenous affirmations. Kush 2010, 23, 1999, 3034. It is this insight into the as-I, into the whole of the uncanny, immense, ruthless, germinal cosmos that is at stake in turning to the effective bodily understanding Kush finds in Andean indigenous thought. Spatiality turns here away from mere visual spacing either perspectivally or in terms of the accumulation of data to a spatiality felt through effective bodying living. Clearly this sense of spatiality is not either inside or outside one's body, but we are speaking of the spacing in / through the very spatializing temporalizing movement of becoming. This is an understanding not about things nor entirely separate from them. Indeed, conocimiento concerns an understanding as the dynamic being in / through concrete, augmenting and growing with, cosmological movement. This is why Sunko also means animal and vegetal bodying living, because one is open and held with the living movement of becoming. This is living awareness, a spacing temporalizing open with and held to the movement of becoming, Sunko, Chawima, terms that expand infinitely what we restrictively call consciousness. In terms of the abuelo's resistance or indifference to the exterior solution, the issue is not his field, his crop, production, finding his solution. The issue takes us infinitely further. At issue is an understanding in which field, man, community, sun and moon, earth and sky, animal and mineral, vegetal living are held in the tension of a cosmological movement. What holds the emotional vision in its opening is this cosmological sensibility experienced through effective bodily living. It is precisely that intimation that we now begin to hear as understanding that situates Gadamer's thought in that journey through the interior of Argentina. Before closing, I must at least touch on the memorial dimension of this concrete cosmological understanding. In her book Hambrita Hulga, Strike Hunger, Sylvia Rivera Cusicanqui writes, Pensa el cuerpo es recordar, to think the body is to remember. A key question in Gadamer's hermeneutical thought is memory, and more precisely Dacian's historically affected consciousness. For Gadamer, human Dacian is understanding in being situated by the prejudice offered through a historically affected consciousness. Understanding arises with / through the limitation of thought under a prejudice and the possibilities of overcoming of such delimitation given by the very engagement of the limitation that situates thought or understanding. Prejudice here does not have the negative connotation of being an impediment to understanding. On the contrary, all understanding is possible because of the limitations one has in knowing. Therefore, in this case prejudice should be thought as delimitation, as a limit that opens possibility if one remains with the distinctness of one's historical situation, Geschichtlich. This is how understanding happens and grounds tradition, die Überlieferung. But what then of such delimitation of understanding when one begins to engage concrete cosmological embodying understanding as ground for philosophical thought? 38. As we already saw above, one of the central meanings of Sunko is remembering. But in what sense? To remember is amta na in Imara, and Bertagno writes it in the form. 482. Alejandro A. Valiga. 482. Amu tatha. The prefix amu, present in both terms, means bud of the flower. We return to the center of Andean indigenous thought, to vegetable germinal thinking. Kush takes up remembering more directly in Chapter 5. The traditional character of that knowledge has the standing of remembrance, a reminiscence with archetypal structure, without any relation to reality, but in the character of the bud of the flower amu, integrating the vital feeling of the subject through ritual, in order that the subject does not go around empty. Kush 2010, 37, 1999, 326. In indigenous Andean thought, Kush found a memorial dimension that is not determined by a relationship to facts and things. Rather, this memorial temporalizing spatializing movement refers understanding to the double originary movement of living dying in the archetypal transposition of the amu, the bud of the flower, the point of birthing dying. Here historically affected consciousness could find an undercurrent in concrete cosmological being in the word, in such a disposition. But the point is that remembering is fundamental for concrete cosmological understanding. Given the present limitations of space and in spite of them, I should add that this issue must be further developed in terms of the distinct temporalities one finds with such ways of being in the world concretely. Just as a formal indication, in Andean thought, the past is in front of the one who is born, and the future is behind. That is to say, the memorial embodying being in the world of such understanding is always already in / through a past, and such past is always already at the edge of a pashakuti, at the edge of radical dying birthing. 39. Conclusion. In following Kush's discussion, we find ourselves situated with a temporalizing spatializing movement beyond subjective consciousness or objective spatiality, and the various forms and measurements, calculation and interpretation of being in the world based on objective rational thought. 40. Moreover, understanding does not only concern an historically affected consciousness drawn back into a human dossier. Understanding occurs in / through / with the movement underlying the world of stable presences and identities in their becoming and presencing. This is a movement of understanding given by a concrete bodying cosmologically being in the world. Understanding may be reconsidered, not in terms of objective presence or its abstract concepts, nor in terms of human dossier and its language, but as the participating with / in / through a bodying effective understanding in / with becoming. Understanding is not an understanding of this or that, but in the sense Kush finds in indigenous Andean thought, understanding is a continuous dynamic negotiation, through which at the effective memorial bodying level one finds balancing and sense in becoming in concrete living dying. Just as Guaman Poma's map, our effective bodying living negotiates and maps a being in between, a gerundive being, in its growing and passing in a germinal movement, communal and cosmological. Perhaps one could say that thinking hermeneutically in light of indigenous and popular thinking in America would be the understanding's sustained relationality in / with / through which being and becoming come to pass in fecund cosmological birthing dying. Perhaps this is why Pasha means not only space and time, but also place and cosmos. Perhaps, this is also how animal, sky, stone and water, rain, thunder, and snake hold a place in a horizon that is now internal, in a cosmological movement neither appropriable nor created by rational subjectivity, as one comes to stand with the as I, thus. As understanding bears a liminal play between falling / collapsing and springing forth, a leap in which thinking seems to mark in its articulate unfolding the poignancy of temporalizing spatializing movement passing always inseparably from the concrete possibility of a decisive turn, a pashakuti or decisive originary turning, a dying birthing in. 483. Hermeneutics and cosmological understanding. 483. The arising of new living paths. This is a matter of words at the limit of meaning, since always on their way, touching the immense, vast silence and impiousness of becoming. Perhaps, this is what Gadamer intimates in his American journey, when he poses the question of the possibility of human dossier, a question posed out of a concrete cosmological intimation and in being exposed with the cosmological impiousness of the American vastness and solitude. Perhaps, This is the thought from which Gadamer turns away when he closes his lecture in 1949 with H. Olderland's words, "Dies Ideal Auflösung ist furchtlos." Gadamer and Feminism. Catherine Homan. Often articles on Gadamer and feminism go something like this: although Gadamer seems like an ally for feminists because of his anti-essentialism and emphasis on altruity, ultimately his position is overly conservative and should be either rejected or heavily modified. Marie Fleming, 2003, argues that while many feminists support a dialogical model, Gadamer's account subordinates the other to the unity of the dialogue. More strongly, Diane Elam argues that hermeneutics contains within it the litter of phallocentric tradition that refuses point-blank to acknowledge the significance of gender differentiation, 1991, 350. Many of these feminist critics contend that Gadamer's account of tradition is totalizing, leaving no room for marginalized voices, and that his failure to attend to power allows no consideration of marginalization in the first place. Thus, if feminism aims to identify and work against oppression, Gadamer's work seems of little help. More sympathetic interpreters of Gadamer, like Alois Bucher, 1990, Georgia Warnka, 2003, 2007, 2010, 2014, Linda Martin Alcoff, 2003, 2005, and Lauren Swain Barthold, 2014, 2016, argue that Gadamer's model of hermeneutics can contribute to feminist projects, but not without some caveats. Bucher argues that hermeneutics offers feminism a model of self-reflection and dialogue, but requires the political grounding of feminism, 1990, 37. Alcoff explains that hermeneutics helps us understand identities as interpretive horizons, but pointedly argues that Gadamer lacks a sustained account of the body and suggests we need a slightly rewired hermeneutics, 2005, 88. This mixed reception of Gadamer's work among feminist thinkers often centers around his understanding of tradition. Alcoff locates a tension in Gadamer's work between his invocation of the permanent truth of tradition on the one hand and his insistence on the impermanence, change, context dependence, and historical mobility of meaning on the other, 2003, 234. Those who read Gadamer's account of tradition as permanent argue it is totalizing, conservative, or oppressive, whereas those who read it as context-dependent and dynamic see possibilities for radical reinterpretation, liberation, and creativity. Gadamer's other key concepts, such as the fusion of horizons and authority, yield similarly ambivalent receptions. For every interpreter who sees them as leveling or monolithic, another sees them as expansive and pluralistic. Given that Gadamer himself makes no reference to feminism, how are we to think Gadamer and feminism? Moreover, what does this ambivalence tell us about both feminism? 488. Catherine Homan. 488. And hermeneutics as traditions? This chapter aims to answer these questions by examining how Gadamer's hermeneutics helps us understand this varied reception. First, I outline Gadamer's account and the various criticisms directed toward it. Next, I consider reinterpretations of Gadamer that provide resources for feminism. Finally, I propose that Gadamer's understanding of tradition helps us make sense both of feminist responses to his work as well as what we might call the tradition of feminism. If the concern is that tradition is overly totalizing and conservative, I argue that precisely by attending to tradition, we are better able to attend to those voices and experiences that have been marginalized, even by projects that aim at liberation. Prejudice, Tradition, and Horizon. Gadamer develops his account of tradition in Truth and Method, 2004, in consideration of what it means to understand something. Against Enlightenment projects that attempt to free the knower of all prejudice and tendencies in the natural sciences to equate truth with certainty and accuracy, Gadamer argues that understanding cannot be separated from situatedness. Moreover, there are modes of understanding and truth beyond what the natural sciences describe. Importantly, Gadamer is not anti-science, but instead is concerned the sciences offer too narrow a conception of understanding. He aims to discover what is common to all modes of understanding and to show that understanding is never a subjective relation to a given object but to the history of its effect. 2004, XXVIII. Understanding is enabled by both the object's context, including its historical effects and having been affected, as well as the context of the person attempting to understand. The hermeneutic task is one of openness, which includes situating the other meaning in relation to the whole of our meanings of ourselves in relation to it. Gadamer 2004, 271. My interpretation of a text begins with anticipating meaning based on my experiences, but I remain sensitive to the text's ALTERITY, 2004, 271. I anticipate that the text will mean something, but I am also surprised by what follows. This requires awareness of the biases I bring in understanding. Understanding is developed not by stripping away those prejudices, but by remaining vigilant in self-reflection. Furthermore, although understanding aims at completeness, it is never fully achieved. Instead, understanding is always on the way. In denying prejudice a role, Gadamer claims, the Enlightenment denied tradition its power, 2004, 273. Enlightenment thinkers sought to replace the authority and tradition of Christianity with the authority of reason. Yet, the pursuit of rational neutrality to achieve certainty bears an ahistorical, uncritical prejudice against prejudice itself. Pitting reason against tradition makes sense only in a historical context. Reason does not exist somewhere by itself as a neutral tool, but exists only in concrete, historical terms. 2004, 277. Gadamer thus proposes that rather than denying tradition, we instead rehabilitate tradition and authority. This rehabilitation does not mean we should adopt tradition and authority uncritically. The prejudices we employ proceed from the commonality that binds us to the tradition. Gadamer 2004, 293. Choosing one set of questions over another is already responding to voices of the past or what motivations are salient for my time. The recognition of authority is not dogmatic, authority is not simply command and obedience. Instead, authority is what can be discovered to be true. 2004, 281. It is earned rather than asserted. Authority thus requires critical self-reflection to determine whether it is warranted, but this reflection always occurs in tradition. Through this dynamic engagement with tradition, we produce it ourselves inasmuch as understand, participate in the evolution of tradition, and hence further determine it ourselves. 2004, 293. 489. Gadamer and Feminism. 489. As situated, I occupy a particular horizon, which Gadamer defines as the range of vision that includes everything that can be seen from a particular vantage point. 2004, 301. Although my horizon is limited, I am also aware that there is something beyond. When I seek to understand something beyond my scope, such as a text from the past, I cannot simply disregard myself and adopt a new view. Rather, I begin through my situatedness and anticipation of meaning. In encountering the other, I revise my prejudices through the movement of question and answer. Remaining open to the other's ALTERITY affords a fuller understanding both of it and my own horizon. There is a higher universality that overcomes not only our own particularity but also that of the other. 2004, 304. Thus the boundaries between horizons are not strict. If the other were so fundamentally other as to occupy a wholly separate horizon, it would be unintelligible and unrecognizable. Understanding, Gadamer explains, is always the fusion of horizons, 2004, 304, that continue to move and change as new interpretations, reflections, and applications are developed. Tradition, authority, and horizon thus do not preclude, but afford understanding in the first place. Who are we? What counts as canonical or tradition is not neutral. Grace M. Jansen wonders, who is this we who stand always within tradition? And which tradition do we stand in? 2003, 291. Jansen argues that Gadamer's frequent examples of classical works suggest someone educated in its norms, probably white, Western, male, and privileged. Jansen 2003, 292. Similarly, in her essay Whose Home Is It Anyway?, Robin Schott argues that Gadamer fails to ask who historically has been entitled to participate in this tradition of ontological discourse, and whether its content justifies ideologically particular interests in the historical world. 1991, 204. Gadamer not only reinscribes such identities, but in stating that we are this tradition, he requires those with different identities either to subsume themselves to these norms or remain alienated. They contend that Gadamer's omission of any discussion of power betrays a false universality that remains hegemonic. Moreover, Gadamer fails to call his own presuppositions into question, which he may have corrected had he considered more seriously the ways in which members of traditions are embodied and gendered. Despite Gadamer's emphasis on particularity and finitude, Schott argues, he remains silent on and silences women's experiences. Specifically, Gadamer's emphasis on the primacy of language implies that emotional responses of feeling and desire are not primary or are reducible to language. Schott 1991, 2056. Not only does this exclude those who do not feel at home in language or are alienated by it, but also displaces the primacy of other embodied relations. Gadamer does not consider the ways in which women have historically been confined to the home while men venture out and return. Being at home in language, which allows the fusion of horizons and universality, presupposes this more masculine connotation and a flight from concrete existence. Schott locates an especially pernicious flight in Gadamer's choice to remain in the refuge of the ivory tower during National Socialism and refusal to speak out more publicly. 2003, 327. 1. Furthermore, Gadamer's autobiographical reflections recall only conversations with men. There is hardly any mention of a woman, including his mother. Thus, not only does Gadamer inadequately address concrete life, but his erasure of women in his own self-understanding suggests an even greater subordination of situatedness to universality. Marie Fleming argues this universality silences women's experiences and voices and the voice of the other more broadly. Because my horizon expands through conversation with the other, I cannot grow in my understanding without that other. Yet, Gadamer explains that what is so understood is not the thou but the truth of what the thou says to us. I mean specifically they. 490. Catherine Homan. 490. Truth that becomes visible to me only through the thou, and only by my letting myself be told something by it. 2004, XXXII. It is the common subject matter and universal linguisticality that binds us together, not the other herself. Fleming 2003, 124. Fleming argues that Gadamer's account is not about understanding the other, but rather about creating unity. 2003, 130. 2. Thus, the other remains purely instrumental for achieving that unity and for my expansion of understanding. Gadamer erases all concrete individuality and flattens out difference. To summarize, the central concerns are that even if tradition, prejudice, and authority allow for understanding, Gadamer's account of how that understanding occurs in concrete practice seems to level that very particularity. Without an account of power or embodiment, Gadamer does not fully inquire into the presuppositions at work in tradition or in his own life. Yet, as Gadamer reminds us, we must modify our anticipations of meaning and prejudice in dialogue with the other. Without these anticipations, the other would be wholly unintelligible. Thus, while these critics are correct that we should not level all particularity for the sake of unity, we should similarly not eliminate the very possibility of understanding. In the next section, I consider arguments that take up the more critical possibilities of Gadamer's hermeneutics as corrective. Critical hermeneutic resources. Susan Judith Hoffman, 2003, agrees with Schott that we must account for power, especially when it silences, but contends that Gadamer's emphasis on embeddedness is more thoroughgoing than Schott believes. By foregrounding not only the meaning of ideas, but also the historical conditions that give rise to them, Gadamer reveals how power and domination have been formative factors. Whereas Fleming argues that the particularity of the other is eclipsed by what she says, Hoffman suggests that we cannot separate the two. Focusing on the historical situatedness of language enables us to recognize the plurality of meanings and interpretations. It is this plurality that also prevents the other from being merely subsumed into my horizon. The encounter with the other calls my own horizon into question. Contra shot, Hoffman argues that not all silences are oppressive, but instead reflect appropriate modesty and protect against hubris. Susan Heckman, 2003, similarly argues that having humility and questioning our horizons demonstrate how interpreting from a feminist position can change tradition. She explains that the Western tradition provides feminists, as well as other marginalized groups, a point of entry into the tradition that can be the basis of critique. 2003-185. Because hermeneutics attends to the situatedness both of understanding and of the prejudices that give rise to it, hermeneutics provides a critical attitude toward tradition. This point of entering into the tradition raises some concerns. First, if we are always already part of tradition, then how could we enter into it? Second, if that tradition has historically marginalized, silenced, or exercised violence against particular identities, why maintain it? Gadamer clarifies that the whole of tradition or the whole and part in the hermeneutic circle are only relative. 2004, XXXII. Because understanding is finite and always underway, any sense of the whole is itself provisional. Yet, even if provisional, does this not presuppose a false universalism? Gadamer argues that the one-sidedness of hermeneutic universalism has the truth of a corrective. 2004, XXXIV, in that, by anchoring understanding in tradition, hermeneutic consciousness protects against a more totalizing form of reason that denies its own limits or situatedness. What is universal is not that we experience tradition in identical ways, but that we are always already part of tradition. Indeed, the notions that women are oppressed or that power dynamics and embodiment are ignored are intelligible only within a tradition where terms like women and power have meaning, even if those meanings are plural. As Georgia. 491. Gadamer and Feminism. 491. Warnke explains, we can modify tradition by demonstrating how tradition must be modified in light of our contemporary experiences. Our agreement with the tradition consists in the fact that we can justify our new opinion only by coming to terms with its counterposition and understanding in just what way we do disagree with it. 1987, 103. While we cannot fully step out of tradition, we can reject or embrace different aspects of that tradition. Moreover, there is not one monolithic tradition, but rather multiple traditions of meaning that orient us in different ways. Veronica Vasterling argues for a critical hermeneutics that guards against merely appropriating the other into our own evaluative standards by developing a more robust critical reflection on the limits and situatedness of our own understanding. 2003, 167. Robin Pappas and William Cowling worry that because Gadamer does not thematize the body, he reinscribes the privilege of a masculine position. 2003, 214. To correct this oversight, they also develop an account of critical hermeneutics, anchored in the moral demand in Gadamer's account of openness. The other, who always exceeds my prejudices, requires relentless reading and vigilance in reinterpreting those prejudices. 2003, 225. This commitment to the other also informs authority. Patricia Alton Baird Johnson argues that taking positions of authority enables us to subvert, overcome, or transform the very structures of authority that we seem to serve. 2003, 308. Rejecting authority simply because it has been misused is like the Enlightenment rejecting prejudice outright. Instead, we must challenge authority to have a more emancipatory role. For Gadamer, authority is neither the assertion of dominance nor uncritical obedience, but an act of acknowledgement and knowledge, the knowledge, namely, that the other is superior to oneself in judgment and insight, and that for this reason his judgment takes precedence, that is, it has priority. 2004, 281. Authority thus begins in humility. We can see an example of this humility in Gadamer's interpretations of Paul Celan's poetry. Gadamer explains that he is aware that Celan's world has sources quite remote from the traditions of the world in which I as well as most of his readers grew up. 1997, 128. Gadamer lacks expertise in Jewish mysticism, dimensions of folk life, and a comprehensive knowledge of nature, all of which infuse Celan's poetry. Gadamer can begin his interpretation only with what he does know, but he also constantly revises his interpretation as he engages each poem and Celan's work more deeply. At the same time, the poem cannot be understood exclusively in terms of Celan's biographical details. The poem says something beyond a specific, unique occurrence known only to witnesses or those enlightened by the poet directly, and instead shows that every reader can respond to what the language gesture conjures up, as if it were an offer. 1997, 134. In this way, the hermeneutic experience must be attuned to difference. Rather than conquering the unintelligible, the interpreter preserves difference and is transformed through conversation with another. Importantly, even the person taken to be an authority must recognize the other's superior insights. This is what protects against dogmatic authority. Gadamer 1996, 124. Again, openness to the other and to concrete, plural experience remains imperative. This plurality provides feminists with both challenges and resources. While feminists are concerned with the conditions of women, it is not at all clear that what it means to be a woman is similar in all, or even more than a few, cases. If the category is broad enough to encompass all, it risks becoming overly general. If the category is narrower, then it harmfully excludes some without necessarily leading to a more robust meaning for the category. The challenge is that if there is not a category of women qua women, then what is the work of feminism? This plurality is a resource insofar as it recognizes that identity cannot be reduced to one feature or separate from other identities. The plurality refers not only to a plurality of others, but also a plurality. 492. Catherine Homan. 492. Of identities for the self. In the next section, I examine hermeneutic accounts for drawing on plurality as a resource to respond to these challenges. Hermeneutic identities. As Gadamer describes, we are situated within particular horizons of meaning that do not necessarily determine, but do inform how we come to understand ourselves and the world. Such horizons can be productive and creative, rather than merely constraining. Linda Martin Alcoff proposes understanding identities themselves as interpretive horizons. Doing so addresses two concerns. The first is that Gadamer's hermeneutics neglects embodied experience and tends toward sameness. The second is that alternative accounts of identity, especially those coming from social constructionist views, cannot distinguish between harmful and healthy identities. Alcoff identifies four central features of hermeneutics that are useful to feminism, namely, openness to alterity, the move from knowledge to understanding, holism in justification, and immanent realism. 2003, 232. These features support understanding identities as interpretive and also provide a framework for evaluating those interpretations. Rather than presupposing a single, monologic horizon or tradition, Alcoff calls for recognizing the multiple traditions and identities at play. 2003, 255. The aim is not to step out of tradition, but instead to recover these multiplicities. Alcoff supplements Gadamer's account by foregrounding our embodied existences. Like other theorists discussed in this chapter, Alcoff argues that Gadamer's conception of situatedness fails to address the physical or material features of horizons. 2005, 103. Still, she agrees with Gadamer that such horizons are dynamic and afford knowledge and self-understanding. The particular horizons we are born into give rise to our particular identities. They provide the backdrop against and through which we navigate the social world and our specific locations and conditions. 2005, 288. Because horizons are intersubjective and relational, multiple others contribute to our interpretive horizons in complex ways. Alcoff explains that such identities are not simply imposed on us, but instead are sites from which we perceive, act, and engage with others. 2005, 287. In other words, they are hermeneutic horizons comprised of experiences, basic beliefs, and communal values, all of which influence our orientation toward and responses to future experiences. Alcoff 2005, 287. By making those background assumptions apparent, we can engage them meaningfully and examine them critically. Alcoff argues that visible identities, such as racial and gender identities, are socially produced, but that does not make them fictions over a more authentic self. 3. Similarly, she rejects essentialist accounts of these identities. Instead, race and gendered identities operate as epistemological perspectives or horizons from which certain aspects or layers of reality are made visible. Alcoff 2005, 126. Our future horizons are shaped by our current horizon, and vice versa. Expectations about race or gender inform how we carry our bodies or move in space, which also allows particular vantage points not afforded to those with different identities. Alcoff suggests that girls, for example, may have horizons that include the possibility of reproduction. What one imagines for her future may be informed by attitudes about pregnancy, family relations, or careers. 2005, 176. Certainly, these horizons are not the same for all, and there are multiple cultural beliefs about the ways in which bodies are gendered or racialized. Alcoff argues, moreover, that while such visible identities have also been the very basis of oppression, marginalization, and violence, that should not be reason to eliminate identities. Because identities are horizons, they are dynamic, and as orientations toward past and future selves, they are the basis of understanding and meaning. The aim, then, is to imagine new possibilities and understanding of those identities. The work of feminism would then be to show that being a woman involves more than. 493. Gadamerian feminism. 493. Biological reproduction or certain expectations of domestic life. Since our interpretive horizons must also recognize their own limits, we must critically engage our presuppositions and look toward the authority of others. Those who have been traditionally marginalized may have an epistemic advantage when it comes to emancipatory projects. 2005, 96. Moreover, by focusing on material conditions, we are better able to engage in political debate and policy decisions that would enable, rather than foreclose, these plural, creative identities. 2005, 289. Engaging horizons of identity in critical and creative ways expands those identities. Like Alcoff, Georgia Warnke seeks not to abandon identity, but to distinguish between positive and pernicious identities. If identities are performative, as Judith Butler argues, with no essential characteristic or natural law underpinning them, then the norms framing the performance of different identities can be challenged, subverted, or embraced. Warnke 2003, 66. Warnke worries, however, that Butler cannot provide resources to determine which norms or identities should be either preserved or subverted. 2003, 66, 2007, 169. For Warnke proposes instead that we understand identities as interpretive. Although identities may be contingent, we can still locate interpretive standards for assessing them. 2003, 67. Just as there are some standards guiding our interpretations of texts, so are there standards guiding our interpretations of identities. Recall that, for Gadamer, the hermeneutic circle reflects the part-whole dynamic relation of interpretation. Understanding is a continuous process of reinterpretation. I begin with my initial prejudices and am prepared for the text to teach me something. I know that I am moving to a better interpretation when the parts and whole begin to cohere better. That coherence cannot be forced on the text either by my presuppositions or the other's intentions. Rather, interpretation occurs through the various relations of the affective history of myself, the text before me, and the author. Good textual interpretations are illuminating and inclusive of other interpretations and different meanings. Warnke 2007, 14. Warnke argues that our identities are plural, but no one identity is primary. We are not just women or athletes or ice cream lovers, but combinations of these things. Different facets of our identities are salient in different situations. While my identity as an athlete might not be salient when I prepare a dessert, at another time it is when I choose a bagel over ice cream before a race. Interpretations of identities, like of texts, are better when they draw on the appropriate features in a situation and are illuminating rather than dogmatic. We are not always intelligible as either blacks or whites, Latinos/as or Asians, and we are not always intelligible as men or women. It is not just that these identities are irrelevant in most circumstances. It is, instead, that they are misunderstandings of who and what we are. Warnke 2007, 14. Here, Warnke does not mean that someone is not black or not a woman or that those identities are not real, but rather that interpreting one as only those identities misunderstands her. Just as no interpretation can have the final word or exhaust all variations, neither can identities. In cases of racial or gender discrimination in hiring, for example, we are able to identify misinterpretations. Rather than prior experience, skills, or other pertinent qualifications, the candidate was evaluated on her presumed gender or race. By introducing identities into a context where they do not belong, such discrimination fails to relate the parts to the whole in a coherent way. Instead, blind prejudice is substituted for a critical stance toward one's presuppositions. Warnke 2014, 584. Again, this does not mean that one's identity as a woman or a spouse or an engineer are irrelevant, but that one is more than just those. 5. The work of feminism, then, would be to examine when identities such as sex and gender are important and for what purposes, which also enables us to question those implicit norms that marginalize. 6. For example, what does being a white, cisgender, Ivy-educated male have to do with being a good philosopher? 494. Catherine Homan. 494. Like Alcoff and Warnke, Lauren Swain Barthold argues that hermeneutics can demonstrate the relevance of social identities and offer a positive feminist social critique. 2016, 2. Barthold takes identities to be intersubjective interpretations that, as interpretations, can be evaluated as to whether they are true, that is, productive, or false, that is, oppressive. While Alcoff believes that identities are real and that some, such as race or gender, are more primary, and Warnke argues that no one identity is primary, Barthold holds an anti-realist position that uses a dialogical model to understand how we integrate multiple identities in plural contexts. 2016, 6-7. This dialogical model centers on the demand for openness. Gadamer argues that we understand in a different way, if we understand at all. 2004, 297, emphasis in original. Openness guides our understanding toward what the other says and the meaning that extends beyond both speaker and listener. As interpretations change, so do identities. Identities are intelligible in different ways in different contexts. Barthold 2016, 69. They are not essential truths beneath the flux, but instead ways of working out and preserving that ambiguity, even when some identities might compete. 2016, 81. Rather than relying on binaries or reified tensions among those identities or expectations, openness listens for new ways of understanding or reconfiguring. As such, our identities are not the result of our independent will, but are forged through our social relations. Barthold believes that thinking of identity as communal, as we rather than merely I, enables thinking more critically about the purposes and values of identities. 2016, 128. Because communities are dynamic and multiple, identities as communal allow for refashioning and creative connections. 2016, 135. Here, Barthold draws specifically on Gadamer's accounts of play, ritual, and festival to show how identities are intersubjective interpretations. When we play, we belong to the play, there is something beyond our control that requires our participation. Belonging to the play of art, for example, means remaining engaged, open to pleasure and disturbance, and allowing ourselves to be transformed. So, too, with identity. Gadamer describes the festival as representing community in its most perfect form, 1986, 39. It is for everyone and an intentional activity. Although the festival often celebrates some purpose, the calculating way we might inhabit other experiences does not belong, 1986, 42. Instead, participants co-create the festival through their open-ended participation. Barthold explains that this playful co-creation helps us understand identities in terms of communal belonging. Some might worry that festivals, by eliminating a distinction between the individual and community, are oppressive. Yet, Barthold argues, true identities are those that foster an ongoing dialogue in order to promote a more inclusive community. True identities foster belongingness, 2016, 151. Belongingness again does not mean sameness, but rather active participation in communities that reflect both the plurality of one's identity and creates space for what one might be, 2016, 142. False identities foreclose or eliminate differences, whereas true identities preserve them. Feminism as tradition. Mar-i-Lugans, 2003, draws similar connections between play and identity. Because we are multiplicitous, we inhabit different worlds that we can move between and negotiate in different ways. Yet, not all who travel between worlds do so in the same ways. Very often those of marginalized identities, such as women of color, must travel to the worlds of dominant groups that may be hostile, whereas those of the dominant groups either do not have to travel or do so through a lens of superiority and arrogance. Such travel is agonistic rather than playful. Playful travel would instead be open to surprise and would approach the other with love and solidarity. Rather than agonist competition that attempts to dominate the other, playfulness involves an 495. Gadamer and feminism. 495. Openness to being a fool, not worrying about competence, not being self-important, not taking norms as sacred and finding ambiguity and double edges a source of wisdom and delight. Lugans 2003, 96. 7. Play affords self-construction and reconstruction, 2003, 85, because it is not wedded to a particular way of doing things or stuck in any particular world, 2003, 96. In many ways, Barthold's account of intersubjective identities echoes Lugans'. 8 identities result neither from individual will nor essence, but are developed through a playful community that finds difference to be a resource. World traveling also resembles the fusion of horizons. Lugans suggests that when we travel to another's world, we come to understand not only what it is like to be the other, but also what it is to be ourselves in their eyes, 2003, 97. It is this mutual recognition that allows us both to be fully ourselves. With Elizabeth Spellman, Lugans reflects on the ways in which world traveling in feminism has been unsuccessful. Much of the theoretical work of feminism, such as systematic, sustained reflection on being a woman, Lugans and Spellman 1983, 574, was created by Anglo women, but it does not express the experiences of Hispanas. They write, "When we are in your world we ourselves feel the discomfort of having our own being Hispanas disfigured or not understood. And yet, we have had to be in your world and learn its ways." 1983, 575. Exclusion becomes the only articulation, 1983, 575. Anglo women are uncomfortable in Hispana worlds, but not for the same reasons. Because they can leave and have already established the terms of understanding, there is no reason to understand the Hispana world as a participant rather than mere observer would. Lugans and Spellman 1983, 576. Given this lack of mutual understanding and the ways in which the dominant discourse centers itself, how should feminist theory proceed? Lugans and Spellman call for a non-imperialist feminism that follows us into our world out of friendship, 1983, 576. Anglo women must create real, non-coercive spaces to develop feminist theory through genuine, self-critical dialogue. Such a theory would enable one to recognize how parts of one's life fit together, 2. Locate oneself concretely in the world, 3. Consider the extent to which one is or is not responsible for that location, 4. Provide criteria for change or resistance beyond the theorizer's own position, and 5. Know that the theory, if true, has some connection to resistance and change. Lugans and Spellman 1983, 578-79. If a theory can do these things, then it neither privileges one way of being in the world over another, nor is so general as to be meaningless. Rather, it provides a deep understanding of the self in relation to others in concrete, embodied, meaningful, and creative ways. Lugans and Spellman observe that such work is challenging, particularly for Anglo-feminists. Because it requires openness, including openness to severe criticism of the white/Anglo world, sensitivity, concentration, self-questioning, circumspection. It should be clear that it does not consist in a passive immersion in our cultures, but in a striving to understand what it is that our voices are saying. Only then can we engage in a mutual dialogue that does not reduce each one of us to instances of the abstraction called woman. 1983, 581. This challenging task, akin to learning a text without teachers, must be done out of friendship and mutual care rather than obligation or self-interest. The latter do not call one's prejudices into question, whereas the former necessitate it. Here, I would like to draw Gadamer and Lugans closer together. Specifically, we can see parallels between the fusion of horizons, playfulness, and world traveling. For example, Gadamer suggests we would not be able to understand one another, let alone speak past each other, had we not traveled a long way together. Michelfelder and Palmer 1989, 57. There. 496. Catherine Homan. 496. Are also parallels between Gadamer's understanding of hermeneutics and Lugans' challenges to feminism. Both call for locatedness, critical examination of one's presuppositions, humility and openness to the other through mutual dialogue, and dynamic participation in creating understanding. 9. I do not mean to suggest we might collapse Lugans' position into Gadamer's or vice versa. Doing so risks the same imperialism and false universality Lugans warns against. Rather, I think they have a shared project in understanding the practice of theory. Lugans returns us again to attention toward embodiment and specific linguistic practices, especially regarding alienation in language. Gadamer offers a sense of how a critical awareness of tradition can help mitigate future exclusions. In Theory as Liberatory Practice, Bell Hooks, 1994, also argues that the dominant discourses of academic feminism have excluded the voices of black women and women of color, among others. Despite doing important work to challenge the category of women, their work has been devalued as failing to meet arbitrary criteria rooted in and reinforcing of white supremacy. Hooks recognizes the tension of feminist theory that silences and oppresses but might also contain important ideas, thoughts, visions, that could, if used differently, serve a healing, liberatory function. 1994, 65. Theory in itself is neither harmful nor liberatory. It is harmful when it reifies structures of dominance, it is helpful when it comes from and responds to our everyday lived experience, especially when those experiences are of pain and oppression. Theory is liberatory if it enables us to remember and recover ourselves, it charges and challenges us to renew our commitment to an active, inclusive feminist struggle. 1994, 74. If feminism is going to be liberatory, then it must call its own practices into question. Liberatory feminism leads us closer to, in Barthold's language, true identities. Gadamer's discussion of freedom occurs in a different register, but it is helpful here to think about the relationship between theory and liberation. In Authority and Critical Freedom, 1996, Gadamer argues that rather than being opposites, freedom and authority are interconnected. Recall that authority is not dominance or control, neither is freedom. In recognizing the authority of another, I recognize both their freedom and my own limits. Whereas dogmatic freedom rejects any limits, genuine freedom is the capacity to criticize that includes and is a precondition both of our own recognition of the superior authority of others and of others' recognition of our own authority. 1996, 123. This more genuine freedom demands criticism and self-criticism. Thus, a liberatory theory requires this critical freedom. The criticisms that Lugans and Hooks pose to feminism strongly resemble feminist criticisms of Gadamer. Both point toward exclusions of particular identities and a failure to call certain presuppositions into question. I find it striking that in the volume Feminist Interpretations of Hans-Georg Gadamer, there are significantly more references to Plato, Hegel, and Heidegger than there are to Beauvoir, Butler, or Fraser. Although this volume was published 20 years after Lugans and Spellman's article and nearly 10 after Hooke's essay, it includes only 2 passing references to these authors, thus missing an opportunity to engage these criticisms more deeply. 10. The tradition of feminism closely mirrors the tradition of Western philosophy more broadly. Looking to Gadamer on tradition helps us make sense of how these omissions occurred and how they might be corrected and prevented. Referencing the history of North American Eskimo tribes, Gadamer explains that in 50 or 100 years, anyone who reads the history of these tribes as it is written today will find it outdated, for in the meantime, he will know more or interpret the sources more correctly. 2004, XXIX. Indeed, that is true, not least of all because the term Eskimo is now considered by many to be offensive. Gadamer continues by noting that future readers will see that in the 1960s people read the sources differently because they were moved by different questions, prejudices, and interests. 2004, XXIX. This is not an apology for colonialism, but a 497. Gadamer and Feminism. 497. Description of the historical situation giving rise to these accounts. For both Gadamer's own hermeneutics and the tradition of feminism, attending to the historicity of ideas lends a critical perspective that makes the privileged position of interlocutors apparent. Our interpretations must remain aware of prejudices that would foreclose listening to, and thus understanding, the other. Similarly, pursuing inclusion through the attempt to add women or add people of color or any other traditionally marginalized identity and stir is bound to fail because it does not question the norms of the tradition in the first place. To give an example from art, adding the works of Kara Walker or Kehinde Wiley to a museum to be more inclusive might be a start, but we have actually failed to understand what those works mean if we do not also recognize them as in conversation with and challenging the tradition and very idea of museums. What hermeneutics allows us to see is both the situatedness that gives rise to challenges in the canon as well as a sense of how that canon came to be in the first place. By paying specific attention to tradition, we are better able to identify which voices continue to be silenced and where imperialism, racism, or sexism remain unthought. Returning to the tension Alcoff identifies in Gadamer's account between tradition's permanent truth and its dynamic impermanence, I propose we would be better off preserving this tension rather than dispelling it. Without a more overarching tradition, it would be difficult to determine not only how different projects are intelligible to one another, but also how they might inform or challenge one another. Without a dynamic tradition, we are left in static totalization. Warnke states that feminism need not oppose tradition-bound thinking with a neutral, unconditioned point of view, rather, it engages reflectively with that tradition by pointing out the inconsistencies in their ideals and practices and confronting the historical experience and historically conditioned interests of women. 1993, 90. By attending to tradition, we are actually able to preserve difference. Reflecting on Lugan's contributions to feminist theory, Alcoff also cautions that we must discern where multiplicity results from fragmentation imposed by colonialism and where multiplicity empowers resistance and flourishing. 2020, 20910. Attunement to tradition aids this discernment by clarifying whether we have fallen to one side of the tension or the other. In hermeneutic practice, Gadamer explains, what one has to exercise above all is the ear, the sensitivity for perceiving prior determinations, anticipations, and imprints that reside in concepts. 2007, 21. Thus, hermeneutics, as this practice, can continue to exercise that sensitivity and self-reflection. It would be a poor reading to suggest that Gadamer was a feminist, since his texts provide no evidence for that. But, as Gadamer reminds us, it would be a poor hermeneuticist who thought he could have, or had to have, the last word. 2004, 581. Thus, continuing to draw hermeneutics and feminism together in conversation invites fuller interpretations and reinterpretations of both. 36. Gadamer and Race. Theory 1. Tina Fernandez Botts. It would be out of step with the spirit of Gadamer's work to purport to offer a definitive Gadamerian understanding of race or a definitive description of an encounter between Gadamer's thought and race theory. Accordingly, no pretense will be offered of trying to accomplish either of these tasks in this chapter. Instead, what is offered is one account of the subject matter. According to this account, an illuminating reading of the engagement between the thought of Hans-Georg Gadamer and race theory is the manner in which what will be referred to as Gadamer's metaphysics can help untangle the mass of confusion that arises when people begin to talk about the topic of human racial categories. This confusion centers around questions such as whether human races exist, what they are if they exist, and what the answers to these questions might tell us about broader metaphysical questions regarding what racism is and how it operates in the world. According to the Gadamerian account of race provided in this chapter, the topic of race, because the topic is so politically charged, fraught, and outcome determinative as regards access to social goods and quality of life, importantly highlights that reality is always and already, that is, necessarily, understood through a particular lens. It is always and already situated. There is no view from nowhere from which reality can be observed objectively. Moreover, for Gadamer, this means not just that objective understanding is a fantasy, but that there is no objective, timeless reality. According to Gadamer, one implication of this is that if we are to solve the problems of the world, including the problems associated with race and its longtime companion, racism, we have to engage each other in dialogue, with the understanding that the only truth or correct understanding that can be had of the subject matter is one that is a function of the points at which our various interpretations or accounts intersect. And so, toward the end of the goal of a Gadamerian understanding of this thing we call race, the following chapter is meant to be one contribution to the ongoing scholarly dialogue on the topic. The chapter will proceed as follows. First, an outline of the basic contours of what will be referred to as Gadamer's metaphysics will be provided, followed by an account of what race is within that metaphysics. After that, several other Gadamerian theories of race rooted in Gadamerian metaphysics will be explored and examined for comparison. Finally, in the interest of breadth, a. 502. Tina Fernandez Botts. 502. Sampling of key Gadamerian encounters with race theory outside of the traditional metaphysical question of what race is will provided, followed by concluding remarks. Gadamer's metaphysics. To a certain extent, to lay claim to writing about Gadamer's metaphysics is to make a nonsensical claim since, from a particular point of view, the entire point of Gadamer's description of what reality and existence are is to reject certain baggage traditionally associated with formal metaphysics. After all, for Gadamer, existence and reality should be understood in terms that associate these phenomena with interactions and processes between persons and other entities in the world that are fluid and dynamic and changeable rather than within a framework that is static, staid, and fixed. However, it is decidedly not nonsensical to state that Gadamer's project, in his classic text, Truth and Method is, at least in part, to describe reality, specifically, to say that it is interpretive, which is also the general project of metaphysics, 1993. Accordingly, what follows is an explanation of how Gadamer understands questions about what things are, provided here at the top of this chapter on Gadamer and race theory for the purpose of then situating the phenomenon of race, that is, the question of what race means and is, within that explanation. I refer to this as an account of Gadamer's metaphysics. Others who prefer a more precise or traditional vocabulary might prefer a different description of the project, e.g., an account of Gadamer's understanding of the meaning of being. Allowing for some flexibility with the term metaphysics, then, it is fair to say that Gadamer's metaphysics begins with the idea that to determine or discern what something is to understand or interpret it within a system of intelligibility that is pre-existent. Malpass 2015, David 2006, Grondin 1995. To exist, for Gadamer, is to exist in relationship with people and in relationship to other things within a given time and place. That is, to exist is to have been generated by interchange between persons, and between persons and everything else in the world within a particular socio-historical context. Importantly, for Gadamer, the fact that the existence of everything, including, among other things, people, places, so-called objects, so-called facts, identities, etc., is generated through interchange, with other people and with the world, does not entail that the things in the world are not real, in a traditional metaphysical sense. The reason for this is that the concept of existence, for Gadamer, even real existence, does not carry with it Aristotelian notions such as essence or substance, nor Platonic notions associated with reality, which can only be of the forms for Plato, such as timelessness or universality. Instead, for Gadamer, to be real is simply to be understood as real, to be real is to be interpreted as real, within a given time and place, a given socio-historical context. Importantly, there is no reality beyond this, no ultimate reality, no objective reality. For ultimate or objective existence is impossible. Instead, that which is understood to be real, or what is interpreted to be real, is real, full stop. In addition, it is important that reality is collectively generated, for Gadamer, rather than individually generated. It is in this sense that reality is not subjective. Instead, whatever is collectively interpreted to be real is, in fact, real, to the extent that reality is possible, from a Gadamerian point of view, and in a quasi-objective sort of way. To put these ideas in more traditionally Gadamerian terms, Gadamer accepts the interpretive nature of being. What this means, among other things, is that what something is, or the truth of what something is, cannot be ascertained in a scientific way, that is, it cannot be known in Platonic sense or formally deduced relative to a set of criteria. Instead, what something is, or the truth of what something is an event, what Gadamer would call a fusion of horizons, that is experienced within a given socio-cultural context through interactions with others, with so-called objects, and with other so-called facts contained in the world. Moreover, each of the 503. Gadamer and race theory. 503. Entities with which one is engaged when trying to understand what something is itself an interpretive site. Gadamer's term for each of these interpretive sites is prejudices, Vorurteil, 1993, 270. For Gadamer, then, the landscape in which meaning and being are both generated is interpretive and populated by a set of interpretive sites. These interpretive sites consist of the assumptions required to make a claim of knowledge. In other words, there are assumptions undergirding every act of understanding, every claim of knowledge. These assumptions do not necessarily amount to the kind of unjustified bias that might cloud understanding but merely consist of one or more aspects of the situatedness in which the process of understanding or knowledge production always necessarily unfolds. Importantly, Gadamer distinguishes between legitimate and illegitimate prejudices. An illegitimate prejudice is a barrier to understanding and knowledge production, but a legitimate prejudice actually helps the process of knowledge production through the disclosure of the original set of possibilities within which a given understanding takes place. For Gadamer, in other words, all understanding, of the world, of reality, of anything, begins within a set of preconceived notions that are taken to have meaning. It is in this sense that they are structural. Along this line of thinking, there is no universal vantage point from which objective understanding can be ascertained or determined. On the way to understanding, everyone begins from a predetermined concept of the whole subject matter to be understood, then moves into an investigation into the parts, the specific details of the matter at issue, and then moves back out into a fuller conception of the whole subject matter. This is what is known as the hermeneutic circle. Rather than a statement on the inevitable circularity of meaning and being, however, the concept of the hermeneutic circle merely makes explicit that the path to understanding must always be entered from somewhere by someone, and is necessarily informed and led by a given question that arises out of a particular set of circumstances. Together, a set of prejudices amounts to what Gadamer calls an historical horizon within which every attempt at understanding or claim to knowledge or truth production begins. 1993, 302. Gadamer defines a horizon as the way in which thought is tied to its finite determinacy, and the way one's range of vision is gradually expanded. 1993, 302. Included within a given historical horizon are all of the largely unarticulated assumptions and so-called facts that each of us has integrated into our conception of who we are and what we value and hold dear. A historical horizon includes everything one thinks one knows, both consciously and subconsciously. To claim that something is correct within a given historical horizon is to identify it as a legitimate prejudice. To claim that something is incorrect is to identify it as an illegitimate prejudice. A Gadamerian tradition is a vehicle through which legitimate prejudices survive over time and illegitimate prejudices fall away. A tradition involves the historical process of preservation that, through constantly proving itself, allows something true to come into being. Gadamer 1993, 287. In other words, in the process of understanding, one first makes an assessment of the correctness of a given interpretation on the basis of the degree to which it fits in with the other prejudices of a given tradition. If the interpretation fits in with the other prejudices, then its legitimacy is justified. In Gadamer's words, the next step is to determine what the text has to say to us, today, in our current situation or circumstances. Gadamer writes, new sources of understanding are continually emerging that reveal unsuspected elements of meaning. 1993, 298. What this means is that correct understanding of anything is never finished. It is in fact an infinite process. Gadamer 1993, 298. Gadamer writes, understanding is, essentially, a historically affected event. 1993, 300. Nicholas Davy explains that the meaningfulness of a new perspective depends upon its relation to other networks of meaning, implies that any alteration in the related field will alter the meaningfulness of that perspective. 2006, 143. 504. Tina Fernandez Botts. 504. Moreover, meaning or understanding is also always and necessarily affected by application. For Gadamer, we come to understand things through application. Like Aristotle's phronsis in ethical decision-making, all attempts at meaning, writes Gadamer, require deliberation within the confines of particular, concrete circumstances. 1993, 312-24. Just as for Aristotle the application of an ethical principle to facts is not just how ethical deliberation occurs, meaning determinations are simply not made by the application of so-called universal truths about the world onto new things to be understood. Instead, in the process of understanding, the horizon of the thing to be understood, a text, a concept, a so-called object, is projected onto the new concrete situation before us. In this way, understanding is a dialogical exchange between previous interpretations and the specific context at issue. In this process, hermeneutic integrity is preserved over time to the extent that legitimate, or accurate, aspects of prior understandings are preserved and illegitimate, or inaccurate, understandings drop out of the realm of consideration. Correct understanding, then, evolves over time, as the distinction between legitimate and illegitimate prejudice becomes apparent. Gadamer defines truth not as a correspondence between a statement and the world but as the fusion of horizons between the text, or the phenomenon to be understood, and the interpreter, or between two or more interpreters. Gadamer writes, in the process of understanding, a real fusing of horizons occurs, which means that as the historical horizon is projected, it is simultaneously superseded. 1993, 307. Some describe this progress as follows: when the fusion of horizons is achieved, a word arises up out of a given language. At the same moment in time, the being of the subject matter, the text, the concept or object to be understood is revealed. In other words, correct understanding of a thing and its being or existence occur simultaneously and as a function of the fusion of two or more historical horizons. Notably, however, there is no end point, no final stop on the hermeneutic journey, on this view. It can never be justifiably said that a timeless, definitive understanding has been obtained. Instead, Gadamer's truth is always situated within a specific time and place and for a particular application. Moreover, for Gadamer, truth is a fusion of horizons that explicitly involves the role of others. Gadamer's truth, in other words, requires active dialogical interchange between different interpreters or interpretations. Gadamerian truth highlights that the journey toward understanding necessarily entails dialogical exchange between at least two interpretations or interpreters. Central principles of Gadamer's account are, then, that 1. Every attempt at understanding is an act of interpretation. 2. Every interpretation begins within a particular schema of intelligibility. 3. A given schema of intelligibility is made articulate through language. 4. Every schema of intelligibility contains assumptions, some of which are legitimate, true to the things themselves, and some of which are not. 5. Correct understanding or truth arises up out of a dialogue between interpreter and text, or between previous interpreter, s, and current interpreter. 6. All interpretation takes place within a tradition, which operates as a basis upon which to discern legitimate prejudices from illegitimate ones. 7. Traditions are not static but evolve over time as new prejudices are legitimized and others are delegitimized through dialogue. 8. Correct understanding can be had, but is situated. Gadamer on race. To determine what race is in a Gadamerian way, then, is to first stipulate within what socio-cultural context one is asking the question. In the United States in the early 21st century, race is understood to be biologically real. This plays out in, among other ways, the extent to which race remains outcome determinative in terms of the degree of access to vital social goods and opportunities. While scientific consensus established in the mid-20th century that 505. Gadamer and race theory. 505. The concept of human racial categories had no biological content. Montague 1942, UNESCO 1951, Livingstone 1962, Lewontin 1972, Graves 2001. The ideas that there are such things as races and that races represent reliable categories of legitimate human differentiation persist to this day in the American psyche. The explanation for this state of affairs is historical. In order to justify, both to themselves and to others, the existence and perpetuation of the institution of American chattel slavery, American slave owners and their sympathizers, some of whom were natural philosophers or biologists, invented a strong natural or biological division between the so-called black and white races, Bernasconi and Lott 2000, Bernasconi 2001. This division carried with it a complex and fallacious articulation of a hierarchy of races, according to which so-called blacks, or people with ancestors from Africa, were on the bottom of the hierarchy and so-called whites, or, roughly speaking, people with ancestors exclusively from Europe, were on the top. A component of this framework was the idea that blackness, which was code for both inferiority and slave status, was hereditary. Hereditary blackness/inferiority/slave status, within this framework, provided a convenient justification for the ownership not only of any human beings originally captured and enslaved, but also for the enslavement of their progeny. According to late Harvard law professor Derek Bell, this uniquely American account of black racial identity, that is, that it is hereditary and carries with it inferiority, became interwoven into the fabric of the American consciousness. See, for example, Bell 1992. Bell and others have called this feature of the American psyche racial consciousness, and Bell's theory based on this phenomenon became known as racial realism. According to racial realism, racism against African Americans is a permanent feature of American society, and one that cannot be eradicated by laws, contrary biological evidence, or anything contrary to its tenets. If Bell's racial realism is right, for all intents and purposes American racial identity, which was born of the construction of black racial identity, is not just thought to be hereditary, it, effectively, is hereditary. An additional feature of the American story or conception of race is that it organizes itself around what is known as the black/white binary, or the idea not only that there are human racial categories in the world, but that there are ultimately only two, black and white. Race, like everything generated through interchanges with other people in the world, is real, for Gadamer, that is, it has strong or authentic metaphysical content, but it has a kind of reality that is time and space dependent. That is, race can change over long periods of time and as between two different geographical locations. Its reality is not eternal, but contingent. Race, or a given race, in other words, is situated within a given era and geographical locale. In this way, for Gadamer, a person's race in one era, and/or geographic context, can be different than how the same person's race is understood within another era and/or geographical context. This is because over long periods of time, or in different parts of the world, socio-cultural accounts of what race is, or what a given race is, change. See, for instance, Bernasconi 2012. For Gadamer, then, race is a situated, culturally derived phenomenon. Races are, in other words, contingent, interpretive centers from which particularized experiences and approaches to understanding are located. They are interpretive processing hubs, horizons of understanding, and vantage points from which sense is made of the world. Race, for Gadamer, in summary, is embodied and situated and operates as what Gadamer would call an historical horizon, in the sense that it is a system of intelligibility within which understanding and meaning generation takes place. A Gadamerian account of race, then, is on the order of what Anglophone philosophers would call social construction, although Gadamer's account is importantly different in many ways. Although it is the case that, like race as social construction, the Gadamerian account of race relies on defining what is real in terms of, loosely speaking, intersubjective social. 506. Tina Fernandez Botts. 506. Agreement. What Gadamer adds is 1. The idea that the social agreement is not conscious, but inadvertently generated through social practices, and 2. A fuller account of the bases upon which social agreement is formed, looking closely at each instance of racialization, race generation, for clues as to how it has been generated or taken up by communal interchanges or a given collective, consciousness. In addition, a Gadamerian analysis of race provides for an eventual change in worldview on the topic of what race is. From a Gadamerian point of view, the competing prejudices or interpretations are, on the topic of what race is, 1. That race is based in biology and has both meaning and being, and 2. That race is not based in biology and has little or no meaning or being. The first is the commonly held view. The second is the view of those who have generated the scientific data indicating that race is not based in biology, as well as the growing number of scholars who have been exposed to, and accept, the biological data. Recall that Gadamer's method for distinguishing legitimate, accurate, prejudices from illegitimate, false, ones is to place them into dialogue. This dialogue begins by placing a given prejudice within a tradition to determine the extent to which the prejudice fits into that tradition. If it fits in with all of the other prejudices of the tradition, i.e., those that have withstood the test of time, it is legitimate. If it does not fit in, the interpreter is called upon to engage in self-reflexivity and apply a critical gaze to the prejudice. The prejudice that race is not based in biology, the new prejudice up for interpretation, does not seem to fit in with the Western tradition going back at least to Kant that race is based in biology, Kant 1999 1777. 2. Because of this dissonance, this disconnect between the new prejudice up for interpretation and the tradition at issue, it is incumbent upon the interpreter to investigate more deeply into the question of whether race has being or meaning. The scientific evidence referenced above will be consulted, as will the philosophical and other scholarly examinations of the topic. Certainly, any sociological evidence will be consulted, as well as any more deeply held viewpoints held by racialized groups on the topic. Gadamer's philosophical hermeneutics suggests that if there is enough contrary evidence available to the interpreter of meaning to successfully challenge the Western tradition that race is based in biology, and has meaning and being, eventually the tradition, Western socio-cultural or socio-political ideology, will change to accommodate the new prejudice, that race is created by social forces and has no meaning or being. Moreover, if the new prejudice is sound or legitimate, it will remain a part of the tradition over time with at least two possible concomitant results: either the words we use to denote biological races will simply drop out of common usage, or the words will come to be associated with race understood as the product of socio-historical forces rather than biological ones. Contemporary articulations. There are many contemporary scholars who provide similar, but unique, Gadamerian accounts of race and racial identity to the one provided above. For Linda Martin Alcoff, for example, race is a Gadamerian horizon of understanding, Alcoff 2006. It is socio-historically situated, epistemically salient, and ontologically real. The reality of race, for Alcoff, comes from the fact that racial identity is visibly marked on the body. Owing to this visibility, race is rooted in embodied existence. Although rooted in embodied existence, however, race is neither essential nor natural. Instead, the body is a dynamic site of meaning-making. It is an interpretive center. Moreover, race itself is produced, for Alcoff, in a fluid and circular process involving how others, as well as ourselves, conceive of our bodies. Accordingly, Alcoff speaks of race as socially emergent rather than socially constructed. 507. Gadamer and race theory. 507. Race emerges out of a dynamic between how others see our bodies and how we see our bodies. In addition, race is something that orients one to the world and operates as an information processing center. Understanding or knowledge is, accordingly, necessarily situated, and cannot be generated through a disembodied or unembodied Archimedean point in the void, as Descartes believed. There is no such thing as the view from nowhere, Nagel 1986. Nor is there a Rawlsian veil of ignorance behind which a given interpreter can hide, Rawls 1971. Instead, disembodied objectivity is an impossibility. Race, then, for Alcoff is a conduit between self and others. A given race is personal, but it is also collective, generated by a grand collective dialogue. Georgia Warnke, 2008, also provides a Gadamerian account of race. For her, race is a performed social identity marker that is only legitimate to the extent that it coheres with the situation in which it is being performed. In this sense, race is generated through a kind of compatibilism between self-identification and social uptake. For Warnke, our identities are like texts in that they are situated, purposeful, and partial. Just as there are multiple interpretations of a text, whose degrees of legitimacy are a function of context, similarly, each of us has multiple identities whose degrees of legitimacy are a function of the contexts in which we find ourselves and the degree to which those situations or contexts coherently incorporate those identities. Racial identity, then, for Warnke, is like a text in that it is situated, purposeful, and partial. It is one of the multiple identities each of us possesses. Importantly, for Warnke, racial identity, like all identities, is ascribed from without, by others. A given race, or a given person's race, is legitimated by its ability to be coherent within a given situation. Racial identity, then, for Warnke, is a situated interpretation of who we are. In this way, Warnke's Gadamerian account of racial identity explains the nature of racial oppression. Within this framework, phenomena such as driving while black, for example, become intelligible as sites of racial oppression. Within the driving context, the person driving is a driver, but, owing to having been ascribed a race from without, such a person becomes a black driver rather than just a driver, and the concomitant negative treatment by police officers becomes explainable, but, of course, not excusable, as a function of the interpretive horizon of the arresting officer. Lauren Swain Barthold's Gadamerian account of race and racial identity is what Barthold calls dialogical, Barthold 2016. For Barthold, a given person's race is generated through Gadamerian dialogue between self and community, and provides a basis for distinguishing between more and less legitimate accounts of race in the extent to which the account arises spontaneously in the course of relevant communal activities. Barthold's dialogical theory of racial identity contains two key components: 1. Emphasis on the role of application and play in racial identity production, and 2. A mechanism for assessing the adequacy of racial identity, namely through the utilization of a socio-politically relevant account of intersubjectively generated agency. The first component, an emphasis on the role of application and play, affirms the circular, hermeneutic, nature of identity and suggests that identities are formed at the rotary of one's psychic desires and one's socio-historical traditions, that is, in playful dialogue between these two. The process of racial identity formation, then, for Barthold, borrowing from Gadamer's notion of play, is co-constitutive. Race, or racial identity, emerges up out of playful, that is, unconscious, participation in the collective dialogue that generates it. 3. Moreover, for Barthold, each of us has multiple identities, with our racial identity being just one of those identities. According to Barthold, we must first realize that none of our identities is the overarching or master identity, and then we must go about the business of placing all of the identities in dialogue en route to integration. We must place our identities in dialogue with each other, according to Barthold, lest we suffer from identity incommensurability, a type of metaphysical dissociated identity disorder, 2016, 67. After integration of our identities, Barthold thinks we must then measure the adequacy of the resultant racial identity. 508. Tina Fernandez Botts. 508. Generated through a new account of agency. This new account of agency construes racial identity as neither freely chosen by an autonomous individual nor dogmatically assigned by others, or nature. Barthold is very critical of the modern tendency to conceive of identities as grounded in an autonomous I, which Barthold thinks results in political impotency, 2016, 127. Citing Wendy Brown, 1995, Barthold writes that we can think of agency from the standpoint of the we instead of the I. We can deploy identity democracy rather than identity aristocracy, and we can do this by replacing the universal norms of modernity with postmodern, Gadamerian judgments. What is required for political solidarity and change, according to Barthold, particularly on the topic of racial identity formation, is not an identity formation that I choose for myself, but an identity formation that is generated through practical philosophy or phronsis, that is, the ability to make good judgments in light of the ever-changing particulars of the situation at hand, 2016, 131. Conversation with others, on this model, is privileged over a procedure internal to one's own mind. In other words, writes Barthold, the proposal is to cease understanding racial identity as attaching to some core essence or nature of an individual and instead take it as an interpretive relation between self and other that promotes solidarity, 2016, 134, emphasis added. Beyond metaphysics. Philosophy of language. Recently, the philosophy of language has produced some interesting Gadamerian engagements with race theory. Lavelle Anderson identifies, for example, in hermeneutical impasses that certain interpretive challenges arise when people respond to chants of Black Lives Matter with All Lives Matter, or when they excoriate Colin Kaepernick for being anti-military or anti-American when he sits or kneels during the playing of the national anthem. 2017. 4. Anderson is concerned to untangle these interpretive challenges, to come to understand them. 2017. 2. Why is it, Anderson seems to be asking, that whites and blacks sometimes have difficulty understanding each other's collective points of view? From a Gadamerian point of view, Anderson is here asking what barriers are present, what obstacles to the fusion of horizons are on the scene when these challenges arise, that is, when the fusion of horizons required for understanding a situation infused with racial undertones does not manifest in a given situation. To answer this question, Anderson provides a brief taxonomy of hermeneutical impasses before moving on to the heart of the paper, which is an inquiry into what understanding itself is, which is certainly a Gadamerian project. After first laying out 4 general categories of understanding listed by Gadamer: scientific, aesthetic, understanding of persons, and linguistic understanding, Anderson quickly narrows down his question to what specifically linguistic understanding is. 2017, 8. He asks what it is we are seeking to understand in the face of an interpretive challenge/hermeneutical impasse. Regarding the 2 examples he cites at the top of his paper, Anderson opines, an obvious candidate seems to be the meaning of an expressive act. 2017, 8. He says in a footnote that his focus is on utterances, but that he understands that the term expressive act can include far more. Preliminarily, Anderson says, we achieve understanding when we successfully apprehend, decipher, interpret, etc., the meaning of some expressive agent's utterance. But, this concept of understanding is problematized, according to Anderson, because there are at least 2 potential objects of understanding: 1, utterance meaning, and 2, speaker meaning. 2017, 8. To understand an utterance, Anderson seems to be saying, can either mean to understand what is expressed in the abstract, the words or other content itself, or to understand speaker intention. 509. Gadamer and race theory. 509. After a brief discussion of the dynamics of interpretive challenges that arise when utterance meaning is at issue, Anderson then focuses on the interpretive challenges that arise when there is confusion of speaker meaning. Confusion of speaker meaning, according to Anderson, often arises among speakers of differing backgrounds, attitudes, and beliefs. 2017, 9. Here, we are reminded that the 2 examples of interpretive challenges/hermeneutical impasses with which Anderson opens his paper, and with which we understand him to be, accordingly, primarily concerned, take place in contexts in which the phenomenon of race is also a factor in the interpretive moment. To untangle the kinds of interpretive challenges that arise from speaker meaning when the speakers are of differing backgrounds, attitudes, and beliefs, Code 4, it seems, cases when the speakers are of different races, Anderson then identifies 3 senses of understanding in Gadamer's truth and method: 1, epistemic understanding; 2, practical understanding; and 3, agreement understanding, or understanding as agreement. 2017, 10, 5. Anderson then correctly identifies that Gadamer believes that the 3rd sense of understanding, understanding as agreement, is helpful in resisting the tendency to reduce understanding to meaning reconstruction. 2017, 10. Anderson is also correct that, for Gadamer, coming to understand involves converging on agreement about the subject or subject matter at hand. 2017, 11. Translating this language into Gadamerian terms, truth is a fusion of horizons between interpretations. 6. In summary, then, for Anderson, Gadamer is helpful in the quest to disentangle the problem of the kinds of interpretive disconnects that can occur when speakers, and hearers, are from different racial backgrounds. What Gadamer contributes to bridging the hermeneutical impasses that can arise in these situations, Anderson seems to be saying, is threefold. First, Gadamer's insight that the understanding at issue is linguistic understanding; second, bringing to the top of the inquiry that there is no objective or eternal or universal meaning reconstruction to be had within these impasses, and third, in order for understanding to take place, agreement must first be reached about the subject matter at hand. Anderson himself leaves the Gadamerian aspect of his paper at this point. That is, he is content to raise the question of how Gadamer might help us resolve certain hermeneutical impasses. However, building upon Anderson's ideas, the two cases at the top of Anderson's paper might be analyzed, with Gadamer's help, as follows. In the case of those who reply to Black Lives Matter chants with All Lives Matter, the group chanting Black Lives Matter seems to think the subject matter at hand is the fact that currently black lives do not seem to matter at all, whereas the group chanting All Lives Matter seems to think the subject matter at hand is that those in the first group think lives other than black lives do not matter. This is the hermeneutical impasse. In the case of the attacks on Colin Kaepernick when he sat or kneeled during the national anthem, Kaepernick and presumably many others with his racial background seem to think, following Anderson, that the subject matter at hand is Kaepernick's right not to participate in rituals designed to valorize a country with policies that negatively affect African Americans and other minorities, whereas those who attack Kaepernick seem to think the subject matter at hand is a requirement on the part of all Americans to stand when the national anthem is played. 7. Importantly, from a Gadamerian point of view, neither of these assessments as to the subject matter at hand is accurate. Rather, the subject matter at hand would be generated from a dialogue between the differing groups, and only if and when the dialogue resulted in a fusion or horizons or consensus about the subject matter at hand, the truth or a proper Gadamerian understanding of the situation, and what to do about it, if anything, would then naturally be revealed. 510. Tina Fernandez Botts. 510. Legal theory. Legal theory has had engagement with Gadamer's thought since the publication of Truth and Method, in which Gadamer states that legal interpretation incorporates all of the key elements of how interpretation in general operates. 1993. In large part because legal theory is necessarily applied and is often the product of a series of dialogues between previous interpretations, for instance, a function of the system of legal precedent. For Gadamer, legal theory is a model of how Gadamerian meaning generation takes place. Legal theorists David Cousins-Hoy, 1992, Gerald L. Bruns, 1983, and Francis J. Moots III, 2007, among others, have all self-consciously deployed Gadamerian themes in their work on the nature of legal meaning and how it is generated. Moreover, jurisprudential giant Ronald Dworkin borrows heavily from Gadamer to develop his own theory of meaning, often called legal interpretivism, which has frequently been identified as a contender for one of the major theories of law, along with legal positivism and natural law theory. Botts 2015. Timothy O'Hagan goes further. For him, with the publication of A Matter of Principle, 1985, and Law's Empire, 1986, Ronald Dworkin brought hermeneutics into the heart of Anglo-Saxon jurisprudence, transforming interpretation from a subordinate moment of the legal system into its key. 1991. In recent years, a Gadamerian theory of what race is, how it operates in the world, and how it has affected, or is affected by, legal meaning, particularly in the realm of anti-discrimination law, has been incorporated into contemporary legal theory. See, for instance, Botts 2013, 2018a. In For Equals Only, Race, Equality and the Equal Protection Clause, for example, philosopher Tina Fernandez Botts, 2018a, posits that the collective understanding of what race is has changed over time since the promulgation of the 14th Amendment and the Equal Protection Clause contained within it. While the U.S. Supreme Court's understanding of what race was in 1868, the year the 14th Amendment was enacted, in the United States, generally speaking, that race was a socio-historical phenomenon that spoke to historically situated notions such as being a people. Over time the Supreme Court's understanding of what race is changed to a biological concept of race, understood to involve notions about scientifically based differences between the so-called human races. Botts observes the understanding of the meaning and purpose, that is, the appropriate applicability of the Equal Protection Clause changed during the same time period from being that the clause was appropriately used to combat historically situated racial discrimination against black people to the idea that the clause is appropriately used to combat any legal distinction that involves race, understood to be biologically based. Botts expresses concern that as the Supreme Court's concept of race moved from socio-historical to biological, the Supreme Court's understanding of the purpose of the Equal Protection Clause also changed. While the original purpose was to provide an avenue of redress for black people, and other oppressed, racialized minority groups, who had experienced historically situated wrongs, in the form of discrimination and oppression, done to them as black people, the new purpose became to stop differential legalized treatment as between members of any racial group. So, the legs were, in a sense, ripped out from under the Equal Protection Clause during this time period, and it currently is not serving the goals of its original purpose. In this work, then, Botts shows how one historically situated concept, race, can affect other historically situated concepts, the meaning of the Equal Protection Clause, through Gadamerian dialogue with each other, with other concepts, in this case, the concept of equality, and with the interpreters of these concepts, different members of the U.S. Supreme Court at different times and places. As always, the Gadamerian project is elucidation, untangling, uncovering. Similarly, in Anti-Discrimination Law and the Multiracial Experience, 2013, Botts engages Gadamerian themes to examine the relationship between multiracial identity and legal theory. 511. Gadamer and Race Theory. 511. In this article, Botts interrogates the legislative history of anti-discrimination law, as well as a series of legal cases in which multiracial persons were the plaintiffs, and finds that there is somewhat of an interpretive disconnect between the process of human racialization in the United States and laws designed to protect people from racial discrimination. While racial discrimination against multiracial plaintiffs can certainly be shown to occur, and to have occurred throughout the history of the United States, at the same time multiracial persons are unable to find redress through American law. This mismatch between the apparent goals of anti-discrimination law and, at least some of, the people it was designed to protect is a legal and factual conundrum. Botts attempts to solve this conundrum through using Gadamerian dialogue, between different interpretations of the law, and between different concepts of race, of what it means to be multiracial, and between what the purpose of anti-discrimination law is thought to be. According to Botts, citing Leong, 2010, the history of the multiracial experience in the United States is one of institutionalized animus that originated in the taboo against interracial mixing and interracial relationships between so-called whites and so-called blacks that developed as part of the system of the chattel slavery of persons of African descent from the colonial period until the end of the Civil War in 1865, Botts 2013, 205. Of particular significance, according to Botts, is the fact that the historical animus directed toward multiracial people was for a long time, up until the mid-20th century, supported by prevailing scientific accounts of race, a science that characterized multiracial people as biologically defective and unhealthy, even diseased. 2013, 205. Persons considered mulatto were understood to be physically, intellectually, and psychologically inferior to both blacks and whites. Interestingly, according to both Botts, 2013, and Leong, 2010, the perception that mixedness itself was synonymous with being defective was soon transferred onto all persons considered to be multiracial or mixed, with the result that discrimination against such persons in virtue of being mixed became a non-violation of discrimination law, despite the widespread hostility directed toward persons understood to possess this racial identity. Being multiracial or mixed race, then, became synonymous in the United States with being an outcast, a non-entity or non-person, undeserving of protection against discrimination under the law. The fraught relationship between multiracial persons and the law, then, according to Botts, highlights the nonsensical sorts of meanings, or Gadamerian applications, of the law, and problematically, the instantiations of injustice, that result when horizons of understanding do not fuse, or when illegitimate prejudices prevail within the common understanding. Mixed race or multiracial people effectively do not exist in a world understood to contain discrete racial categories of persons, and since they do not exist, they do not receive protection from the law. Concluding remarks. A Gadamerian encounter with race theory, then, or with the philosophy of race, results in an account of the phenomenon of human racial categories that understands them to be created by interactions or Gadamerian dialogues between people, and between people and the world in which they find themselves. These dialogues are parameterized by prejudices, both legitimate and illegitimate, and fusions of horizons either occur, in which case understanding or Gadamerian truth is achieved, or they do not occur, in which cases what Anderson calls hermeneutical impasses occur. Nonetheless, the account of race that emerges from these interactions and dialogues is one in which race and racial categories are entirely contingent. That is, and as the biologists have been telling us for over half a century now, providing Gadamerian evidence of the truth of this idea, that human racial categories have absolutely no objective biological content. 512. Tina Fernandez Botts. 512. Whatsoever. Instead, human racial categories emerged within and were generated by the various socio-historical contexts in which, for whatever reason, some sort of felt need for there to be racial categories existed. The case of how the concept of race developed in the United States is illustrative of this point. In the case of the so-called black race, this racial category was created in order to justify and perpetuate the ownership and enslavement of human beings, obviously, with the motivation, conscious or unconscious, of profit. The so-called white race cropped up in the same context in contrast to the so-called black race. White was code for slave owners while black was code for the enslaved. At the same time, white was code for having rights and black was code for justifiably being denied rights, and for second-class status and treatment. Multiracial emerged within this context as having no real existence at all. 8 contemporary articulations of a Gadamerian account of race all share the basic idea that none of the concepts of race at work in the United States, or the world, for that matter, are timeless, universal, or objective. Instead, for all Gadamerian thinkers about social identity, the races themselves, which ones exist and the nature of each, wherever they occur in the world, are products of social forces and historical contexts and the interactions between these. They are all generated by dialogues between different sites of interpretation, persons, texts, laws, customs, and can vary from socio-historical context to socio-historical context. At the same time, these races are real in the sense that they operate meaningfully in the world. The legitimacy or illegitimacy of these concepts of race is a function, from a Gadamerian point of view, of the extent to which they gel with the tradition, the culture, around them, as examined over time. As with all things Gadamerian, the quasi-objectivity accordingly afforded to races is time and space dependent. Recent work in the philosophy of language and legal theory provides Gadamerian insight into race theory, especially to the extent that this work examines real-world applications to the concepts contained in Gadamer's work. Of course, Gadamer would, arguably, have it no other way, as application is at the center of all legitimate understanding, from a Gadamerian point of view. 37. On Eurocentrism. The reception of Gadamer's hermeneutics in or related to Chinese philosophy. Kathleen Wright. To live with the other, as the other of the other. Hans Georg Gadamer, The Legacy of Europe. When Hans Georg Gadamer, 1900-2002, published Truth and Method in German in 1960, the kind of thinking that concerned him was not world-class scientific explanation but the understanding and guidance acquired in the study of and education in one's own tradition or culture, specifically in the arts and the humanities including law. Gadamer discusses interpreting texts that are temporally distant but not culturally different, and throughout Truth and Method he never indicates that the tradition to be rehabilitated and the classical texts that are deemed to be authoritative are anything other than those of Europe going back to ancient Greece. Gadamer 1996, 277-305. Truth and Method is undeniably a book deeply influenced by the history and culture of Europe and the West. Of the 570 entries in the author index at the end of Gadamer's book, only one non-Western author shows up. The name, Mao Zedong, appears in the afterword in a list that includes Marx and Marcuse on page 570 out of 581 pages. Critics of Truth and Method charge Gadamer's hermeneutics with Eurocentrism. 1. In Fundamentals of Comparative and Intercultural Philosophy, Lin Ma and Jaap van Brakel note that Gadamer did not have much to say about interaction with non-Western traditions, but there are quite a few self-claimed successors of the hermeneutic tradition in the circle of Chinese philosophy, as well as intercultural discourse in general. Ma and van Brakel 2016, 243. In Hermeneutics and Intercultural Dialogue, Linking Theory and Practice, one supporter, Fred Dallmayr, seeks to mitigate the charge of Eurocentrism by entering into consideration Gadamer's writings after Truth and Method. Gadamer did indeed conceive of hermeneutics in Truth and Method in 1960 in terms of intercultural inquiry between the nations identified with Europe as a distinct culture and one tradition, he writes. However, Gadamer changed his mind about Europe during the ongoing process of European unification, Dallmayr 2009, 31. Instead of thinking about Europe as one culture or tradition, Gadamer came to understand Europe multiculturally as a unity of diverse cultures or traditions. 516. Kathleen Wright. 516. Dallmayr draws upon the following statement by Gadamer in 1989 from the Legacy of Europe to support the claim that Gadamer's hermeneutics based on the new concept of a multicultural Europe can become a model for intercultural inquiry with cultures beyond Europe. To live with the other, as the other of the other, this basic human task applies to the micro as well as to the macro level. Just as each of us learn to live with the other in the process of individual maturation, a similar learning process holds true for larger communities, for nations, and for states. And here it may be one of the special advantages of Europe that more than elsewhere her inhabitants have been able or were compelled to learn how to live with others after two devastating world wars, even if the others are very different. Gadamer 1989, 2831, translated and cited by Dallmayr 2009, 32, 38. Charles Taylor, like Dallmayr, has adapted Gadamer's hermeneutics from Truth and Method as a model for intercultural inquiry. Gadamer's account of the fusion of horizons applies also to our attempts to understand quite alien societies and epochs. Taylor 2011, 38, cited by Ma and van Brakel 2016, 248. However, Ma and van Brakel, and many others, reject a Gadamerian model for intercultural inquiry that is based on Gadamer's concept of the fusion of horizons because the model remains Eurocentric even when it is based on a multicultural concept of Europe. His fusing of horizons is taking place in the European, usually academic English language of the interpreter, and it is an open question to what extent the horizon of what is interpreted has entered the picture. Ma and van Brakel 2016. 248. Ma and van Brakel propose replacing a fusion of horizons with hermeneutic relativity, a development of Gadamer's concept of Vooroordeel, prejudice, in their alternative theory of intercultural, and comparative, philosophy centered on the Chinese method of interpretation called Gaiai. Ma and van Brakel 2018, 453-78. It is beyond the scope of this chapter to discuss the reception of Gadamer's hermeneutics by Ma and van Brakel given the complexity of their book, Fundamentals of Comparative and Intercultural Philosophy. What I can do instead is consider three prominent critics of Gadamer's Eurocentrism and show how the reception of Gadamer's hermeneutics in or related to Chinese philosophy leads to a more nuanced understanding of the prejudice of Eurocentrism when ascribed to the hermeneutics of Hans Georg Gadamer. It is not possible to give a full picture of this reception for several reasons. Zhen Li Yu Fang Fa, the Chinese translation of Truth and Method, was first published in Taiwan in 1993, Parts I and II, and in 1995, Part 3. China published Truth and Method later in 1999. Not only is the reception of Gadamer's hermeneutics by philosophers in Taiwan, Hong Kong, and Singapore not the same as the reception by philosophers in China, PRC, but the reception was also different within China before and after the debate about the legitimacy of Chinese philosophy in 2001. It is furthermore the case that the reception of Gadamer's hermeneutics in or in relation to Chinese philosophy has primarily taken place in academic spaces and publications, a. where English is the first language, the United States, especially Hawaii, Canada, Australia, and the United Kingdom, and b. where English, a second language, is the primary language of academic discourse on Chinese philosophy, Taiwan, Hong Kong, Singapore, and China. Finally, the reception of Gadamer's hermeneutics is also due to international scholars, to Sinophone philosophers who teach in Anglophone universities and, increasingly, to Anglophone and German philosophers who teach at universities in East Asia. Given this complex background, I have organized the reception of Gadamer's hermeneutics in or related to Chinese philosophy in the following way. I first look at the reception of truth. 517. On Eurocentrism. 517. And method in the work of two sinologists who understand their research to focus on China interculturally. I use the term sinologist for those who work in Chinese studies but who do not self-identify as philosophers. Next, I take up the reception of Gadamer's truth and method by two scholars who understand their research to be in comparative philosophy. Finally, I challenge the reception of Gadamer's hermeneutics in Chinese philosophy as represented by Zheng Jiadong. These receptions introduce us to the kind of intercultural philosophy made possible by Gadamer's hermeneutics. 3. They reveal the complexity of Gadamer's Eurocentrism and thus also of his concept of Europe. The reception of Gadamer's hermeneutics by Sinology Wei Ko Sung, National Taiwan University, speaks not only for Taiwan but for other parts of East Asia when he writes. It is well known that the concept of dialogue plays an indispensable role in Gadamer's philosophical hermeneutics. That is, philosophical hermeneutics is usually characterized by a dialogical structure of interpretation wherein the status of the text is elevated to a personified thou with whom the interpreter is engaged in a conversation. Sung 2001, 231. In order to determine the validity as well as the limits of the dialogical model in Gadamer's philosophical hermeneutics, Sung compares Gadamer's personification of the text with Derrida's deconstruction of the text and Paul Ricoeur's distanciation of the text. In spite of this critical stance, Sung does not criticize the concept of dialogue in Gadamer's hermeneutics because it is limited to intracultural dialogue. The Norwegian philosopher, Christian Gjesdal, Temple University, however, does. Gjesdal, a scholar of 18th, 19th, and 20th century European hermeneutics, compares Gadamer's philosophical hermeneutics in truth and method with the hermeneutics found in the early works of Johann Gottfried Herder, 1744–1803, and finds it to be profoundly conservative and Eurocentric to a fault. Gadamer's model of hermeneutics, she tells us, seeks only to offer a phenomenological account of how the works that we count as fundamental to a given tradition do indeed gain such a paradigmatic status and how this status is maintained. According to this first concept of Eurocentrism, where Europe is taken as the tradition or intraculturally, Gadamer's hermeneutic philosophy is all about and only about continuity, about keeping the tradition of Europe the Great, Western canon alive, Gjesdal 2017b, 350. According to Gjesdal's intracultural sense of Eurocentrism, Gadamer's hermeneutics in 1960 is backward-looking, bound by the European tradition, and unconcerned with and incapable of contributing to intercultural understanding. For Poetry and Personality, Reading, Exegesis, and Hermeneutics in Traditional China by the American scholar, Stephen Van Zoeren, is a history of the hermeneutics of the Odes, a collection of hymns and songs and China's earliest classic. While some of the songs and hymns are as old as the 12th century BCE, others date to the 6th century BCE, which is the likely date for fixing of the collection of songs and hymns in more or less its present form. Van Zoeren 1991, 7. Van Zoeren's book is about the principles that governed the different ways of interpreting the odes in traditional China for over 2,000 years. His book does for China what Gesdal claims Gadamer's Truth and Method does for Europe and the West. It accounts for how a canonical work that is counted as fundamental to traditional Chinese culture gains such a paradigmatic status and how this status is maintained. Thanks to Van Zoeren's book, we gain access to another but. 518. Kathleen Wright. 518. Different case of intercultural dialogue, here one taking place within the Chinese tradition. Using Gesdal's understanding of Gadamer's Eurocentrism, we could say that the intercultural dialogue in traditional China that we come to understand through Van Zoeren's book is Sinocentric. Within the history of the hermeneutics of the Odes, Van Zoeren concentrates on the Mao school of Odes scholarship that arose to address the problems of interpreting canonical texts after the rupture of tradition caused by the burning of the Odes and other Confucian classics ordered by the first emperor of Qin in 213 BCE, Van Zoeren 1991, 80-81. The Mao approach to hermeneutics became orthodox, Van Zoeren tells us, in the early imperial period after 213 BCE. Informed the influential general hermeneutic of Song Neo-Confucianism after 960 CE, and affected the understanding and composition of literary texts, painting, and music. 1991, 1. Interspersed throughout his account of the central role played by the Mao school within the hermeneutic culture of traditional China, Van Zoeren discusses how this hermeneutics, an intracultural dialogue, in China differs in some interesting and important ways from the dominant hermeneutic traditions of the West concerned, for example, with the hermeneutics of the Bible and other canonical texts. To study a hermeneutic culture like traditional China's is therefore, he concludes, not only to undertake research into something remote but also to learn about ourselves. 1991, 6-7. What Van Zoeren recognizes is that the study of intracultural dialogue in a culture, China's, that is not his own necessarily brings this culture into a conversation into an intercultural dialogue with the intracultural dialogue that is his own. Van Zoeren connects his own research therefore to Gadamer's hermeneutics instead of to Heidegger's or Ricoeur's because, for Gadamer, the interpreter no less than the text studied is also a product of what he calls effective history, Wirkungsgeschichte, and, as such, is necessarily always within a hermeneutic horizon. Indeed, the prejudices that are the result of effective history are not just an unfortunate obstacle to understanding, but rather its very preconditions. At the same time, interpreters are not hermetically sealed within these horizons, but enjoy the possibility of expanding and transforming their horizon through what Gadamer calls a fusion of horizons with that of the work studied. Van Zoeren 1991, 10. Van Zoeren makes his positive reception of Gadamer's hermeneutics explicit when he acknowledges that although Gadamer writes from a Eurocentric perspective, his work has rich implications for those engaged in the study of culturally or historically remote works, and this study has been influenced and in a sense inspired by his insights. 1991, 5-6. Let us turn to the reception of Gadamer's truth and method in the work of the Australian scholar, John Makeham. Makeham has edited Learning to Emulate the Wise, The Genesis of Chinese Philosophy as an Academic Discipline in 20th Century China, 2012, and written Lost Soul, Confucianism in Contemporary Chinese Academic Discourse, 2008. Whereas Van Zoeren's research was on traditional China up to the collapse of the Qing dynasty in 1911, Makeham's research is on modern Chinese philosophy. As these two book titles indicate, Makeham is concerned about the absence in modern Chinese philosophy as an academic discipline of the study of Chinese classics such as the Analects of Confucius. As Makeham reminds us in A New Hermeneutical Approach to Early Chinese Texts, the case of the Analects. The Analects was accorded an authority in pre-modern China which enabled it to play a central role in shaping the bundle of traditions we call Confucianism. Whether used as an orthodox text in the examination system, as a manual of political end. 519. On Eurocentrism. 519. Philosophical wisdom, as a storehouse of esoteric teachings and moral precedents, as a scripture for self-cultivation, as a model of literary style, or as a child's primer, The impact of this book, The Analects, on at least 70 generations of Chinese culture has been profound. The Analects has also played a significant role, variously, as a text of learning, the embodiment of a code of ethics, and a source of spirituality and ideology in Tokugawa Japan, 1603–1868, Yi Korea, 1392–1910, and Tran, 1225–1400, and later Le Vietnam, 1428–1789. Makeham 2002, 55–56. In this essay, Makeham argues that Gadamer's concept of effective history, Wirkungsgeschichte, offers a way for modern readers of pre-modern texts such as the Analects, including modern Chinese academic philosophers and readers in the West, to appreciate and appropriate the meaning of texts such as the Analects. According to Makeham, a particular conundrum that has informed the way contemporary translators/interpreters, particularly in the West, approach the interpretation of early Chinese texts: should they give priority to the historical context of the text's genesis so as to determine its historical meaning, or should they give priority to the subsequent, and various, readings of the text, its scriptural meaning? Makeham 2002, 56. Makeham defines historical meaning as the meaning of a text as composed by its original author/or its original audience, 2002, 56, and points to the original Analects by E. Bruce Brooks and A. Tycho Brooks, 1998, as an example of an interpretation of the Analects that prioritizes historical meaning. Makeham 2002, 67. Opposed to historical meaning is scriptural meaning, the meaning realized in the process of the subsequent historical trajectory of the text. Makeham 2002, 56. Makeham takes the Analects of Confucius, a philosophical translation by Roger T. Ames and Henry Rosemont Jr. 1998, to be an example of interpretation that prioritizes scriptural meaning. Makeham 2002, 67. Instead of prioritizing one over the other, Makeham brings historical meaning and scriptural meaning together in a Gadamerian concept of textual meaning. Citing Gadamer's Truth and Method, Makeham takes the meaning of a text to be that of which it speaks, that Gadamer calls die Sach, what is in dispute and at issue in the text. Textual meaning, he states, is neither fixed nor constant. Like history itself, the fullness of the meaning of a text is, as Hans Georg Gadamer has argued, only realized in the changing process of understanding. Makeham 2002, 56, Gadamer 1996, 373. The problem with prioritizing historical meaning by way of authorial intent and historicism is, a. that early Chinese texts such as the Analects admit of several authors, b. that so little is known about their historical contexts, and c. that readers and interpreters play a role in reconstituting the historical context of these texts. Recourse instead to scriptural meaning is, however, not without its own problems of willful interpretation and unlimited semiosis. The scriptural meaning of historical texts, such as the Analects, cannot be fixed within the range of a limited series of historical accretions because no interpreter is immune from the ongoing process of the text's reception. Makeham 2002, 56–57. In order to provide, therefore, limits on the scriptural meaning of these texts and avoid willful interpretation, Makeham, following Gadamer, appeals to the text's reception, to the scriptural meanings of texts such as the Analects as preserved in the commentarial literature. Makeham 2002, 57. 520. Kathleen Wright. 520. Makeham's book, Transmitters and Creators, Chinese Commentators and Commentaries on the Analects, 2003, expands on this new Gadamerian hermeneutic. Since the Han Dynasty, 206b.ca.d 220, the Analects has been interpreted through authoritative commentaries. In fact, the Analects comes to us thoroughly meditated by 2,000 years of ineluctable commentarial tradition. Without a commentarial context in which flesh is added to the very spare bones of the text, the Analects reads largely as a cryptic mixture of parochial injunctions and snatches of dry conversation. It is the commentaries that bring the text to life and lend it definition. The extent to which modern interpreters of the Analects are indebted to previous interpretations of interpreters, although impossible to quantify, is profound, yet only rarely is this legacy explicitly acknowledged. Commentators who believe that they can somehow interpret the Analects text without being influenced by earlier interpretations are deluding themselves. Makeham 2003, 1-2. Right from the start of this book, Makeham makes explicit his positive reception of key concepts developed by Gadamer in Truth and Method, Hans Georg Gadamer, Truth and Method, Philosophical Hermeneutics, has elaborated on this dimension in terms of historically affected consciousness, tradition, and the positive role of prejudgments or prejudice, 2003, 2. It is also clear from Makeham's English translations of the four most important commentaries on the Analects by He Yan, c. 192-49 CE, Huang Qin, 448-545 CE, Zhu Xi, 1130-1200 CE, and Liu Beianen, 1791-1855 CE, in this book that his new hermeneutical approach to early Chinese texts is meant to offer not only modern Sinophone philosophers but also modern Anglophone philosophers in the West a way to enrich their understanding of the meaning of the textual sources of Chinese philosophy such as the Analects. Intraculturally, including the ineluctable commentarial tradition within the scriptural meaning of early Chinese texts is one way to bridge the gap between modern Chinese philosophy as an academic discipline and pre-modern Chinese thought. Interculturally, basing the scriptural meaning of early Chinese texts on the commentarial tradition builds a bridge that enables philosophers in the West to begin to understand the enduring significance of these texts. The reception of Truth and Method by comparative philosophy in this section, I will begin with a second criticism that Gadamer's hermeneutic philosophy is unconcerned about cultures outside Europe, it is Eurocentric, and incapable of contributing to intercultural understanding, it is fundamentally intracultural. I will again use the reception of concepts central to Gadamer's Truth and Method by two scholars, Michael Crandall and Cheng-Ying Cheng, to further complicate this charge against Gadamer's hermeneutics. In the foreword to Brian Van Norden's book, Taking Back Philosophy, a Multicultural Manifesto, J. L. Garfield writes that philosophy as it is practiced professionally in much of the world, and in the United States in particular is structurally racist. To omit all of the philosophy of Asia, Africa, India, and the indigenous Americas from the curriculum and to ignore it in our research, he explains, is to convey the impression whether intentionally or not that it is of less value than the philosophy produced in European culture, or worse, to convey the impression willingly or not that no other culture was capable of philosophical thought. Garfield 2017, 19XX, emphasis added. Philosophy, be it practiced by Confucius. 521. On Eurocentrism. 521. In the Analects or by Socrates in the early works of Plato, is always dialogue, Van Norden tells us, namely, a dialogue about problems that we agree are important, but don't agree about the method for solving, where importance ultimately gets its sense from the question of the way one should live. Van Norden 2017, 142. Van Norden is particularly critical of the structural racism of philosophers in the Western hermeneutic tradition including Heidegger, Gadamer, Habermas, Ricoeur, and Rorty, who, although they espouse philosophy as dialogue, have failed to appreciate another of the key ethical requirements of dialogue, to be open to new voices, alternative solutions, fresh vocabularies, and different formulations of the same or similar problems from outside the Anglo-European tradition. Van Norden 2017. 150-51. In short, what Van Norden is saying is that so-called continental philosophy, including Gadamer's hermeneutics, is not only structurally racist but also Eurocentric. Van Norden's is a manifesto for Anglo-European philosophy to become multicultural and comparative. Some terminological clarification is helpful here. Comparative philosophy, often called cross-cultural philosophy, necessarily involves multiple cultures. The field of comparative philosophy has largely been dominated by philosophers trained in the Western analytic, not in the Western hermeneutic tradition. This goes back to the provenance of comparative philosophy when it was first institutionalized. According to Ma and Van Brakel, comparative philosophy originated about a century ago in India, with Sri Aurobindo and Sarvepalli Radhakrishnan, and somewhat later in Japan, with Nishida Kitaro. The first East-West philosophers' conferences took place in 1939 on Hawaii, and the journal Philosophy East and West was founded in 1951, Ma and Van Brakel 2016, 178. When we look at the mission statement today for Philosophy East and West, a quarterly of comparative philosophy, we see that comparative philosophy is explicitly linked to Anglo-American philosophy, which then, the 1950s, as now signifies the analytic tradition of Anglo-European philosophy and not the hermeneutic tradition, not phenomenology and existential philosophy. 5. Van Noorden is therefore accurate when he writes that Western hermeneutic philosophy has not been open to comparative or multicultural philosophy during the last half of the 20th century, but that may have to do with the analytical orientation of comparative philosophy. Outside the purview of Philosophy East and West, but nonetheless still related to the University of Hawaii, there are two comparative philosophers for whom their reception of Gadamer's truth and method is central to their understanding of Chinese philosophy. For Michael Crandall, it is primarily Gadamer's concept of play in truth and method that discloses to him what is going on in the inner chapters of the Zhuangzi. For Chungying Cheng, it is instead Gadamer's concept of the fusion of horizons that allows him to generate a new way to theorize Chinese philosophy as an onto hermeneutics, starting with the pre-Qin Chinese text, the Yujing, the Book of Changes. These two receptions, like the two discussed before, complicate the criticism of Gadamer's hermeneutics as bound by Europe, as intracultural and Eurocentric. Michael Crandall's essay, on walking without touching the ground, play in the inner chapters of the Chuangzi, is one of several experimental essays by academics and non-academics commissioned by Victor H. Mayer in 1983 to introduce the book, Zhuangzi, Chuangzi, to a larger audience than professional academics. 6. As in the case of the Analects, the book, Zhuangzi had several authors. According to A.C. Graham, one of the leading scholars on the Zhuangzi, the first 7, out of 33, chapters, the so-called inner chapters, have often been taken to be homogeneous in thought and style and generally thought to be substantially the work of the historical Chuangzi himself. Graham 1981, 27. Even so, Crandall explains, it is difficult to give a convincing account of their overall unity. Crandall 1983, 100. Crandall 522. Kathleen Wright 522. Experiments with Gadamer's concept of play comparatively. Crandall's, however, is not one of the usual kinds of comparative study. One kind takes essentially similar philosophies or works of literature or social customs and attempts to show their cultural differences. Another takes those that are essentially different and attempts to show their similarities, often arguing for social, psychological, or theological universals. The approach I prefer uses comparison as an interpretive device. Crandall 1983, 1012. Crandall asks the following question: can the unity of Chuangzi's inner chapters be grasped vis-a-vis the unity of Gadamerian play? Crandall 1983, 103. Crandall's question and comparison are insightful not only because they foreground and preserve the fundamental playfulness of the inner chapters of the Zhuangzi, but also because the concept of play, Spiel, as articulated by Gadamer in Truth and Method, characterizes the process of interpreting texts. Makeham also recognizes that interpretation has the structure of play. The operation of the hermeneutic circle reveals the process of give and take, the play, in this game that is, the play that is interpretation. The tripartite relationship of the creator of the game, the player, and the game provides a heuristically useful model for understanding the relationship between author, reader/interpreter, and text. Makeham 2003, 15. Both Crandall for the Zhuangzi and Makeham for the Analects take the same Gadamerian, intracultural, structure of play to be also at work in the interpretation of texts across cultures. Crandall's comparison uses a quasi-midrashic format. He takes statements about play from truth and method and then comments upon them in relation to specific passages from the inner chapters. For example, Crandall compares what Gadamer tells us about the form of play, its to and fro movement, its absence of a goal, and the renewal and repetition that takes place in play to the Zhuangzi's concept of the transformation of things, presented most memorably in the well-known dream of the butterfly at the end of chapter 2. Crandall next turns to Gadamer's statements about the experience of play, its seriousness, one's absorption in it, and the lightness that accompanies play to present the meaning of the Zhuangzi's valorization of the usefulness of the useless as exemplified by gnarled, bumpy, and rotten trees and the crippled shoe. Finally, Crandall compares Gadamer's remarks about play in relation to nature, about the medial sense of play, and about play as self-representation to the central idea of nurturing life within the inner chapters of the Zhuangzi, most notably in the story of Cookding butchering an ox. The aim of Crandall's comparison of Gadamer's analysis of the phenomenon of play with the inner chapters of the Zhuangzi is to lend structure to the thought of that work without constricting it. Crandall 1983, 102. Crandall's essay is experimental and does not pretend to offer the only or even an exhaustive interpretation of the inner chapters. Nonetheless, Crandall's reception of Gadamer's concept of play offers one example of the Western hermeneutic tradition contributing to comparative or, to use Van Noorden's term, multicultural philosophy. The Onto hermeneutics of Chengying Cheng offers a second example of the importance of the reception of Gadamer's truth and method in comparative philosophy, specifically in world philosophy. How is world philosophy related to comparative, cross-cultural or multicultural philosophy? Ma and Van Brakel are helpful here. They note that comparative philosophy has been commonly understood as a genre of writing in which connections between 523. On Eurocentrism. 523. European Western philosophy and Eastern philosophy, in particular Indian and Chinese philosophy, are sought and highlighted. Ma and Van Brakel 2016, 1078. Comparative philosophy, that is world philosophy, differs from comparative philosophy as just defined insofar as the goal of philosophy is different. The goal of world philosophy in particular is to make possible crossing over to different ways of thinking and accommodating or integrating different ways of thinking into one discourse. Ma and Van Brakel 2016, 179, emphasis added. Both comparative philosophy and world philosophy widen the horizon of Anglo-European philosophy, albeit differently. Cheng, a Chinese philosopher and professor at the University of Hawaii at Manoa, is best known for identifying Chinese philosophy with hermeneutics. An Cho Ng, Pennsylvania State University, who writes on the hermeneutic turn in Chinese philosophy, describes Cheng as follows. Renowned as a leading representative of what has come to be known as New Confucianism, Cheng is a systematic philosopher who, through his careful cross-cultural interrogations, is ultimately concerned with the possibilities of harmonization between the major traditions to yield a world philosophy. Based on his understanding of Confucian ontology and Chinese philosophical texts, together with his sympathetic reading of Euro-American theories of hermeneutics, his thinking in recent years has coalesced into a coherent philosophical project that he calls Onto Hermeneutics, his vision of a world philosophy. NG 2008, 1-2. In an Onto Hermeneutic interpretation of 20th-century Chinese philosophy, identity and vision, Cheng tells us that there was no explicitly philosophical hermeneutics in China before his Onto Hermeneutics, and that his Onto Hermeneutics is related to his reception of Gadamer's philosophical hermeneutics. In reconstructing such a new philosophical hermeneutics, which I call Onto Hermeneutics, he tells us, I have enlarged the scope of Gadamer's hermeneutics by including the interpretation of ontology itself. Cheng 2002, 402. Here enlargement means that what is being interpreted is no longer a text as in Gadamer or even a text from another culture, but instead the ontology of a culture. Correspondingly, The event of understanding is no longer the fusion of the interpreter's horizon with the horizon of the text as is the case for Gadamer, but instead the fusion of the interpreter's ontology with the ontology of the other culture. Based on these differences, however, Cheng's enlargement of the scope of Gadamer's hermeneutics amounts ultimately to losing sight altogether of the inevitability of having a horizon. Gadamer insists throughout Truth and Method that the fusion of horizons still remains a horizon, albeit a more informed and complicated horizon. For Cheng, however, the fusion of two different ontologies into one ontology leads in the end to the fusion of all ontologies into one, not one horizon but one world philosophy. 7. Cheng has expounded his world philosophy, onto hermeneutics, in many essays and books, both in Chinese and in English, making it difficult to summarize here. One essay, however, stands out for its focus on the Chinese dialectics of harmonization, Cheng's ontologized version of Gadamer's fusion of horizons. Cheng, who is the founder and editor-in-chief of the Journal of Chinese Philosophy, published Toward Constructing a Dialectic of Harmonization, Harmony and Conflict in Chinese Philosophy in 1977 and in 1991 in this journal, and again prominently in 2006 in Hermeneutical Thinking in Chinese Philosophy, the first supplementary volume to the Journal of Chinese Philosophy. The task Cheng sets for himself in this essay is threefold: 1. Pinpointing some underlying essential and unifying structure of all major Chinese. 524. Kathleen Wright. 524. Philosophical views of harmony and conflict that is able to explain 2. The emergence of different philosophical concepts of harmony and conflict over the last 2,500 years of China's history, and 3. The dialectic of their subsequent harmonization in the emergence of new forms of Confucianism in Neo-Confucianism and in New Confucianism. Cheng 2006, 25-26. The underlying essential and unifying structure that Cheng pinpoints is a dialectics of harmonization that originates in and grows out of the Yujing, the Book of Changes. The dialectics of harmonization is, he claims, uniquely Chinese and altogether different from the Buddhist dialectics of transcendence and from the Western European views of harmony and conflict as embodied in the Hegelian Marxist dialectics of conflict. Cheng 2006, 39. When Confucianism encountered and was challenged by Buddhism, starting with the exposure to the thought of Nagarjuna during the Han Dynasty, Cheng argues that the Chinese dialectics of harmonization enabled Confucianism to assimilate and incorporate the dialectics of transcendence into Neo-Confucianism around 1000 CE. According to Cheng, Confucianism is once again involved in an intense and long-lasting struggle with the altogether different dialectics of Western Europe, a dialectics of conflict. In this essay from the year 1977, a year after Mao's death when the future of the Cultural Revolution remained uncertain, Cheng writes, "The Marxist-Leninist Maoist campaign on the mainland against Confucius and Confucianism acutely promoted a battle between the Confucian dialectics of harmonization and the Marxist dialectics of conflict, a battle which must be fought on many fronts." Cheng 2006, 40. According to Cheng, the Chinese dialectics of harmonization, Cheng's ontologized version of Gadamer's fusion of horizons, at work in his onto hermeneutics will enable Confucianism to assimilate and incorporate the Western European and Maoist dialectics of conflict into New Confucianism, thereby enabling New Confucianism to become the one-world philosophy. To arrive at his insight into the Chinese dialectics of harmonization, Cheng needs to be able to survey 2,500 years of Chinese thought and to gain access to an ahistorical problematic, the dialectics of harmony and conflict, that can be analytically studied. Cheng 2006, 26-27. Cheng must rely on a direct discovery, guan, an intellectual intuition, liangzi, of the kind espoused by the Neo-Confucian philosopher, Wang Yangming, 1472–1529. Cheng's New Confucian embrace of an understanding that is intuitive is where Cheng's Sinocentric onto hermeneutics parts ways with Gadamer's Eurocentric philosophical hermeneutics. Cheng's onto hermeneutics may begin with the reception of Gadamer's hermeneutics and its concept of the fusion of horizons. However, its dependence on a kind of intuitive understanding or empathy across the philosophical traditions of China, India, and Europe abandons altogether Gadamer's concept of a horizon, a partiality to our understanding. The reception of Gadamer's hermeneutics by Chinese philosophy. In the two previous sections, I have complicated the charge that Gadamer's hermeneutics is Eurocentric in a tradition-bound, intracultural sense, Gesdal, by calling attention to the reception of Gadamer's hermeneutics by sinologists and comparative philosophers who work on Chinese philosophy in the English-speaking world. Here I want to discuss the widely shared perception by philosophers in China that Gadamer's hermeneutics is fatally Eurocentric. This perception arose in 2001, when Zheng Jiadong published a powerful essay entitled The Issue of the Legitimacy of Chinese Philosophy 8 that led to hundreds of articles in response and to a crisis in Chinese philosophy. In China, an author speaks not just as an affiliate of an academic institution, but the academic institution speaks through the essays it authorizes. Zheng is affiliated with the Institute for Chinese Philosophy at the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences, CAS, the premier academic research organization in China and the top think tank in Asia. 525. On Eurocentrism. 525. According to the rankings of the magazine, Foreign Policy. His voice is weighty, a voice that matters. Zheng begins the first paragraph of his essay by calling out Gadamer in the opening line for a remark Gadamer made in 1970 about the relation between Western philosophy and the wisdom of the cultures of the Far East. Kai Marshall, National Chengchi University, Taiwan, has translated Gadamer's remark as follows. The enigmatic statements, die Selhofnazigformen, of profundity and wisdom, which were developed in other cultures, especially those in the Far East, stand in an ultimately incommensurable relation, in enum letzten ends nicht überprüfbaren Verhältnis, to what is called Western philosophy, especially because science, in the name of which we ask, itself is a Western discovery. Gadamer 1970, 137. Zheng understands this remark to be Eurocentric and to question the legitimacy of Chinese philosophy. When he ends the opening paragraph of this influential essay with the words "in the West, particularly in Europe, the legitimacy of Chinese philosophy has always been questioned," Zheng 2005, 11, Zheng links Gadamer's name and his hermeneutics to the continuation of the delegitimization of Chinese philosophy by the Eurocentric West. In the remainder of this chapter, I want to show, first, that Zheng's criticism of Gadamer is based on a misunderstanding of Gadamer's relation to Europe and to Asia and, second, that Gadamer's remark, when properly translated, is about the forms of expression, Aussageformen, of Asian and European thought rather than, Pace Marshall, about statements, Aussagen. The conclusion to draw based on Gadamer's remark, I shall argue, is not that a Eurocentric West continues to delegitimize Chinese philosophy, but that there are questions about the Eurocentrism of modern philosophy as an academic discipline that concern not only Zheng and modern Chinese philosophy but also any modern philosophy that aspires to be comparative, multicultural, or intercultural. There are reasons to doubt Zheng's interpretation of Gadamer's remark as evidence of Gadamer's Eurocentrism and of his prejudice against Chinese philosophy. Here I will consider two. One that forgives Gadamer for his Eurocentrism and the other that suggests simply forgetting this particular remark. After accusing the whole Western hermeneutic tradition of Eurocentrism in Taking Back Philosophy, a Multicultural Manifesto, Van Noorden provides a reason to perhaps forgive Gadamer for his Eurocentrism. In some cases, as with Gadamer, this Eurocentrism can perhaps be forgiven as part of the limited cultural horizon in which the philosopher came to maturity. Van Noorden 2017, 150. In Hermeneutics, Non-Western Approaches, Marshall suggests a reason to ignore Gadamer's Eurocentric remark. Still, given this remark, it is not clear how well Gadamer actually understood these other perspectives. Marshall 2019, 287. But how limited was Gadamer's cultural horizon growing up, and was Gadamer's understanding of Asian perspectives really only superficial? The answer to the first question may be found in Gadamer's Reflections on My Philosophical Journey, published when he was 97 years old. Because this answer also sheds light on Gadamer's concept of horizon, I will quote it at length. In the First World War's grisly trench warfare and heavy artillery battles for position, the Neo-Kantianism, which had up to then been accorded a truly worldwide acceptance, though not undisputed, was just as thoroughly defeated as was the proud cultural consciousness of that liberal age, with its faith in scientifically based. 526. Kathleen Wright. 526. Progress. In a disoriented world, we who were young at that time were searching for a new orientation. In our search we were limited in practice, to the intra-German scene where bitterness, mania for innovation, poverty, hopelessness, and yet also the unbroken will to live, all competed with each other in the youth of the time. In this situation it is hardly surprising that a completely second-rate book of the times had a truly revolutionary effect on me, Theodore Lessing's Europa und Asien, Europe and Asia. This book, based on the wisdom of the East, put the totality of European accomplishment thinking in question. For the first time in my experience, the all-encompassing horizon which I had grown into through birth, education, schooling, and indeed the whole world around me, was relativized. And so for me something like thinking began. Gadamer 1997, 4-9. It is hard to believe, Pace Zheng, that someone who at age 97 vividly recollects the revolutionary effect that the wisdom of the East had in turning him on to thinking could truly question the legitimacy of Chinese philosophy. This recollection also reveals how important the wisdom of the East was to Gadamer in decentering the centrality of Germany and Europe, that is, in decentering his taken-for-granted Eurocentrism and replacing a horizon that had been all-encompassing with a horizon that was relativized or, as he says elsewhere, provincialized. 10. Finally, the experience Gadamer describes upon reading Europe and Asia of the decentering of Europe as an all-encompassing horizon refutes, I submit, the charge that Gadamer is Eurocentric in a tradition-bound, intracultural sense. Marshall also takes Gadamer's remark to be Eurocentric. His translation, however, overly simplifies what Gadamer says. Instead of enigmatic statements as a genre of profundity and wisdom, Gadamer actually says enigmatic forms of expression of hidden meaning and wisdom, die Zelhofnosichformen von Tiefsinn und Weisheit. What about the mitigating factor he suggests, that Gadamer is Eurocentric because he probably did not know very much about other cultural perspectives, including that of China? There is no doubt that Gadamer himself has written nothing on Chinese philosophy. However, one who does, the sinologist Rudolf G. Wagner at the University of Heidelberg, writes in The Craft of a Chinese Commentator, Wang Bai, on the Laozi that he has been assisted by some years of studying hermeneutics with Hans Georg Gadamer at the University of Heidelberg, Wagner 2000, 2. Here it is important to note that Wagner says studying hermeneutics, not studying Gadamer's hermeneutics with Hans Georg Gadamer. This leads me to conclude that Gadamer's remark about enigmatic forms of expression of hidden meaning and wisdom in the Far East refers to what Gadamer learned studying the Chinese hermeneutics of Wang Bai with Wagner. The philosopher Wang Bai, 226–249 CE, is famous for his interpretation of the book the Laozi, also called the Dao Jing. His commentary on the Laozi uncovers beneath the surface meaning of statements, Azajan, two forms of expression, Azageformen, the open interlocking parallel style and the closed interlocking parallel style, that opens another structural and nonverbal dimension to the Laozi's philosophical argumentation, Wagner 2000, 57. These interlocking parallel styles, Azageformen, reveal the hidden meaning, Tiefsinn, of the Dao Jing in a way that the surface meaning of statements, Azajan, do not. Wagner writes, while this more scholarly approach the reading and reception of the text, the Laozi, by way of the philosophical commentary of Wang Bai, might on occasion seem to signal a reduction in the vitality of appropriating a text such as the Laozi to contemporary. 527. On Eurocentrism. 527. Needs. It certainly makes it more compatible with modern hermeneutic approaches and inserts these commentaries into a modern scholarly discussion about the reading of classical Chinese texts. Wagner 2000, 54. When Wagner claims that Wang Bai's hermeneutic approach is more compatible with modern hermeneutic approaches to reading classical Chinese texts than our postmodern approaches, he is referring, I believe, directly to Makeham's new hermeneutical approach to early Chinese texts and indirectly to Gadamer's theory of textual meaning. 11. Zheng, as I have tried to show, misunderstands Gadamer's remark in 1970 to be denigrating Chinese philosophy. We have seen, however, that Gadamer's hermeneutics plays a role in modern hermeneutical approaches to classical or pre-modern Chinese texts such as the Analects and the Laozi that enhance instead their textual meaning for modern readers. Zheng could, I believe, actually recognize in Gadamer an ally, for Gadamer's reception-based theory of textual meaning has played a role and can continue to play a role in making the textual sources of Chinese philosophy more available to any modern philosopher, Chinese or otherwise, who aspires to a philosophy that is multicultural or intercultural. I have argued above that the reception and the effective history, Wirkungsgeschichte, of Gadamer's hermeneutics in or in relation to Chinese philosophy speaks against those who criticize his hermeneutics for its Eurocentric bias, for its being intracultural and incapable of contributing to any multicultural or intercultural understanding. In the course of this chapter, I have presented 5 scholars whose receptions of Gadamer's truth and method have led to interpretations of 5 classical Chinese texts, the Odes, the Analects, the Zhuangzi, the Yujing, and the Laozi. Each of these interpretations has been enabled, albeit differently, by concepts associated with Gadamer's hermeneutics. In no case have we found that the Eurocentrism of truth and method was disabling or fatal, preventing these 5 classical Chinese texts from being interpreted in the first place or inhibiting further interpretations that enhance their textual meaning for modern philosophers in China and elsewhere. Let me conclude this chapter by turning to Gadamer's concept of a fusion of horizons, Horizontverschmelzung. Taylor, we recall, holds that Gadamer's account of the fusion of horizons applies also to our Western, Anglo-European attempts to understand quite alien societies, cultures and epochs. Many consider a fusion of horizons to be problematic, especially when we reverse orientation and consider Taylor's Gadamer-inspired model of intercultural dialogue from the perspective of a culture that is non-Western. 12. We have already seen that Cheng's sinocentric ontologizing of Gadamer's fusion of horizons, his dialectic of harmonization, is questionable because it leads not to multicultural or intercultural philosophy but instead to one sinocentric world philosophy that eliminates any and all horizons. We can, in addition, mention other comparative philosophers such as Ramat Harmal and Heinz Kimmerl who also draw upon the concepts of Gadamer's hermeneutics but who specifically reject Gadamer's concept of a fusion of horizons in relation to the cultures of India and Africa respectively. Ma and Van Brakel 2016, 188, Kimmerl 1991, 2012, Mal 2000, 2005. In Methods from Within the Chinese Tradition, Li Zhengko, London School of Economics and Political Science, helps us understand what non-Westerners perceive to be Eurocentric about a Western model of a dialogue between cultures that is based on Gadamer's concept of a fusion of horizons. Zhengko's non-Western perspective stems from her research into Liang Qikao, 1873–1929, and Yan Fu, 1854–1921, and their cross-cultural encounters with Western ideas during the transition from traditional to modern China. I will quote Zhengko at length because she captures what so many consider to be problematic about the concept of a 528. Kathleen Wright. 528. Fusion of horizons, and because she points to an indigenous Chinese alternative to the Western, Gadamerian, conception of intercultural engagement in the form of a dialogue. Drawing on hermeneutical analyses by Charles Taylor, Hans Georg Gadamer, and others, many philosophers and theorists have analogized the task of learning across cultures to a dialogue, in which our encounter with a situated other culture enables awareness of our own culture's positioning and limitations. We expand our own language, our horizon, to accommodate the particularity of the other and to acknowledge his or her difference with us. In contrast, when Chinese thinkers encountered European and American ideas in the mid to late 19th century, they pursued cross-cultural engagement in very different ways from these contemporary scholars Taylor, Dallmayr et al., motivated by different reasons and on the basis of different premises. Their goal was not to inaugurate a self-reflexive conversation, as Euben, Dallmayr, and others urge, but to produce knowledge as the Westerners do. Jenko 2016a, 278. According to Jenko, the model for cross or intercultural academic research that dominates the humanities and the social sciences in the West presupposes a fusion of horizons in the following sense: the expansion of the Western cultural horizon, language including theoretical framework and concepts, the accommodation of the cultural horizon, the particularity of the non-Western other, and, finally, the acknowledgement of the non-Western other's differences from the West. 13. This model is problematic for Jenko and for many others because it is deceptively Eurocentric. The goal of the practice of this kind of cross or intercultural academic research is, in the final analysis, self-understanding, namely, the awareness of our own Western, Anglo-European positioning and limitations. Here, it should be added, the awareness of limitations means a more self-critical knowledge of one's own Western, Anglo-European cultural prejudices. Jenko's point here is that the goal of this kind of Western self-reflexive conversation would have been a completely foreign goal to non-Western thinkers such as Kikyo and Fu, who encountered Western ideas in the mid to late 19th century. Their goal was instead learning to produce Western knowledge. To get a sense of how different Kikyo and Fu's goal of producing Western knowledge is from the Western goal of a self-reflexive conversation, we need to remember that their goal was much more than learning how to reproduce Western scientific knowledge, Naturwissenschaften, roughly in the academic areas we identify now as the STEM disciplines. In the 19th century, Western knowledge, Wissenschaft, also includes the Geisteswissenschaften, what we call the humanities and the social sciences including history. For Kikyo and Fu, the real challenge and the goal of their cross or intercultural encounter with Western knowledge was to learn how to produce Geisteswissenschaft-like knowledge that was not just Western but, in their case, also Chinese. This remains the goal today of non-Western thinkers such as Chakrabarty, Jenko, and the many scholars who work with Jenko on diversifying knowledge production in the social sciences and humanities, including in philosophy. Let me end by recalling Gadamer's words in The Legacy of Europe that I started with. To live with the other, as the other of the other. This basic human task applies to the micro as well as to the macro level. Just as each of us learn to live with the other in the process of individual maturation, a similar learning process holds true for larger communities, for nations, and for states. And here it may be one of the special advantages. 529. On Eurocentrism. 529. Of Europe that more than elsewhere her inhabitants have been able or were compelled to learn how to live with others after two devastating world wars, even if the others are very different. Gadamer 1989, 2831, translated and cited by Dallmayr 2009, 32, 38. Based on Truth and Method, 1960, and on Gadamer's later work, The Legacy of Europe, 1989, Dallmayr argues that the process of the unification of Europe led Gadamer to develop a concept of a multicultural Europe, of Europe as a unity of diverse cultures or traditions. If this is indeed Gadamer's mature concept of Europe, then Gadamer's hermeneutics lends itself to a multicultural philosophy that is Eurocentric. The self, multicultural Europe, remains at the center, albeit engaged in self-reflexive conversations with multiple, non-European, others, Taylor, Dallmayr, et al. However, Gadamer also speaks enigmatically about Europe as the other of the other in The Legacy of Europe. He alludes there to learning to live with others as the other of the other in the aftermath of two devastating world wars. Here Gadamer speaks of an eccentric Europe, of Europe as provincialized. If this is instead Gadamer's mature concept of Europe, then Gadamer's hermeneutics is open to an intercultural philosophy that is committed to diversifying the production of philosophical knowledge. Chakrabarty, Jenko, et al. 38. The ontology of the work of art and the universality of hermeneutics. reconsidered. Gadamer and New Realism. Marcus Gabriel. According to a widespread misconception, Gadamer's hermeneutical project is characterized by a fundamental anti-realist tendency. This reading maintains that Gadamer holds the ultimately untenable view that understanding in general consists in acts of appropriation of messages that can safely ignore a sender's intention, if any. For the more specific problem of the interpretation of texts, this would mean that an author's intention, to the extent that it even exists, does not actually matter for the meaning of the text. In light of such a reading, some interpreters such as Larmor, 2011, 182, even charge Gadamer with hermeneutic nihilism, that is, with the absurd position that there really is no such thing as an object of understanding that could serve as an independent criterion for assessing interpretive performances in light of a relevant notion of accuracy, let alone truth. It is striking and somewhat ironic that such a charge is directed against a work which already promises with its very title to deliver an account of truth and method that serves to substantiate the specific objectivity definitive of the human sciences. What is more, to the extent to which Gadamer's very project harks back to his account of the relationship between dialogue and dialectic in Plato, encapsulated in Gadamer, 1931, one would rather expect Gadamer to defend the contrary view, namely that of a Platonic, realist ontology of the objects of understanding, of what he calls die Sach. For a dialogue, according to early Gadamer, is precisely a mutual understanding of the matter at hand versed a Endigung über die Sach, Gadamer 1931, 30, my translation. On closer inspection, some of the staunchest critics of Gadamer's alleged anti-realism, historicist relativism and hermeneutic nihilism reveal themselves to violate even the most basic rules of the ethics of reading, to which the actual Gadamer has so much to contribute. The anti-realist readings typically assume that Gadamer denied some allegedly entirely obvious and self-evident facts about meaning, such as the existence of meaning intentions expressed. 533. Gadamer and New Realism. 533. In the form of written, organized messages, texts, as well as basic facts about the objectivity of knowledge claims, including knowledge claims concerning the semantic meaning of messages communicated from one speaker to another in oral or written form. However, the few passages quoted to support such a strikingly uncharitable reading, sometimes explicitly driven by hatred and distaste, do not provide anything close to textual support for such outrageous claims. In order to correct some of the basic mistakes that underlie the anti-realist readings of Gadamer's hermeneutics, in what follows I will first provide an account of Gadamer's thoroughly and explicitly anti-subjectivist ontology of artworks. According to this account, artworks are essentially interpretation-dependent objects, where an interpretation is a performance of a score. Performances include readings of novels, stagings of plays, musical performances, and exercises of the imagination on the part of museum audiences confronted by paintings, sculptures and the like. In this context, scores are not identical to artworks. The author of a score, a novelist, lyricist, painter, sculptor, composer, etc., can produce scores as objects of possible interpretation by herself and others. Had there never been an interpretation, there would not have been an artwork. For this reason, the production of artworks involves interpretation by the author. However, the author cannot imbue the score with a meaning that settles once and for all the space of all possible interpretations. At the same time, the author's intention to produce a score that can serve as a crucial component in an artwork, together with manifold features of the outcome of the intention, generates conditions of accurate and inaccurate performances. Nevertheless, this space of accuracy does not exhaust the range of actual interpretations that constitute the history of the artwork, the Wirkungsgeschichte. In the second part of this chapter, I will argue that such a realist ontology of artworks, according to which artworks are essentially interpretation-dependent and in this sense incomplete objects, is the basis of Gadamer's attempt to establish a universal philosophical hermeneutics. Any assessment of its actual merits and shortcomings needs to take the paradigm case the anti-subjectivist, realist account of the ontology of artworks into account when approaching other topics related to hermeneutics universality claim, such as the conditions of understanding quotidian linguistic oral utterances or natural scientific theories. Gadamer's anti-subjectivist ontology of artworks according to the very composition of truth and method, the question of truth, Waarheidvraag, which provides the main topic of the book, needs to be uncovered, vrijgelegd. Part 1 deals with this task on the basis of a novel account of aesthetic experience explicitly directed against Kantian subjectivism. In this context, let Kantian subjectivism be a view of the form that the objects of aesthetic judgment at most trigger a hedonic experience in a perceiving subject, which the subject, under certain conditions, is warranted in classifying as beautiful. According to the family of views that spell this out, the beauty of the object is in the eye of the beholder. To be a bit more precise, Kantian subjectivism assumes that the experience a subject undergoes when confronted with the kind of object suitable for aesthetic appreciation is not grounded in the object, but in the subject. The act of judging itself is aesthetic, it is accompanied by a feeling of pleasure or displeasure. 2. The act of judging might be triggered by the presence of an object, but the aesthetic judgment is answerable to the subject's experience rather than to the properties of the object that happens to trigger the experience. To be sure, Kant himself distinguishes pleasure from taste. Famously, he himself tries to counter the various objections to a one-sided subjectivist view by giving a complicated, systematic 534. Marcus Gabriel 534. Account of the difference between the pleasant and the beautiful. 3. Yet, these sophisticated supplements do not really go beyond the scope of the Humean strategy of softening the underlying subjectivism by introducing notions of idealized judges that can serve as role models for other subjects, despite the absence of objective features of the objects of aesthetic experience that could justify more robust truth claims. This is the thrust, at least, of Gadamer's famous radical departure from the Kantian tradition at the very outset of Truth and Method. In this context, let old realism be the widespread metaphysical assumption that to be a realist about some object or domain of objects means to ascribe mind independence to them. Against this see Gabriel 2015b. Humean and Kantian subjectivism clearly counts as a denial of this kind of realism about the objects of aesthetic judgment. In this light, one might expect that Gadamer resorts to a form of metaphysically grounded realism when delivering his ontology of artworks. Yet, this expectation is indeed frustrated by the text. Rather, like Hume and Kant, Gadamer accommodates subjective experience in reality, but without reducing the aesthetic quality of the artwork to the subjective apprehension of its presence. For this reason, I propose to locate Gadamer's ontology of artworks in a different setting, one which I have characterized as New Realism, Gabriel 2015a, 2015b, 2016. According to New Realism, realism simply cannot be an issue of mind independence, for the simple reason that there are minds. Minds and their synchronically and diachronically, individually and socially divergent perspectives are as much part of reality as rocks, fermions, or the entire material energetic layer of the universe, however vast it may turn out to be at the end of inquiry. Given that the mind is both real in all relevant senses and, trivially, mind-dependent, we should steer clear of the mistaken proposition that the alternative to realism is mind-dependence. The usual association of realism and objectivity on the one hand and anti-realism and subjectivity or even relativism on the other hand breaks down as soon as we accept that minds are genuine parts of what there is. Against this background, it makes sense to think of Gadamer's project of defending the specific objectivity, the truth and method, of the human sciences as well as his associated criticism of the pervasive naturalism of our times in terms of a contribution to a new form of realism. I now want to illustrate this broad classificatory proposal by way of a reconstruction of the ontology of artworks in Part 1 of Truth and Method. In this context, the hermeneutic master concept is interpretation in the sense of a performance. Gadamer's own term for this aspect is presentation darstelling, which is the mode of being of the work of art, Gadamer 2013, 120. He also speaks of Ausführung and Aufführung, which are both translated as performance, 2013, 121. He develops this notion in Truth and Method, 2013, 119, 124. A performance of an artwork necessarily has an audience. In limit cases, the audience can be the isolated reader of a novel, the composer of a symphony in his study, or the actors on stage rehearsing a play. Gadamer introduces his historical anthropological hypothesis that the origin of the play Schauspiel is the religious rite, Gadamer 2013, 113, which is clearly evidenced by the history of Theodore. The function of religious ceremonies does not lie in the reading aloud of holy texts, which presumably contain true propositions. Religious ceremonies constitutively involve the active participation of the audience in the event. There is no pure spectator who occupies an ontological position outside of the ceremony. Analogously, artworks involve their audience as participants, as Mitspieler, as Gadamer sometimes says. On this notion see Gadamer 1986. This means that the reception of artworks is part of their constitution. Aesthetic experience takes place within the artwork and cannot successfully be assimilated to a distant kind of theoretical interpretation, which dissects in themselves complete objects by way of critical analysis. Similarly, aesthetic experience cannot consist in mental acts that are detached from the 535. Gadamer and New Realism. 535. Artwork as an object of contemplation, for the simple reason that the experience itself is part and parcel of the actual artwork. Rather, it is in the performance and only in it, as we see most clearly in the case of music, that we encounter the work itself, as the divine is encountered in the religious rite. Here it becomes clear why starting from the concept of play is methodologically advantageous. The work of art cannot simply be isolated from the contingency of the chance conditions in which it appears, and where this kind of isolation occurs, the result is an abstraction that reduces the actual being of the work. It itself belongs to the world to which it represents itself. A drama really exists only when it is played, and ultimately music must resound. My thesis, then, is that the being of art cannot be defined as an object of an aesthetic consciousness because, on the contrary, the aesthetic attitude is more than it knows of itself. It is a part of the event of being that occurs in presentation, and belongs essentially to play as play. Gadamer 2013, 120, emphasis in original. Aesthetic experience is not a kind of theory, a mental expression of a proposition accompanied by a hedonic layer. Rather, it is a form of participation in the constant recreation of an artwork. To be more precise, we can distinguish three aspects of the ontology of artworks: production, reception, and object. Accordingly, there are three families of aesthetic theories: reception, production, and work aesthetics. For reception aesthetics maintains that subjects undergoing aesthetic experience transform given objects that trigger their experience into artworks in virtue of their very experience. The crucial mistake of reception aesthetics is that it isolates the objects from the experience. Reception turns into a magical mechanism, which can turn any object whatsoever into an artwork. But this misses the contribution of the object to the aesthetic experience. This position corresponds to the kind of subjectivism Gadamer attacks in the opening chapters of Truth and Method. Production aesthetics is familiar from a tradition which postulates genius as the capacity of artists to create objects that count as artworks in virtue of their very conditions of production. It defines artworks in terms of the fact that someone intended to produce an artwork and thereby produced objects, literary texts, sculptures, musical scores, and so on. This tradition often draws on the idea that an author's intention to produce an artwork is necessary or even sufficient for the conferral of the status artwork on the object. The main weakness of production aesthetics is that it cannot account for the aesthetic experience of the interpreter, which by its very nature shifts the full meaning of the artwork. This can be illustrated with recourse to the much discussed problem of the indeterminacy of fictional objects. The producer of an artwork is simply not capable of fixing all the properties of the objects accessible from the standpoint of later interpretations, meaning that he cannot produce the whole artwork, but only some parts of it. Take the fictional character Gretchen introduced in Goethe's Faust. Production aesthetics claims that Gretchen comes into existence together with the text of the drama as a consequence of Goethe's genius, that is, his special capacity to create works of fiction and the associated objects. In this context, we can ascribe the intention to create fictional characters to Goethe, who thereby imbues the sentences appearing in the drama with a specific, aesthetic meaning. Presumably, Goethe did not intend to write a historical record of Faust meeting Gretchen, Mephistopheles, witches, and so forth, but precisely wanted to create an artwork populated by fictional characters designed to trigger associated aesthetic experiences in an audience. 536. Marcus Gabriel. 536. However, whatever Goethe's meaning intentions might have been while he was effectively producing the text of the drama, he did not fix Gretchen's hair color, the length of her hair, let alone the exact number of cells of which her organism consists at a given moment of time represented by the text. The text leaves open indefinitely many details of this sort. Yet, this does not mean that the fictional characters are indeterminate, that they lack most features that individuate real people. It would be an awful hermeneutic mistake to interpret Faust as if its world were populated by ontological fragments only remotely resembling people. This problem of indeterminacy cannot be solved by anything Goethe did or intended in the act of the production of the text. Now, if we interpret the text, say, by staging it, we automatically fix any number of alleged indeterminacies in the act of interpretation. When Ella Bucci played Gretchen in the famous 1960 production of Faust, she made it the case that Gretchen was blonde. But we could at any moment pick a dark-haired actress to play the role of Gretchen without thereby making any kind of mistake. Evidently, Goethe cannot intend to fix all indeterminacies created by the text of the drama so that there is no further room for interpretive freedom. To do so, he would have to fill out all the details of the entire world. Clearly, then, whatever Goethe intended to produce, it could not have exhausted the meaning of the sentences underlying aesthetic experience in the context of actual productions of the artwork. We are, therefore, indeed free to produce a novel meaning in each interpretation of Goethe's text without thereby either understanding the text better than Goethe or missing its meaning as fixed by Goethe's meaning intentions. In this context, Gadamer's much discussed statement, according to which, it is enough to say that we understand in a different way, if we understand at all, is fully vindicated. Gadamer 2013, 307, emphasis in original. Larmore's explicitly polemical attack against this claim entirely misses the meaning of this sentence, see Larmore 2011, 178. As a matter of fact, he irresponsibly ignores the context of this utterance. Not just occasionally but always, the meaning of a text goes beyond its author. That is why understanding is not merely a reproductive but always a productive activity as well. Perhaps it is not correct to refer to this productive element in understanding as better understanding. For this phrase is, as we have shown, a principle of criticism taken from the Enlightenment and revised on the basis of the aesthetics of genius. Understanding is not, in fact, understanding better, either in the sense of superior knowledge of the subject because of clearer ideas or in the sense of fundamental superiority of conscious over unconscious production. It is enough to say that we understand in a different way, if we understand at all. Gadamer 2013, 307, emphasis in original. In the context of aesthetics, the point of this passage is straightforward: we, the receivers of the text, produce a meaning that the text cannot have simply in virtue of the meaning intentions of its author. We are entitled to fill out various empty spots through the activity of interpretation. This does not at all mean that there is no such thing as an author's intention, a claim Gadamer precisely does not make. 5. To be sure, the situation gets trickier when we try to generalize this point about the aesthetic experience of fictional scenarios to the understanding of more mundane texts. Yet, it is by now a staple of philosophy of language to accept that the linguistic meaning of utterances is not identical to the self-transparent meaning intentions of their author. To the extent to which some aspects of meaning just ain't in the head, simply because linguistic meaning typically depends, among other things, on how things actually are, understanding what someone means. 537. Gadamer and New Realism. 537. By an utterance essentially involves semantic triangulation, which is why Gadamer himself invokes Davidson just a couple of paragraphs before the quote in a later addition to a footnote. 6. Gadamer's point about the productive dimension of the understanding of texts is introduced in a context where he discusses temporal distance. In this regard, he insists that the goal of all attempts to reach an understanding is agreement concerning the subject matter. Das Ziel aller Verständigung und als Verstehens ist das Einverständnis in der Sache, Gadamer 2013, 303. His own example here derives from the tradition of Christian biblical hermeneutics, which famously tries to reconcile the Old and New Testaments and later the Bible with the revolutionary claims of Protestantism, where this creates specific problems having to do with the assumption that there is a God who reveals himself through Holy Scriptures. Be that as it may, there is again a straightforward way of making sense of this. All we need is the assumption that the linguistic meaning of a text essentially depends on the possibility of being understood by a receiver. In general, communicable information presupposes that there is an embodied, objectively accessible medium, such as a text, the intention to communicate on the part of the sender and the intention to understand the message on the part of the receiver. For Gadamer, the meaning of a text can be understood from itself. Gadamer 2013, 204. This focus of analysis need not and does not rely on a denial of meaning intentions on the side of the sender of a message. However, it would indeed be a serious mistake to reduce the meaning of a text to the intentions of the sender of a message, even if we assume that the sender's meaning intentions are per impossibile fully self-transparent in the act of production. Understanding a text cannot be reduced to the reproduction of an author's meaning intention in the mind of the receiver, as this neglects the crucial dimension of the truth of an interpretation, which is one of the main topics of Gadamer's magnum opus. The truth of an interpretation cannot be reduced to psychological or broadly historical investigations. There are accuracy conditions for legitimate interpretations that cannot be exhausted by any kind of analysis of the past conditions of production of certain important features of an artwork. For this reason, Gadamer explicitly rejects historicism, which he sees as a result of the misguided, one-sided emphasis of production aesthetics. 7. The third family of aesthetic theories is paradigmatically represented by Hegel and Heidegger. Some readers of Truth and Method have pointed out that it is a remarkable fact that Gadamer does not discuss Heidegger's ontology of the artwork. 8. According to the reading I am proposing here, there is a good reason for this omission. Gadamer rejects the position of his mentor together with that of Hegel, and for similar reasons. The problem of work aesthetics is that it tries to compensate for the weaknesses of both reception and production aesthetics by exposing both the artist and her audience to the mysterious force of artworks in which ontological truth, in Heidegger's sense, reveals itself in an entirely uncontrollable manner. 9. Both artist and audience are a function of the artwork's truth. Yet, such a position makes it impossible for us to give an account of the plurality of interpretations. Heidegger, in particular, has no room for aesthetic experience in that sense. Notice that the German word Darstellung here has a theatrical meaning. A Darsteller is an actor, someone who performs a role. The text of a theatrical play provides us with a reason to engage in interpretive activities. The text structures the space of legitimate maneuvers, it creates a Spielraum, 10, but it should not be confused with the artwork. Rather, the artwork as a whole does not exist as long as there is a standing possibility of new interpretations. Given that any understanding of an artwork is going to involve exercises of the imagination designed to fill in the various gaps and holes produced, but not filled, by the text, there just is no such thing as an artwork whose existence is sensibly given to an audience. 538. Marcus Gabriel. 538. Let me flesh this thought out with reference to a sculpture, Rodin's Le Penseur. 11. Prima facie, one might identify the piece of bronze shaped after an image of the boxer Jean Baud by Auguste Rodin as the artwork. The artwork would be an object in the sense of an obstacle to free passage, to borrow an ironic phrase of Charles Travis. 12. However, identifying the artwork with an object neglects the constitutive dependency of artworks on interpretations. Had there never been an aesthetic experience triggered by the piece of bronze which led to its interpretation as some kind of representation of the pose of a thinker, ironically disrupted by the chain of iconic references which hark back to an infamous French boxer, that piece of bronze simply would not have been part of an artwork. According to my neorealist reading of Gadamer, the artwork is a historically open, unfinished, and incompletable process of interpretations. To be sure, material objects partly expressing conscious and non-conscious meaning intentions ascribable to artists and their assistants are a constitutive part of the overall artwork. However, the whole of the artwork essentially includes a range of legitimate interpretations, where legitimacy is a function of truths that transcend the artwork, including a tradition of intertextual references, natural languages, dead and alive metaphors, etc. But the discovery opfung of the true meaning of a text or a work of art opfung is never finished, it is in fact an infinite process. Not only are the fresh sources of error constantly excluded, so that all kinds of things are filtered out that obscure the true meaning, but new sources of understanding are continually emerging that reveal unsuspected elements of meaning. Gadamer 2013, 309. Artist, art object and audience are parts of a whole. This whole is the artwork, which can never be completed and transformed into a mute object once and for all. The artwork can thus be seen as a four-dimensional object that stretches through a complex history of interpretations, and this history cannot terminate in a single, all-encompassing grasp of its meaning, for the simple reason that any act of interpretation of an art object contributes to the artwork itself. Is Gadamerian hermeneutics universalizable? According to the neorealist reading of Gadamer's ontology of the artwork, artworks are paradigms of objects that depend for their very being on exercises of the imagination in contexts of aesthetic experience. Artworks are incompletable objects as long as there are interpreters who engage in aesthetic activities. This view is not subject to the usual worries associated with the anti-realist reading. However, things seem to become more complicated when we look at the third part of Truth and Method, where Gadamer offers his apparently more radical claims concerning the universal, ontological claims of hermeneutics. However, I now want to argue that basing the objections to anti-realism on this more ambitious dimension of Gadamer's work is equally misguided, and that Gadamer's critical limitation of the notion of authorial intention stands in the phenomenological tradition of anti-psychologism famously initiated by Husserl in his Logical Investigations. 13. One of the stumbling blocks in Part 3 of Truth and Method can be found in the following two closely aligned passages. Everything written is, in fact, the paradigmatic object of hermeneutics. What we found in the extreme case of a foreign language and in the problems of translation is confirmed here by the autonomy of reading. Understanding is not a psychic. 539. Gadamer and New Realism. 539. Transposition. The horizon of understanding cannot be limited either by what the writer originally had in mind or by the horizon of the person to whom the text was originally addressed. Gadamer 2013, 413. Normative concepts such as the author's meaning or the original reader's understanding in fact represent only an empty space that is filled from time to time in understanding. Gadamer 2013, 414. The first passage belongs to an argument which culminates in the claim articulated in the second. In order to make sense of these passages, we first need to remind ourselves of the context in which they appear. Gadamer discusses the meaning of written texts and the structure of reading. His basic point is that reading cannot be mind reading of either a present or a past author. Understanding a written message contained in a text is precisely not an attempt to enter the subjective mental states of the sender of the message. 15. It is important to emphasize that Gadamer nowhere denies the very existence of speakers or writers' meaning. On the contrary, he frequently, indeed throughout his entire work, assesses interpretations of philosophical and other texts in terms of their truthfulness to authorial intention. 16. Rather, his point is that authorial intention is only one element of understanding, which plays a role from the standpoint of the receiver, the interpreter of a text. Yet, authorial intention can play this role only if it is not a subjective mental state that occurred at some point in the near or distant past, as such states are by their very nature not accessible to readers. When we determine authorial intention, we therefore rightly do not think of ourselves as engaging in actual psychology, pace the nowadays unfashionable, but once very influential tradition of reductionist psychoanalytic interpretations of literary texts. Thus, the postulate of authorial intention Gadamer himself frequently invokes is not a posit of psychology, but of an entirely different kind of discipline which he, of course, labels philosophical hermeneutics. Plato's actual subjective mental states during the production of his texts cannot and need not be determined by us as interpreters of their meaning. Rather, we assume that Plato intended to convey a certain meaning on the basis of our capacity to understand the Greek dialect in which the texts are handed down to us, together with our independent access to the kinds of philosophical problems the texts are dealing with. We do not attempt to achieve a glimpse of his psychological activity by way of a reading of those texts. We construct an overall picture of how a Platonic dialogue unfolds, how it fits together with other dialogues, how the genre, the style, etc., hang together with other aspects of Greek culture known to us, and so forth. This overall construction is itself something communicable in a language, style, genre, etc., available to us at the historical moment at which we propose our interpretation. The context of these practices of reading and writing is always to some extent opaque to both the sender and the receiver of textual messages, which is a basic insight of Gadamerian hermeneutics as well as of other strands of semantic theorizing. Gadamer clearly endorses the view according to which authorial intention is a normative concept. The specific normative constraint imposed on a reading is not a function of past psychological events, but rather of publicly available information passed down to us in the form of texts. Just like Husserlian meaning intentions, Gadamerian texts are the kinds of things we can understand without having to cross a mental border that separates two individuals. Against this background, Gadamer breaks with the Romantic tradition of hermeneutics, which assumes that there are highly individualized mental standpoints which need to be somehow aligned with each other across temporal and cultural barriers. Gadamer 2013, 181-202, 4. 540. Marcus Gabriel. 540. A recent defense of a romantic hermeneutics based on Herder, see Forster 2018. In order to overcome relativism and historicism, he insists on the universality of reason, Gadamer 2013, 419, which is the main thrust of Part 3 of Truth and Method. His arguments draw on the anti-psychologistic force of the phenomenological tradition within which he was trained and apply them to the understanding of texts so as to demonstrate that difficulties in understanding messages that appear to be of very different cultural kinds are no obstacle to the universality of reason. His version of the master thought of the linguistic turn, according to which thinking is inextricably tied to language, has it that the limits of my language are precisely not the limits of my thought. 17. The agony of translation consists ultimately in the fact that the original words seem to be inseparable from the things they refer to, so that to make a text intelligible one often has to give an interpretive paraphrase of it rather than translate it. The more sensitively our historical consciousness reacts, the more it seems to be aware of the untranslatability of the unfamiliar. But this makes the intimate unity of word and thing a hermeneutical scandal. How can we possibly understand anything written in a foreign language if we are thus imprisoned in our own? It is necessary to see the speciousness of this argument. In actual fact, the sensitivity of our historical consciousness tells us the opposite. The work of understanding and interpretation always remains meaningful. This shows the superior universality with which reason rises above the limitations of any given language. The hermeneutical experience is the corrective by means of which the thinking reason escapes the prison of language, and it is itself verbally constituted. Gadamer 2013, 420, emphasis in original. The universality claim is based on an ontology of language. According to this ontology, language is inextricably bound up with the subject matter, die Sache. Language is not a mere sign system denoting the totality of objects, Gadamer 2013, 434, but rather a way of articulating our experience of and in reality. Otherwise put, Gadamer's starting point is not the widespread notion that language relates to reality in something like the way in which the mind is supposed to relate to a mind-independent reality, the world, out there. Gadamer consistently associates language, sprach, with logos in the Platonic tradition, see, for instance, Gadamer 2013, 371, 376, 423-35. Logos is a mode of making the commonly shared reality, the world, explicitly available for communication. It is not a system of designation, of arbitrary signs that may or may not actually designate something. Rather, it essentially deals with publicly available objects and facts that are the topic of linguistically coded thought expression. For this reason, he is entitled to reject the very idea of a plurality of conceptual schemes that might turn out to be incommensurable, as such a picture of language neglects the fact that we speak in and of reality. 18. Reaching an understanding in language places a subject matter before those communicating like a disputed object set between them. Thus the world is the common ground, trodden by none and recognized by all, uniting all who talk to one another. All kinds of human community are kinds of linguistic community, even more, they form language. For language is by nature the language of conversation, it fully realizes itself only in the process of coming to an understanding. That is why it is not a mere means in that process. Gadamer 2013, 462f. 541. Gadamer and New Realism. 541. Reality cannot be reduced to one relatum in a world-word relation for the simple reason that words are themselves a legitimate part of what there is. In this context, Gadamer explicitly rejects metaphysical idealism, in the sense of a claim of the mind or language dependence of the world, and embraces a form of New Realism, where New Realism is a family of views that accept the existence of perspectives and, therefore, of subjectivity as irreducible elements of reality itself. For details in terms of an objective phenomenology, Gabriel 2020a, 611. This is evidently compatible with accepting that no one doubts that the world can exist without man and perhaps will do so. The multiplicity of these worldviews does not involve any relativization of the world. Rather, the world is not different from the views in which it presents itself. Gadamer 2013, 464. To be sure, at this point my own contribution to New Realism significantly diverges from both Gadamer's and subsequent forms of hermeneutical realism. 19.4. Gadamer assumes that there is a comprehensive whole. Gadamer 2013, 468, the world. However, this totality claim does not really seem to play a role in the articulation of the view, and I suspect that it is unnecessary metaphysical baggage, which Gadamer might as well drop. Actually, he offers a series of remarkable arguments against the possibility of a scientific picture of the world, which is part and parcel of his project of providing an ontological foundation for the humanities. In this context, he develops a philosophy of natural science according to which we are entitled to take the way being is posited Saints Setsung, Gadamer 2013, 456. In scientific modeling into account so that we do not fall prey to the misguided metaphysical view that natural science describes the world as it really is, as opposed to our parochial, subjective representation. Here, Gadamer anticipates a position remarkably similar to a combination of conceptual relativity and internal realism familiar from proposals made by Quine and Putnam. 20. Gadamer's term for this is relativity of Dasein. Dasein's relativity. Gadamer 2013, 468. 21. The world of physics cannot seek to be the whole of what exists. For even a world equation that contained everything, so that the observer of the system would also be included in the equations, would still assume the existence of a physicist who, as the calculator, would not be an object calculated. A physics that calculated itself and was its own calculation would be self-contradictory. Gadamer 2013, 468. In general, I entirely agree with Anton Friedrich Koch's claim that the defining trait of hermeneutics is precisely not any kind of relativism, historicism, subjectivism, or idealism, but rather an incompleteness theorem. 22. The conditions of possibility of making sense of our experience, in whatever rigorous vocabulary, are simply such that we cannot achieve a total overview. Reality cannot be an object of even the best theoretical articulation of how it appears to us. Rather, different scientific theories provide us with fallible glimpses of their specific domain of objects, which can be transferred into more comprehensive theories without ever leading to a final theory. Unfortunately, Gadamer gets entangled in a metaphysical problem due to his insistence on the presence of the world in such an account. The metaphysical problem consists in the familiar maneuver of thinking of the world as something that cannot become an object of thought in principle. Here, he is close to the phenomenological notion, most prominently articulated by Heidegger, that the world withdraws from any attempt to speak about it in terms of an object of research. 23. The world is not being in itself, insofar as it is not characterized by objectivity and can never be given in experience as the comprehensive whole that it is, but as the world that. 542. Marcus Gabriel. 542. It is not relative to a particular language either. For to live in a linguistic world, as one does as a member of a linguistic community, does not mean that one is placed in an environment as animals are. We cannot see a linguistic world from above in this way, for there is no point of view outside the experience of the world in language from which it could become an object. Physics does not provide this point of view, because the world that is, the totality of what exists, is not the object of its research and calculation. Gadamer 2013, 468f. At this point, the notion of language becomes mysterious, as Gadamer explicitly tells us, 2013, 386, 437, 482. He informs us that language is an Eventgeschichten rather than the activity of conducting a dialogue. He resorts to the Heideggerian tactic of characterizing language as something that puts a demand on us. 24. This ontological turn culminates in the discussion of the universal aspect of hermeneutics, Gadamer 2013, 495-05. Reality itself is a semantic phenomenon, insofar as it can be understood at all. Its structure is that of language and our position that of the interpreter, the medium in which reality manifests itself. Yet, it remains unclear how Gadamer's vague intimations at the end of his magnum opus differ from the kind of metaphysics he rejects. Unless we spell out the difference between his philosophical hermeneutics and the accounts of logos to be found in Plato and Hegel, it remains largely mysterious how exactly Gadamer avoids metaphysics. On this puzzle see Grondin 2003, 143-55. Gadamer owes us an answer to the question in what sense we speak not only of a language of art but also of a language of nature, in short, of any language that things have. Gadamer 2013, 490. Regardless of this rather unclear ontological dimension of his hermeneutics, there are many good reasons to make a strong case for something similar to Gadamer's claim that hermeneutics is a universal aspect of philosophy. Gadamer 2013, 491. Emphasis in original. In general, no contribution to the philosophical theory of meaning should neglect the fact that the speaker's meaning is, of course, never the whole story. There is no linguistic meaning without sentence meaning, and sentence meaning is deeply embedded in contexts of synchronic and diachronic variation which cannot be anticipated by any given speaker or their direct partner in dialogue. Meaning, in this sense, is indeed part of a process, an event of meaning Singeschichten, as Gadamer puts it, that cannot be reduced to meaning intentions. Gadamer 2013, 488. Conclusion. Gadamer's philosophical hermeneutics bears relevant similarities to some of the contributions to the landscape of New Realism. In particular, his insistence on the medial structure of both the ontology of art and that of meaning in general are not designed to undermine an overall realistic outlook. On the contrary, Gadamer emphasizes that reality displays itself, sich darstellen, by articulating itself in language and the associated dimension of our understanding. As in Plato, Hegel, and Heidegger, on whose work Gadamer draws, philosophical hermeneutics draws on the basic realist assumption that we are capable of grasping reality as it is in itself precisely because there is no limit to our understanding. Understanding is limitless, unendlich, as Gadamer puts it, borrowing the good old Hegelian wordplay. At the same time, Gadamer avoids idealistic interpretations of the rejection of the very idea of language and thought as being constitutively open to what there is. He does so by thinking of the process of reality's manifestation to thought and language as something we cannot and do not control. Rather, we are answerable, sogar orig, to what there is, including the media of articulation of which we as speakers are a part. 543. Gadamer and New Realism. 543. To be sure, Gadamer himself never spelled out the minutiae of the epistemology and ontology which are grounded in his much more detailed ontology of the artwork, and this neglect has invited much of the standard criticism. However, as I have argued in this chapter, the usual criticism, according to which Gadamer runs into a meshwork of relativistic, nay nihilistic consequences about meaning, is unjustified and cannot be backed up by textual evidence. 25.